Hey everyone, this is Gang Wars. I'm Zalay. I'm joined here by Firebat. We're doing a double elimination best of five tournament. Our first match is SuperJJ versus sjow.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. So SuperJJ is bringing Mage Priest, Rogue Shaman, Warlock, Warrior. They've got six decks, and they can play each deck only once throughout the match. So it's a best of five. It's kind of a different format.
We're going to be seeing a lot of decks, a lot of new stuff, because they can only play them once, win or lose. So, you know how you normally have Conquest, where there's usually, you target one deck a lot of the times. So you'll see one guy play all of his decks, and the other guy is just playing one deck and losing a lot. Well, this format's trying to highlight the new crazy cards, crazy decks. So, why are you laughing at me? But yeah, trying to highlight
That's a little crazy.
Yeah, okay. Try to highlight all these archetypes because you got to play every single one of your decks. So I think it's going to be really cool. You'll see a lot of new stuff, and there's 6 classes rather than the standard 4. So hopefully people bring some wacky stuff, some kind of offbeat stuff. I'm excited.
Yeah, as I was thinking about this format, as I was preparing to play in the tournament, I was realizing it's a pretty cool format. Like pick order actually matters, and like you were saying, you can try and target things. You can try and target 3 classes you expect your opponent to bring because bringing 6 of the 9 classes, like a lot of the classes, will very predictably be brought. For instance, I think the 3 patches classes, Rogue, Shaman, Warrior, and also Reno Lock are just going to be very consistent in every lineup. That said, how they build their Warrior is kind of up for grabs. There's a bunch of different builds. There's Aggro Pirate Warrior. I've seen a mid-range Pirate Warrior that Life Coach has been kind of popularizing. I think JJ as well, so he might be on that. And then there's, of course, the Dragon Pirate Warrior. And then also some Control Warrior lately. I think BLPS recently hit top 100 Legend with that.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of different archetypes that you can go with for Shaman and Warrior. So there's like 2 different main strategies if you're going for targeting when I was trying to analyze the format. Option 1 is you can assume everyone's going to bring Reno Lock and Reno Mage because they're extremely popular right now. And if they're bringing that, then you can have some sort of lineup that tries to punish that. But you need to win 3 out of the 5 games to win the set. So you need to punish a third. We're going into the game. Screw Tombstone, screw overall lineup strategy. Let's just get down to some nitty-gritty action. And we have show up here with the Jade Druid, which has been kind of falling out of favor lately. Not too many people bringing the Jade Druid as of late. More people have been really going with the Malgus Coon Druid. He's up against Dragon Warrior from SuperJJ.
Yeah, so JJ not going with that mid-range Pirate Warrior that I've been seeing him and Life Coach play lately. A little bit surprised by that. I do think Dragon Warrior should be favored in this matchup. Cards like Frothing Berserker in particular can be difficult for sjow to remove, and Draconid Crusher later on. I think JJ's thinking about whether to keep that Finley. Do you like keeping Finley for turn 1 in this matchup against Druid?
I like keeping Finley in almost every matchup. Against Druid, it's fine. It's like one of your only turn 1 plays. You have the Pirates, but you don't have the weapon to go with it. But you're definitely keeping Frothing Berserker, because that's just like the best card in the deck. So I like keeping Finley just for something to do. I think it's too ambitious to fish for the Pirate right off the bat.
Right, and even if he bricks with this draw, the Finley might give him a decent turn 2 play like Life Tap. It's not, I don't know, decent's a strong word for, you really don't want to tap onto. You want to be playing a minion or Friar War X, but it's better than skipping the turn.
For sure. I mean, Warrior can really go the distance as far as like value, especially with the dragons. He's already got a 6-mana 9/9 in his hand, for example. So he doesn't have any problems with fizzling out at all. And you could just outvalue Druid at some point. It's kind of interesting staring down at Druid, though, because you don't know which archetype they are. Druid's pretty polarized with the different archetypes that exist for it.
Yeah, do you think there's any chance anyone showed up with kind of like an aggro beast druid? I've seen some lists floating around with Finja in there with Murlocs as well.
Yeah, personally, I'm on the train of thought that Druid's one of the worst classes in the game, and I think the best version of it is the Finja Beast Druid. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see people bring it. It has a lot of auto-win potential, which is really nice if you're able to get an Innervate Finja or something like that. So
this is a tricky hand for sjow. You could coin Wild Growth. It doesn't curve that well into turn 3. You could pass into Wild Growth into Jade Spirit as I suppose the natural play. It doesn't seem like jamming Living Roots into Murloc is that worthwhile.
Now, if he knew SuperJJ's deck list, if he knew that it was Dragon and not Pirates, he would most likely take a very slow approach here, probably just pass and then go Wild Growth, but he has no idea. So option A would be like coin Innervate Jade Spirit, which is best against Pirates. Option B would be, pass, which is best against Dragon. Then option C is this kind of middle of the roadway where he coins Wild Growth, which isn't particularly great against either archetype, but gives him the most options going forward. So I like his halfway decision there because he hasn't really confirmed what archetype SuperJJ is running.
Yeah, his line gave him the option to go Living Roots Wild Growth against a turn 2 Alex Strauss's Champion, for instance, which would be a pretty likely play. Sorry, Living Roots Hero Power to kill an Alex Strauss's Champion on turn 2.
Making the roots now that it's confirmed to be a Dragon Warrior sets up a pretty good swipe potentially and whatnot. Just push some chip damage in there.
So JJ's got two options. He can Frothing or he can First Mate Buccaneer. I lean towards the First Mate, even though it's off curve. I really like getting to weapon down a 1/1, and it looks like the Frothing's kind of gonna die, so you can wait on it. It's actually really strong in later turns of the game as well. Sometimes like turn 6 you play with another 3-drop, and it's just very powerful.
Yeah, you look at the Druid decks that kind of exist right now. There's the 4-drops are Jade Spirit, has just been played. The other 4-drop, that's most common is Swipe. And this kind of fits nicely into Show's turn 4 play that's most probable. So he's taking a risk, though, because if it pays off, having a big Frothing is pretty sweet. But,
I like this Thalnos Cycle Wrath for Show. It's he cleanly clears the board. Like his 2/3 value trades the Finley, and importantly here, he gets the cycle towards more cards, which he needs to do with his hand, because his hand just doesn't have any proactive stuff to do. He needs to find things to do, like Nourish.
Yeah, Druid's looking really good this game.
Did have Wild Growth and Innervate. That's usually a good start to things. So Ravaging Ghoul First Mate is a pretty nice turn. It would clear, develop 2 minions.
Yeah.
3 minions, there's the patches.
Depends if you run Execute or not, if the Ghoul's actually worth it, and since he's looking to play it here, I don't think there's going to be any Executes in his build from SuperJJ.
Well, he still has like some 1/1s and a 1-attack weapon to enable Execute.
Yeah, the other option was, of course, to contest with the Guardian.
It seems like the Ravaging Ghoul and the First Mate are really efficient here. The Guardian's going to be fine on every board state, whereas the Ravaging Ghoul and First Mate are kind of uniquely efficient here, where Ravaging Ghoul is dealing 2 damage to enemy minions and 0 to friendly. That's kind of... you don't always get those spots in Dragon Warrior. A lot of times you have too much board presence.
Mm-hmm. Well, Show's got some options here.
Yeah, he's 2 mana off the Fandral Innervate Nourish play, which would be really powerful. Swipe is a clear, or you could just Nourish for cards. Goes for the clear.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to hold on to that Fandral Innervate Nourish. If he's able to, get to turn 7, making that play could be really sweet.
Yeah, he's just got to find something to do next turn. Alright, so 5 mana here for Show. He's got some options. He could upgrade the weapon. So for instance, he could hit for 1, then play a new First Mate for a new weapon, then Cultist to upgrade the new weapon, and a Buccaneer to go with it. Or he could do that same play, but use one of those 4 weapon charges to push 1 extra face damage, get closer to activating the Draconic Crusher, or just play the Guardian. Yeah, I guess he's thinking the Crusher's gonna wait, right? Like, he's maybe gonna try and see if he can get Show down to 15 before he plays the Crusher. And if that's what he's doing, then this play just puts the most power in play to long-term setup. Like, next turn he's looking at First Mate Cultist.
Maybe even not. Maybe he's thinking he needs more value out of the Cultist. You're able to pick him maybe a War X, or we don't even know. Sometimes some of these Dragon Warriors have been running Arcanite Reaper. You got an Arcanite Reaper in there, and you're able to get the Cultist on that. That is a lot of value.
That was a really good turn for Show. He nourished into another Nourish for the Fandral Innervate Nourish next turn, and the Living Roots to kill the 3/2 Buccaneer.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Decision point for SuperJJ. Does he want to just play the most powerful minion, a little bit vulnerable to mulch, or does he want to try and set up for the 9/9? But
I like the Life Tap Holocron.
Okay, why?
I've got aspirations of getting that 9/9. I think that's a big deal in this matchup, and squeezing in the Life Tap is starting to look pretty good. Like, just looking at how many cards are in his hand and how long this game's going. Kind of needs those cards. And allocating for 1 because he's got that other first mate, of course. And this is the turn where Sjow can go Fandral, Innervate, Nourish, and then he'll have 2 mana for like a Wrath off of the Nourish. The Jade Idol synergy I think is actually not that strong. Shuffling more Jade Idols into your deck doesn't really improve things. It's mainly just making the Jade Idol that's relevant.
Yeah.
Got the Wrath. Easy.
That's a dank pickup.
Well, you're gonna want to clear that Fandral. It's a mean, nasty card. So what's the way to do it? Well, you have a 2-attack weapon and a 3-attack minion. That seems pretty obvious.
Seems good to me.
Yep, and then the Alexstrasza's champion can go face, or you could just play a Fairy Dragon instead of the Alexstrasza's champion. The point of the Alexstrasza's champion is to get closer to activating Draconid Crusher for next turn. So everything's going kind of according to game plan for both players, to be honest. See whose game plan is stronger in this matchup. I'm thinking Dragon Warrior.
Pirates, yeah. Hey, one of these players has a board. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Show's deck is doing what it needed to do, or what it intends to do, and it looks like it might die anyways. But it does have powerful stuff here, like Brand Jade Spirit's a cool interaction, but it's pretty slow here. Kind of seems like he needs to swipe. Then he's got 6 mana to work with. I don't think you want to gadget swipe.
Brand Jade Spirit, do you die? Is the big question. Because if you don't die, I think you just want to do that so that you can start clearing next turn. Because if you take a defensive line like Azure Drake Swipe, you're not really getting anywhere. So
okay.
I
yeah,
like what
not good
Show's
enough.
doing here.
I
don't like the Feral Rage though. Kind of think. Yeah, I mean you gotta do it. He's too afraid of dying. But if you could have squeezed in the Jade Idol hero power.
Now you can't clear Bran and set up the 9/9, right?
Yeah, but if you Jade Idol hero power, then he's 1 out of range of dying to 4 damage, which is the most damage that this deck kind of has for burst with the Dragon Warrior. But so like Korkron wouldn't kill you. You'd need Korkron and something, and you'd have an extra 4/4. And then you could armor next turn.
So the Bran gets to live another turn. Because JJ just wants a 9/9, he smells blood.
Yeah, that's the benefit of Show's play, right? Is the Bran sticks if Show wants to make a 9/9, or if JJ wants to make a 9/9 now. So he lost a 4/4 on the previous turn, but he's making it up because the Bran sticks around.
And JJ trades in the 1/1 to player on swipe and uses his face. He's just playing purely for to get ahead on board, rather than he's not really taking a Smork line of play so much as a get ahead on board line of play. Disrespecting the Bran, and Sjow does pick up a Jade Behemoth to get some amount of punish for that, but is it good enough to survive the turn? If you swipe the Cultist, put 2 into the Guardian, put 2 into the Alex Champion, the Bran into the Fairy Dragon, then all that's left is a 9/8 Crusher and the weapon. Yeah, it's good enough. So you can go.
The weapon does 2. Yeah. He's gonna need an Innervate for a hero power or something. Because that plus the Korkron is gonna get him, but the Mulch pickup. Because the Bran stuck around.
But I mean, I'm surprised by this. I thought he was gonna Jade Behemoth and swipe. And then, even with the Korkron pushing through the Behemoth taunt and the Crusher going face, he's not dead.
Oh my, he's not even gonna mulch. He's being real greedy here, and that's gonna cost him, isn't it?
Yeah, as he's dead. 9, 10, 11, 15.
So taunt swipe, he stays alive. If he were to go mulch plus trades, he would stay alive. I don't really like this line of play that he took there at the end. He had 2 different lines that kept him alive, and you gotta imagine he's gonna be outvalued, and his shades are big enough at that point that I don't think he needs the extra value of the line he took there.
Yeah, interesting. So it was kind of the expected result at the end. Both decks were doing pretty powerful things, but ultimately the Druid couldn't deal with the strong board presence from the Dragon Warrior. Yeah. Both decks are kind of eliminated and can't be used again for the rest of the match, right? Because that's just the format. You can only use your decks once. So Show's queuing is now influenced by the knowledge that he won't have to play against a warrior, and JJ is thinking I won't have to play against a druid. JJ, that probably doesn't influence him too much. He wasn't really expecting druid to come out early anyways, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't expecting druid to come out at all, honestly, looking at these decks. But I think if I were in Show's position here, I'd be going with the Reno Mage. You know, it's got favorable matchups against most rogue builds, a lot of shaman builds, decent against warlock. But yeah, I'm tempted. Maybe people brought Freeze Mage to this as well. I was thinking that because Priest is pretty likely to be seen, and you know you're seeing rogues. Almost every player brought rogue, right? Or every player.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. And then Reno Mage is another favorable matchup. So you can get in these positions where your Freeze Mage could just get a lock. But we got SuperJJ on the Reno Mage up against sjow on the Rogue. Now, this matchup is about macro lines. And that's not just a meme at Rained. This is really about macro lines. This is... all right, so the way to play this matchup as the Rogue to try and get a win is you have to save a lot of spells, you save a lot of gas, and you want to just make a 20/20 Edwin, conceal it, pop them with it, and then reconceal it, so when they Reno, you just kill them. And the Mage's kind of game plan is to try and stop that and try and find Kazakus so they can mass polymorph that to try and stop that sort of shenanigans from going down. So it's all about finding those sort of things, because the Mage deck doesn't try to kill you. The Mage deck tries to just slowly outvalue you, take you to fatigue almost.
Yep.
So, yeah, we see JJ coining out the draw here. He wants to get 2 off his Acolyte. He knows he needs to find Kazakus to get those polymorph.
I'm surprised to see that. I thought he would just play Blood Mage Thalnos on 2 and Acolyte on 3.
Oh, no, you gotta get it out earlier so that now if Sjow wants to develop an SI7 here...
Oh, actually, no.
Draws, right?
No, of course this is right, because you want to save the Thalnos for Arcane Blast in his hand. Thalnos Arcane Blast does that crucial number of 4 against Rogue, and Rogue has so many 4 health minions, the Tomb Pillager, the Azure Drake, the Gadgetzan Auctioneer. Yeah. So you actually want to save the coin. You want to save the Thalnos, so of course you coin the Acolyte.
Tomb Pillager already for Sjow. If he finds a... Holy smokes, look at that damage.
That hand's really bad.
Yeah, if he doesn't find Gadget, he just fizzles out and dies. But if you find Gadget, his hand starts cooking.
I'm surprised he didn't go face for 1 with his dagger that turn, because it looks like he doesn't have anything to do in the upcoming turns, so he's likely redaggering, so you want to push that chip damage.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to poke there. The poking's not really too relevant in the matchup, because you're going to kill him with 1, giant...
Huge amount.
Yeah. But honestly, with double Cold Blood Leroy, if they don't have Ice Block and Reno, this chip damage could be real. Because he's already got, he count that damage up there, that's 18. So every poke starts counting when you got 18 damage in your hand.
Yeah. And he really just has nothing to do with this hand.
There we go.
That's a good card when you have coin prep.
Now, Show's got to be patient, though. The turn he wants to Gadget is going to be turn 8.
So he can coin out a Cleave.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to play both the preps into spells, and he wants to play Van Cleave. The Mage is not trying to kill you. You do not need to react to what they're doing that much. Unless they happen to hit their few minions and start really pressuring you. SuperJJ's list does look like it includes Faceless Summoner, which is actually a really strong tempo minion. It looks like it's the Life Coach Reno Mage build, and for some reason there's just that Faceless Summoner tempo card in there. And against Rogue, you land that on curve, and it can really screw up their game plan, Exactly. I think that's why the card's really in there. It's so that Rogue can't just wait on their Gadget forever, because you got this pressure card in there. Sometimes you get it on 6 and pressure them. So
I think look at that. JJ's gonna Doomsayer his own Acolyte of Pain here.
Set up for that Faceless Summoner to come down and try and force Sjow to have to early Gadget.
And Sjow, I think, is very happy about this, to just poke for 1 and redagger and skip a turn while denying JJ a draw.
I think he should not cycle this Fan of Knives, by the way. Just because Fan of Knives with prep is actually really good.
Yeah, the Fan of Knives would draw both players a card, whereas if he waits on it, it only draws him a card.
Here comes the Faceless Summoner, and I think Sjow should just eat the Faceless Summoner damage for a turn, and then go off with Gadget the next turn. I wouldn't even hate Leroying the Faceless Summoner.
Manatite's pretty cool. It's not exactly the pressure he needed, but it's a form of pressure.
He's going in with the gadget. This means unless he finds counterfeit coin, he cannot develop the Edwin with the gadget, which means all of these preps and all this Edwin gas is going to get kind of wasted. So
okay, so you don't like this line?
I don't like it. If your opponent has Flame Strike too, it's perfectly on their Flame Strike turn.
That's actually one of the really cool things about Hearthstone, that a turn like this powerful turn, like I think almost anyone on ladder would see this turn and be like, this is awesome, this is correct, this is what you do, right? But Hearthstone's actually got some long-term strategic planning to it, where a powerful play like this can be wrong in certain matchups.
I would have literally Leroyed the 5/5 and passed. But like, not even kidding. That's how much I would just lean on building towards that Edwin conceal turn. They haven't played Kazakus yet. You know, if they don't Kazakus next turn, I'm gonna get him.
Ooh, the Van Cleef gets burned.
Mills is win condition now. This is he would have been able to cycle into the Van Cleef, play like a 2020 Van Cleef and conceal it. But now he's milling it instead. I don't know.
Ah man.
It's too defensive, right? You can take 5 damage. You're playing against a deck that's not trying to kill you.
Yeah, it's just something that you're not going to know unless you've really experienced the matchup a few times and thought about it in depth.
Oh yeah, you got to play against Reno Mage a lot and just talk about it with people. It's one of those. All the Reno matchups, a lot of the times you kind of compare the deck list side by side, look at how the threats match up against each other, and be like, oh, this is a long-term strategy I can do, but they just can't stop. So it's like a lot of long-term planning.
It's one of the things. It's one of the things I've been noticing playing Reno decks is just that the difference between playing against an average player and a really exceptional player is like much bigger. It's not like when you're just jamming aggro versus aggro. There's a lot of long-term strategic decision making in that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Like when to play Dirty Rat. It's pretty good with Blizzard.
It's definitely a pretty nuts card.
He didn't get to combo with an MC Tech though. Feels bad, man. This is just not an MC Tech matchup. So how does Sjow win this game? His Van Cleef is gone. Kind of seems like probably he doesn't.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially if JJ finds Reno. If JJ doesn't find Reno, Sjow can win this game, but other than that... Ugh. He doesn't even have Leroy anymore, so you're looking at, what is it, like 12 total burst in the deck? You know, whatever he conceals, since it doesn't look like he's got questing because he's got SIs, it is going to get Flame Strike, so conceal doesn't even add damage.
He might not be playing conceals. This kind of looks like Yigut's list.
Okay.
I don't think had any.
Oh jeez, this matchup's really hard without conceals then. And that justifies his play of going in early with the gadget, because if you get Edwin, it doesn't even matter. You can't conceal it, you know?
Well, it still matters. There aren't that many answers to a big Edwin. There's Polymorph, and that's usually it. It has to be big enough to be out of range of like a Flame Lance kind of thing.
Sure. Yeah, and they have to deal with the gadget on the same turn, so you get to sneak in an extra 4 from the gadget too. And, you know, extra cycle.
So I was just saying this isn't an MC Tech matchup. Interesting. You could ping off a 1/1 first if you have mana, but you don't. You're swash. Yeah, you're gonna Flame Caller, of course.
Yeah.
An Ice Block.
Can I light?
Or no, Torch, yeah.
So the MC Tech is only good if it gets gadget?
Taking a 3/1's not so bad. I mean, it wasn't like justified exactly in terms of like putting the card in your deck for this matchup.
Sure.
But,
I mean, obviously it's not in the deck for this matchup, but
it was a strong play, right? For 3 mana, he got a 3/3 and a 3/1. 3 mana and a card, he got a 3/3 and a 3/1. That's worth it.
Yeah.
Ooh, Arcane Explosion for 3.
Yeah.
All right. It's not a matchup winning play. Not what he needs.
I mean, if he has Conceal in there, he could get the job done. He's got what, like a Tomb Pillager left? I think there's a Tomb Pillager, an Eviscerate, and a Sap, and 3 other cards.
I think we saw both Eviscerates.
Okay. Tomb Pillager, Sap.
I think we saw one on the first gadget turn and one on this most recent turn.
If he's playing Yigut's list, Yigut likes to run like Violet Teacher. Might be one of those in there.
Yeah.
So
JJ's thinking about how to line things up. Probably Fireball that Azure Drake. He's thinking, oh, maybe I don't need the Flame Strike for... Maybe he has so few minions left that I don't need the Flame Strike. I would really like to save the Flame Strike, partly because of just, like, random concealed stuff. Flame Strike plays around conceal. He can waste the Polymorph since he's seen Van Cleef. He could actually Volcanic Potion ping, that's a clear.
Yeah, you don't really care about the health of your minion, you just care about the efficiency of your resources, because you do not need to kill your opponent to win this match. You just need to remove everything that they play and set yourself in a position where you can't die.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were saying, Reno Mage really is a fatigue deck. It's it fatigues people constantly, and that's why it loses so horribly against Druid. You can actually, I think you could kind of say that JJ queued up this deck in part because Druid is out of the way. That helped him to want to play his Reno Mage.
Yep, makes sense to me.
I think Reno Mage versus any sort of Jade or Coon Druid is like one of the worst matchups in Hearthstone right now.
I think Coon Druid can be fine, but Jade, I agree with you for sure. Like Coon Druid, you can kind of fatigue him because
if you have Dirty Rat.
Yeah, you have to have Dirty Rat. You have to have Dirty Rat. Yeah, Dirty Rat's pretty standard in the Reno Mages. If you have Dirty Rat, you just pull out one of the combo pieces and win. Easy as that. Okay. You get one of those sick brand Dirty Rat turns. Emperor discount, brand Dirty Rat, like Flame Strike or whatever. Like brand Dirty Rat, pull out 2 important minions and remove them efficiently.
Sure. And we can see that sjow does have that teacher you were talking about. It does look like exactly Mr. Goot's rogue.
So no concealed. He's got
never mind, Berkeley Bully.
Got another minion. He's got some more gas here, but this makes sense why sjow went off early with the gadget. Because no conceals means that game plan that I was talking about that Rogue typically takes in the matchup, not available to him.
Yeah, I was going to say that game plan relies on 2 conceals. I mean, a lot of lists don't have 2 conceals. A lot play 0 or 1. I think it's pretty common, don't you think?
No.
No?
All of the top 10 ladder lists are usually like double conceals, except for Yagoots, but all the lists I've been seeing in the past 4 days, 2 conceals. And that has shifted a lot in the last 4 days, because Reno Mage just came out and rose to popularity like 4 or 5 days ago.
Right. So Burgley Bully is really good against Reno Mage, but it's probably too little too late here.
Yeah, it almost always gets you a coin. It's like having a 3rd Tomb Pillager. It's super sick against control decks, but not when you're dead.
Yeah. I kind of like Second Rate Bruiser and Flame Strike, but you could also just Fireball the Burgley Bully and Second Rate Bruiser and Ping, but not in that order.
I like your play, the Second Rate Bruiser Flame Strike. I think you just want to remove as much damage as possible, and that gets the job done. Yeah. You can expect it to get sapped. So maybe it's Flame Strike Ping, because you know sap is there. But, you know, he's got 10 power on board. Fireball removes 4. Flame Strike removes 6. So.
Oh. This is, it's okay too. Sure. I mean, the thing about that coin from Burgley Bully now is that Van Cleef is gone, both Gadgets and Auctioneers are gone. Teacher's gone. I don't think there are any questings because it's a double SI list. So it's just...
Interestingly enough, a lot of people run double questing, double SI lately on ladder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm almost out of
you need the questings for the control matchups, and SI is what you want in the aggro matchup. So
what do you cut to get rid of that? Like, compared to this list, you're cutting the Violet Teacher, of course. Are you playing Counterfeit Coin?
Yeah, Counterfeit Coin. Pretty sweet. Counterfeit Coin allows you to pump your questings and your Edwin for the control matchups to set up those kind of cool stealth lethals and sort of checkmate situations around Reno, and then as well as being able to combo with SI. Like going first and coin SIing an aggro deck is disgusting.
Yeah.
Like you go first, they play Buccaneer, and you have 2 mana and you coin SI their Buccaneer. They're just
GG.
Toast. Yeah. So
toast.
Yeah. I've been really digging the double counterfeit coin, double SI, double questing sort of thing.
With double conceal. How do you fit all these cards in? What gets cut?
Whew. What gets cut?
Like a sap?
Yeah, I don't think 2 saps is necessary with all the pirates roaming around. And even all these like Reno decks, you know, you look at Reno Mage, you look at Reno Lock, what are you sapping? All their minions are Battle Cry. Except this water elemental. You know, you don't want to sap Bran, you don't want to sap Reno, you don't want to sap Kazakis, you don't want to sap Azerdrake, so you don't want to sap Pirates. So I think sap's kind of finding its way out of the meta right now.
Okay. Sapping second-rate Bruiser can be pretty good. I kind of like sap when I was thinking about the metagame right now. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what I agree with all of what you said, except for that I'm a little bit on the other end of liking sap because of, for instance, aggro shaman popular, double flame wreath faceless popular in it. You really want sap there.
Well,
and as a backup plan, sapping something like a totem golem is kind of fine in that matchup. And against like warrior, sapping a frothing can be fine. It's not exciting, but sometimes you get the dragon warrior that JJ brought, and then sap really is great against draconid crushers and everything else.
Yeah, I mean versus dragon warrior, druid, and sometimes aggro shaman, sap's really good. But honestly, rogue versus aggro shaman, you are dead unless you're making an Edwin on like turn 3. So,
yeah.
I think honestly the coin is more useful, like the counterfeit coin, and just YOLO for Big Edwin against aggro shaman, because you know if you're not doing that, you're dead. They go face hard. Doomhammer is a card.
All right, so going into game 3, JJ brings his Reno lock, and we've got some kind of patches warrior from show. We don't know what kind. I guess it's aggro because of the deckhand, but it could be sort of mid-rangey pirate warrior. Yeah, it is. With the Naga Corsair and the Arcanite Reaper. This is what I was expecting JJ to be playing, but instead Show's got it, and JJ's got the Dragon Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, Show was, I think he played this at Seat Story. You got second at Seat Story, and was rocking this build. It's board control pirates for the most part. It's actually really cool.
Corsairs.
And 2 South Sea captains. It's just all of the board control pirates. Earlier on in the month, he was top 10 legend with it. You can get some weird situations where you can set up lethal with your board/weapon, and like if they just like can't clear it and heal, you know, that sort of checkmate situation. Whereas normal pirates, all they have to do is heal against you because you don't really have a board. Well, this one, you got a board too, so they have to clear your board and heal. So it works out a lot better against decks that kind of do nothing in the beginning turns, like all of the Reno decks, which is why it's been such great success for Show on ladder.
Yeah, that Bloodsail Cultist in particular against Reno decks, they really struggle to deal with the early pirates, so the Cultist is active for the upgrade, and it's just super powerful. And look at this. One thing I've been noticing is South Sea Captain with Buccaneer value trades in Imp Gang Boss. It's like kind of gross.
Yeah. It's going to force the Hellfire from SuperJJ. He's not in that bad of a spot. But you see Show, it looks like he's maximizing the damage. He's just going to go face here with the minions. Expecting, you know, if SuperJJ... Oh, he's going to trade him.
Yeah,
Demon Wrath, I guess.
I mean, Hellfire is only a 1-of, so it's just like general Hearthstone plays to clear the minion there. There's a really strong Hellfire for JJ. 5/4 +1 attack on the weapon, curving into Arcanite Reaper next turn.
I don't know if I like the swing. He could have held, yeah.
I was thinking about like maybe you top deck a minion and play 2 minions next turn.
Or like your opponent develops something kind of small and you just weapon that off, develop a frothing or something, you know? But this is a pretty optimal damage for just going the all-face route instead of the board-centric route, which is going to walk into this Reno that SuperJJ has, so we'll be interested to see if Show does go with the Reaper. You know, there's only one Reno in the deck. If they don't have it, they're dead, but if they do have it, it gets pretty sad pretty quick.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, so JJ's thinking about the Dirty Rat here. He's thinking, all right, Show hit with the weapon last turn, and it's his turn 5, so he's looking at an Arcanite Reaper. That's one of the cards in his hand. Are the other cards in his hand big minions, such that I don't want to play Dirty Rat? Ooh.
He can't be happy to see that come out.
No. He's thinking about soul-firing it, but the risk of discarding Reno, 20%.
Wow, that's tough. That's tough. So the play by Show of swinging with the weapon, it makes it a lot more awkward for him to kill the Dirty Rat, but it signaled to SuperJJ that he didn't have minions in its hand, which baited a Dirty Rat play. Kind of weird.
Oh, he's risking it. I like it.
Oh my gosh.
Never lucky.
Holy smokes.
I mean, you got to think, in a spot like this, if you're 80% to win the game, you're pretty happy about that, right? So you can understand why he risks discarding the Reno Jackson.
The way I look at it, though, is
If you don't, you're 100% to win the game. You think you win very consistently if you don't soul fire there?
It's a cute little combo of PO Shadow Flame. So I think as long as you don't die, there isn't too much of a board that Sjow can present that you can't just Reno into, then PO Shadow Flame after the fact, and then just coast from there.
So the thing is, if he doesn't Soulfire there, his board's going to get cleared, and there's still going to be a Frothing up, and he's going to have to Reno the turn after, and there's still going to be a Frothing up. It's going to be hitting for large amounts at that point.
Oh. Would he have to Reno the turn after? Yeah, probably.
Probably. Maybe not with Sjow's specific hand, since he didn't have a great way to deal 6 to that Dirty Rat, but on average, I would think so.
Sure. Yeah, so a little bit burned there by the Dirty Rat play. Is really ended up costing him, and yeah. Honestly, it's a really risky Dirty Rat when you look at it, because Sjow has still 4 cards in hand. There's only 4 direct burn spells in the deck,
right?
So
and there's kind of a lot of bigger minions. It's much bigger minions than just aggro Pirate Warrior, because it's got those 4 mana 5/4s and such.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so not rewarded for the Dirty Rat play at all. And then had to use the Soulfire because of it, which put him in an awkward position. It might have been a little bit different, going a different route. Maybe he just Soulfires instead, lowers the odds that it pitches Reno, and kills the 5/4 that's on board. There's no pressure on board because there's no minions on board from Sjow's side. If he plays Reaper goes face, you just Reno.
Okay, that's a line. I thought JJ's line looked okay. I wasn't sure whether it was optimal. Like there were a bunch of close decisions to be made there, and he picked a line, got unlucky, and got wrecked. You know?
Yeah, for sure. It definitely could have worked out in his favor. You know, like at 80% of the time he doesn't discard the Reno, and it looks fine. Some percent of the time, your opponent doesn't develop any minions because they have all weapons, and even if they do develop a minion, and it's most likely going to be smaller than the
Dirty Rat?
The Dirty Rat, yeah. Because we've already seen one Captain, and we've already seen one of the Bloodsail, or the Naga Corsairs. So a lot of the times it's going to be a small minion.
So we have what is probably an Aggro Shaman up against the Rogue, which tends to favor Aggro Shaman since Rogue just doesn't have defensive tools, apart from just having really strong tempo plays with Backstab and Prep and SI7 and so forth. And Sjow does have a pretty good opener, but there's no weapon or overload to really make these 1-drops look super broken. And on the other side, JJ does have Buccaneer Backstab, which is a great start.
That's what you want, that's for sure.
Yeah. Wow, look at all these sick 1-drops.
Sick 1-drops, but no weapon to really activate them. Not really great synergy from Sjow's side.
Can you go in here? Is there a good way to do it? If you coin this Cold Blood?
Cold Blood go face goes in really hard, but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, no, because the risk of like Feral Spirits, Lightning Bolt, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. And there's this magical card in your deck called Edwin.
Tell me about him.
Well, his name's Ed, and when you play him, you win.
Oh,
so you should really set up for that. So I like holding onto the coin. I like holding onto the Cold Blood. You run Gadget Sand. You have a Thalnos Fan coming up pretty soon, so just even more reasons to actually...
He could this turn, but he doesn't want to yet. He wants to be a little bit patient, get a little bit more out of it.
Yeah. He has such great tools for reacting to the board that I don't even think he needs to rush down the Aggro Shaman.
So, do you put Buccaneer into a 2/3 and then maybe your face into another 2/3 and redagger, or do you just hold off on the 1 damage to the 2/3?
Wow. I think the Thalnos is quite ambitious. He had the ability to pair it with the Fan, but I guess he's gonna try and coin out Jade Chieftain or something.
A lot of times the Fan's gonna clear next turn without necessarily the Blood Mage Thalnos synergy.
Okay, I can see that as well.
And that way he gets to save coins for Edwin.
I don't know. So let's say he had poked the 2/3 though, and you go Thalnos, coin Fan, poke the last minion, clear the board.
Yeah, it seemed good.
Now...
Well, you can Fan coin SI. It's pretty strong. You could Fan coin Fan. That's like more of a clear, but you don't develop the body.
I like this.
Yeah.
Gets to hold on to all these coins, man. Look at all that gadget value, that Edwin value. It's got it built up. Just needs to find it.
The Jade's stacking up. got Aya coming out next turn.
Yeah, Aya and Aggro Shaman. So interesting. It was a trend for a little while, and we started seeing it kind of fade away lately. But the show's keeping with it, staying with the same decks. It looks like that he played at Seed Story Cup. He got second at Seed Story Cup, so yeah, he's comfortable with them. But they're pretty outdated for how the meta's evolved lately.
It's crazy how fast the metagame changes with Mean Streets of Gadgets, and we're almost a month into it, and still it's just like every 3 days things are significantly different, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you just look back at ooh, maybe we go Gadget. I don't know, Gadget's. I think Gadget's risky. I think you just Tomb Pillager Dagger. He's picking up that coin a lot, though.
Yeah, the Tomb Villager does a great job of setting up for the Gadget, potentially get an extra coin to go with your Gadget, plus you get an extra card for the turn for the Gadget, plus an extra mana crystal for the turn for the Gadget. It just scales up in so many ways by waiting.
But yeah, so the meta in Mean Streets was like, in the beginning everyone was all hype about pirates, and the pirates was the thing, and everyone's playing all these face pirate decks, and then the shamans put in like the jade stuff so that they could kind of trade in the pirate mirrors and then just be one step ahead with the jade stuff. And then control decks started coming out, and then the face decks went even faster to be able to kill people before they even played Reno, so that they would have a chance in that matchup. And then dragons started coming out, and dragons beat the face decks because they just controlled the board better, because instead of burn damage, they had Twilight Guardian, so a 3/6 taunt instead of Mortal Strike. So
good Gadget turn.
Oh, this is gonna be sick. You get this out for the Aya too. That's absolutely
awesome. Yeah. But he's pretty low. Rogue could just get burned out. Aggro Shaman does do that. Oh, the other prep. Yahos. Does he get there? Now, yeah, I mean, he had the option to like trade in Tomb Villager to get a coin, but that would involve not sapping the Aya, so you could see why he did it this way.
Yeah, giving your opponent a free 4/4, not good. Less than spectacular, but this Aya decision from Show is it's gonna pay off. It looks like, because he can clear this Gadget now and play Aya again, creating a 4/4 off the Battle Cry.
You ever go face? Because like if he just goes face, he's a Lava Burst off lethal. But it makes this Aya much less relevant, right? If you don't clear the Gadget, the Aya seems like it's probably just going to be dealt with. Then again, you saw JJ prep nothing last turn. So you know that apart from this coin from Tomb Pillager and his top deck, he doesn't have any spells to go with the Gadget. So it's a little bit less threatening than usual.
Yeah, I don't like that at all, though, because if you look at Show's hand right now, he has a 7/7, not a burn spell. And a 7/7 is a freaking amazing tool at controlling the board and fighting for board. So he's already got Aya established on board, and he has the ability to clear everything. Love the line Show's taken. Just board control, deck him down.
Yep. All right, so JJ looking at something like Teacher and Shadow Strike on the 4/4 and ignoring the Aya, because when you clear it, a 5/5 comes out. So you just start applying pressure. Try and set up some kind of lethal. You could trade the 3/2 into the Aya and Shadow Strike the 5/5, and then you're facing down a 4/4 instead of a 5/5. You miss 3 face damage to just kind of lower the opponent's attack by 1.
I like it. Your Teacher doesn't get cleanly traded into then. I think it's better. I don't think you're winning this game with pure face damage at this point. You've used the Cold Blood already, and all you got is Leroy in your hand with no cycle. There's no one card that's really going to give you lethal, so I like the trade with the 3/2 and go full board control on him. But,
okay. It's just kind of like, he's pushing 3 damage and taking 1 extra. It's a pretty favorable exchange if it's not like strategically where you want to be, but 3 to 1's a good rate.
The Acid Drake, pretty cute. Look, if he would have went all face, he would have got there. He's got the Lava Burst off the top. One off with the spell power.
Yeah, there's no mana for a spell damage roll here. So, what do? So he's thinking about how often can JJ lethal me here if I just totem and go face. Because you really want to go face with that Aya, right? Rogue's so squishy. Yeah. The face is so squishy.
He's dead to Leroy plus burn top deck. You know Super JJ's hand is all minions. Oh, he's trading with the Lava Bruce. Okay. I still don't even know why we played the Azure Drake that turn. What was wrong with just dropping the 7/7? You know there's no sap in hand, because he would have sapped the Aya, and he didn't have it. He's hung 2 mana with Gadgets and Auctioneer out. So 100% none of the cards in a hand with sap. 1 sap's been used. He's got like 1 out of 18 to top deck a sap. And 7/7 sticks you win.
This is a really awkward turn for JJ as well. He could put his Buccaneer and a Violet Apprentice into that Azure Drake Teacher to prevent the onboard lethal. And then I guess the Jade Chieftain is really good, just the 1/1 taunt. It's sick.
Yeah, it's just 1/1 taunt and hope, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out right now. Unless Show picks up something, some kind of weapon, a Maelstrom Portal.
Now, do you play around Flame Tongue here? This card's been sitting in Show's hand. Show just was pretty aggressive last turn.
I really like playing around Flame Tongue here.
Okay. Do you set up lethal if you play around Flame Tongue? You would have 11... Well, you don't set up lethal either way, right?
Yeah, he's 3 off lethal as is.
So you set up lethal with the top deck, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, no lethal here. You gotta imagine he's playing both spells. Well, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't Jade Lightning.
You could totem potentially, but that's I don't think it's good.
Yeah. Because
try and roll spell card, but
just this pushes 5 face damage and makes it 5.
Oh, you don't go face? Look at this.
Yeah.
You don't want to die, man. Dying's bad.
Okay, I agree. This very consistently wins for Show. Yeah, Jay's just dead. He's got lethal if he puts his face into that Flame Wreath Faceless.
Rogue just got outvalued by the aggro shaman, and
that's the power of the Jade package with Aya.
Yeah, that's why people started running it in the first place, was so that they could outvalue aggro mirrors. And if you look at it, Rogue's kind of an aggro deck.
Yeah, like cards like Cold Blood and Leroy, very aggro. They're not messing around. Conceal.
When you're forcing them to have to use all of their damage on clearing your minions, you get a lot of time to outvalue them with things like Aya.
Makes sense. That was kind of a cool game. So Show was down 0-2, and now he's tied it up. He's brought it to a decider. Yep. Potential reverse sweep. And so you got to think JJ's going with Shaman over Priest every time, especially against a Warlock. Like,
I don't know. Priest doesn't feel good against either of these decks. So
yeah,
I don't know if you can really pin him on what he's going to queue. He might just queue Shaman and feel like, I just lost 2. Let's get a W, and then queue Priest at the end. Get some wind in the sails or something.
This is the end. The never gets played. So JJ is going to queue his Shaman every single time. He's never going to queue his Priest here. Okay. And Show gets to pick which deck he likes better against Shaman, which is normally going to be Reno Warlock rather than Reno Mage. But maybe...
I think that's... I would personally do Mage.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Mage has got a higher win rate than Reno Lock. All of the people... JJ's in the big group of players that is just all about that Reno Lock. You look at JJ, Stan Sifka, Life Coach, that's
they love
players. They love it. They love it. They think they can never lose to Shaman. They play on ladder. They just... Everyone plays into their AoEs. They're so happy and they win all the time. Well, in tournaments, people don't always play into your AoEs. So it's a little different, honestly. I think the Reno Lock stats are a bit skewed. And I think Shaman is...
he does go with Reno Lock over Reno Mage. I could definitely see what you're saying. Like it's a tough call for Show, and it depends on like what exactly is in his Mage, and also to an extent what he expects it to be in JJ's Shaman. Like if JJ's Shaman is more mid-range, I think that pushes you towards Reno Lock instead of Mage. Do you agree with that? Like the Reno Mage does better against the more aggro.
Like 25-0 against Reno Lock mid-range Shaman on the season.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're the only one who's gonna say that. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you've got a unique. I believe you. I'm just saying I think you've got a unique perspective based on a unique game plan and perhaps deck list. And other people I would expect to very much not see things that way.
I think you can take the Shaman. I think you can take the Reno Lock to fatigue if you space things out enough. But I play Bloodlust too, so if you're not playing Bloodlust, then Reno Lock can be a very difficult matchup to play against. Bloodlust turns every board into a threatening lethal board, which is fantastic for making them have to clear.
Speaking of fantastic, look at Show's hand. Ooze on 2 against a weapon. He's got Kazakus and Reno. This is a power hand if ever there was one.
He's got a bit of a decision here. He's got the ability to, do the Maelstrom Portal trade here to try and be able to play Lightning on a potential 3 dropout from Show. Did see the Ooze come down. He is going to do it, it looks like.
Ooh. Northshire Cleric can be really spicy if you roll a healing totem.
The Jade ramp is kicking off huge. Not really sure if it's, it's Jade mid-range or like Jade hybrid yet, because there's been plenty of lists floating around that are pretty aggressive that run Azure Drakes.
Yeah. So Imp Gang bosses the natural turn 3 here, but it's a little bit scary looking at that Northshire Cleric. What if a healing totem comes down?
Or even Lightning. You see your opponent, play Maelstrom Portal and not get too much value out of it. You got to expect there's potential a reason why they don't want to be overloaded going into 4.
Jade Lightning is good, but I think Flame Tongue Hero Power is arguably better. It is weaker to MC Tech.
No. If you play the Flame Tongue there, you walk right into Hellfire. If your opponent can Hellfire down a Flame Tongue without you getting like some sort of massive value off the Flame Tongue, it's not worth it.
Okay. And Kazakus for 5, looking to AoE for 4. So none of those look super great. I'd probably take Ichor of Undeath to revive 2. Oh, he missed. There's no AoE mode. This is a pretty unlucky Kazakus. Not sure what he took there. So turn 5. This is a good Flame Tongue. He could trade off the Northshire Cleric. He gets kind of 6 damage out of the Flame Tongue this turn, but he also might just want an Azure Drake on curve. If he Azure Drakes, he's going to want to trade into the Kazakus to play around AoE and also protect his Tunnel Trog. Is there a third line here? Let's see if he... So Azure Drake and trade the 2 minions on the right is 1 line. It looks like he's going for a Flame Tongue line. And he's going to Flame Tongue with just all of the minions and just hope. No, that seems so risky, right? Like, if he plays all of the cheap cards in his hand right now, he's super playing into a Kazakus AoE potion from Show. So he... And, yeah, you really have to have that Kazakus AoE potion in mind when you're playing this turn as JJ.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty YOLO here. I would have liked maybe... he still has patches, right? So he could have pulled... Yeah, he's just going all in.
Yeah.
AoE. Go for a step there. Your opponent's going to take AoE if it's offered 100% of the time against Shaman. So I think this is super risky. He could have played just Totem plus patches and cleared with the patches and one of his minions.
Oh, the Hellfire pickup. It does not full clear. There is that Totem Golem.
But does he have the AoE on the Kazakus push?
No, he bricked.
Oh, jeez. Then it's going to work out for SuperJJ. Maybe he thought, my hand's really weak. I'm maybe don't run Bloodlust or anything for this matchup, so then if it's a bad matchup for me, I'm going to YOLO it, and he's getting kind of rewarded for it.
Fully rewarded. There's still just going to be a Reno coming down with not too much pressure.
Yeah, exactly. He's basically had to discard a few cards there, and that's going to hurt him in the long run, because he can't life tap, and his opponent can, so every card really counts for the Shaman player.
Yeah, this looks very show favored, which, despite the disaster of a Kazakus.
Yeah, played into AoE pretty hard. The YOLO line of play.
I mean, it almost worked until Show picked up that Hellfire.
It's always how it goes against Reno Lock, though.
Yeah, right?
It's always how it goes. They always got some sort of AoE.
Because their deck just has so many answers. They have so many good draws at any given point. They have to be in a really terrible position to not have a way out of it. Abyssal Enforcer, not quite clearing. I'm not sure what the second mode on the Kazakus potion was. I saw gain 7 armor, but I couldn't see the top mode. I think it's probably revive 2 minions. So Abyssal Enforcer killing the frog, making the revive worse. Yeah, it's revive minions confirmed.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
And this looks just kind of good enough for Show. Although, I have Black Paw. 3/3 and then later a 4/4 Jade Golem.
Yeah, it's not doing enough for SuperJJ. This Reno's gone though, so it shows at this life total. He doesn't have the ability to reset it. Does already have heal in hand. He's got armor off the Kazakus potion though, and JJ's just fresh out of resources. His reloads are super weak. Both AoEs hit more than one card.
Yeah. So he can Bruiser, Shadow Bolt to 3/3, trade his Mixtress into the 4/1 Azure Drake. His Abyssal Enforcer goes face, and he has 2 mana to tap. He'd probably start with the tap. Or do you think he's not doing Bruiser, Shadow Bolt? Oh, he's going to revive. He wants to revive before he trades the Mixtress in. He wants to get something higher value than the 2/2. Unlucky.
Super low value. But he looks like he's just ignoring the Aya going face with this line of play. He did the revive for the tempo, so he's looking to try and kind of end this game. And he's super aggressive with it.
Azure Drake drawing cards is exactly what JJ needs. Maelstrom Portal, pretty big pickup here. He can full clear. Does he high roll the spell damage? No.
He doesn't need it.
I don't think it
Change
matters. Yeah, changed nothing.
Yeah, he's still coasting. That's a really sick pickup off the Azure Drake, and the revive RNG for show. Working out. Yeah, he can't beat another AoE, so I like this from SuperJJ. He's realizing, you know, I've used both Drakes, I'm completely out of fuel. I can't beat another AoE, so let's just trade the death rattle away, try and have as much pressure pushing forward every turn. Don't allow show to take the trade on my 4/4.
Yeah, he's been really consistent with I can't beat much, I'm just going to go all in line of play for a while here, and it has been, I think, his best line of play with looking at how the game planned out. I like JJ's decision making, but sometimes it's not enough to overcome the power of Reno Lock drawing well.
I don't know if I would say that it's the best line the entire time.
The first one was the most questionable, but once you went for the first one and you saw
once he went
for
for the first one, yeah.
After that, it was good.
Yeah, exactly. Once you do it the first time, you're all in. He's already winning the value game against you, so you have to continue doing it. So yeah, I agree with you on that. I think the first one though, you have a Drake in your hand still. I think it's questionable to all in with having Drake since it's such a high value card.
Yeah.
And Flame Tongue. Flame Tongue kills a Mountain Giant in this matchup, by the way. Like, you just have 4 totems out, they play anything, and you just kill it. Doesn't matter how big it is.
I mean, looking at JJ's list, the fatigue strategy you're talking about, clearly not a thing for him, right? Like, he doesn't have enough of the value cards, or do you think he does?
We don't know yet. But, I mean, there could potentially still be the 8 drops in there. It looks like he's playing something
Probably
like
not.
a top 10 list. Where it was, it runs, you know, the patches and the 2 Buccaneers, and it runs the Jade stuff and Aya, 1 Lightning Bolt, and a Rag and Alakir was in that list. So it went the distance for the value game.
But the way JJ's playing, it seems like he's really not playing that list. I think we've seen his top end with the Azure Drakes and the Aya.
You think it just caps out there? Nothing even more? No Bloodlust or Thunderbluff? Just
Maybe.
I mean, if that's the case, then you gotta go all in. Yeah, you're definitely not winning a value game with that sort of list. That's for sure.
My eyes are open.
Man, this is just brutal. Reno Lock picking things apart. 8 to the face. That ends things quickly.
He's got 2 Lightning Bolts. It's definitely not the double 8/1 Lightning Bolt list. So who knows? But you know, the way JJ played, it seemed like he didn't have very much late game. If he doesn't have very much late game in this matchup, it's a bad matchup for him. He's got to all in and hope, and he all in, he hoped, and it wasn't good enough.
Show with the reverse sweep there. He started out down 2-0 and he came back 1-2-3. No big deal.
Big deal. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The matchups kind of narrow out. So if you have a plan with your lineup, and as the matchups narrow out, then your lineup's plan is going to kind of come to fruition, right? Because the matchups become really predictable towards the end. As we saw, you know, SuperJJ was in a position where he had Priest and Shaman up against Reno Mage, Reno Lock, and his Shaman wasn't geared towards beating Reno decks, and obviously his Priest wasn't because he didn't queue it. So at the end, Show just kind of had him in a checkmate situation.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And I gotta say, I'm not too surprised to see Priest and Mage as 2 of the last classes here. What are kind of the worst classes in Hearthstone? You were saying Druid right now. Hunter comes to mind. I probably Hunter, I would say.
Now, if you think about Hunter, though, which is crazy, because I thought about this format a lot. I was kind of helping Amnesiac prepare, and then he ignored everything I said and went with the best decks. But
smart.
Yeah. Because he's like, Firebat, you're insane. You're going too much next level. Calm down. And I'm like, no, the sheets. Look at this. This is fantastic. No, okay.
I'm with Amnesiac on this.
Yeah. I mean, so is everybody else. But I'm going to say my piece. All right, so Hunter is insane against Reno Lock. It's insane against Reno Mage. I mean, there's 2 matchups that you just auto win already that are in there. It's actually not bad. So like, if you played Hunter against Show, you had at least 3 favorable matchups because it's also sick against Jade Druid. So there's actually a place for Hunter in the metagame, I think, especially in this format when your opponent's bringing 6 classes. It's just god-awful against the 2 most popular classes, so you don't see any representation on ladder. Because you're not going to beat Pirate Warrior, you're not going to beat Pirate Shaman. But you look at the other decks available, you can make a decent mid-range Hunter that's fast enough to kind of contest Rogue as well. It's not the worst deck in the world, man.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's it here. We're going to go to a short break, or are we going to get into the next match pretty quickly? I'm not too sure. I really like this format. So our next matchup is Forsen versus xixo. Wow, that's beautiful.
That's a good matchup.
I like to see that. Some good memes there. I had the pleasure of BMing Forsen on ladder the other day. I enjoyed that. I was playing Aggro Shaman. He was playing Rogue. He had some emotes. I had some lethal, some BM. It was good.
He's always a fun guy to BM. He never takes it too far. Some people you BM, they overreact, they go nuts, they end up raging at you on Twitter and whatnot. But Forsen's a classy guy with the BM, you know.
Forsen, I like him on a personal level, but he's like the one guy in Hearthstone that I want to BM. I don't know.
Hey, he reacts great to it, you know.
He handles it well.
Yeah, the perfect response to BM. So, you know, if you're on ladder later on today, you queue up against Forsen, you know, drop a little BM, you know, you can watch a stream afterwards, see how he reacts. You'll enjoy it. It's good. It's a good time.
And we are going to be playing the entire left side of the bracket today. So we got Forsen versus xixo up next, then Hafu versus Dog, then Purple, then Amnesiac. Then we'll get to see sjow again against the winner of Forsen versus xixo, and on all the left side of the bracket.
Okay, cool.
Today.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah.
Sweet Hearthstone action. Who do you think's going to come out on top of this side of the bracket?
Let's see. I like xixo over Forsen, Dog over Hafu. Amnesiac versus Purple, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I got some insider trading knowledge on this one. Amnesiac has only played Reno Lock this entire season.
Okay.
He has not played any of the other classes. And so, yeah, I mean...
Let's take Purple on that one.
Explored too much with the expansion. I guess he's been busy with school and whatnot, right?
Right. I mean, I gotta just pick xixo in general to win a bracket. Like,
oh yeah,
it's hard to bet against that guy right now. He's been winning this year.
What is he like? Number 2 overall or something? Or
he's usually number one.
Yeah,
number one.
Whatever the rating system is that people use nowadays, I don't know. Guy just wins.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Very impressive player for sure. And he's like the new Calento.
Okay, so let's head to a short break, and we'll be back with Forsen versus xixo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gang Wars on Firebat. This is Zalay.
So,
I like that. Casual stuff. Very, very caster professional.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got xixo versus Forsen, you know, popular streamer Forsen, but also he's been getting into competitive lately. You know, if you look back at his track record over the last month or so, he was at the Esports Superstar event in Germany. He was at Seat Story Cup. So, you know, for a guy that kind of took a break from the competitive scene for a while, it looks like he's starting to shed his way out of retirement, come out here and challenging the big dog xixo.
Yeah, I like to see that. I think Forsen has been competing effectively on ladder to an extent lately. I don't remember his finish exactly, but I'm pretty sure he finished higher than me on ladder last month, which I've been a little bit salty about.
He might have even been top 50. Is he a top 100, top 50, somewhere in there?
Yeah, and that's something that kind of just gets harder and harder every few months. You know, like people are getting better at Hearthstone all the time. There's more players, that kind of thing.
Okay, for sure, yeah. And I mean, if you look at what's it called? If you look at a lot of the streamers and stuff out there, they would rather play like fun decks on stream for the viewers. And I remember last day, Forsen played like 18, 20 hours straight grinding for that top 100 finish. So, you know, he wants to win. He's not even caring about the stream viewers and the money, which he could totally be making. He's just like, screw all that. I'm here to play. And I like that a lot. Personally, I do the same thing. I try and grind. You know, I couldn't make as much as Forsen, but you know, grinding at the end. You know, you got to respect people that are more about the game than about just personal gain. It's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see that ambition, that desire, that hunger to win. It's good stuff. And it's been working out for him. Yeah. All right, so let's look at lineups here. Forsen not bringing Druid. I imagine that's Firebat approved. And xixo also not bringing Druid. Good job, players. Nailed it.
They nailed it. I definitely like Priest over Druid. That being said, if they wind up coming up against show's lineup that has that Jade Druid kind of slotted in there, which one of these players will, it has that Jade Druid slotted in there, and it looks like it's trying to like 3-prong counter the Reno decks with the way he has his lineup set up. So that could be kind of punishing the Priest choice a little bit.
Yeah. So when I was building my lineup the other day for this event, I was really torn on the last few decks, the last 3 decks. I was sure I was bringing the 3 classes that are patches. That's Rogue, Shaman, Warrior, and I'm bringing Reno Lock as well. And I kind of wanted to bring Reno Mage, which I view as sort of anti-aggro, fatigue kind of game plan. And then, so I wanted my 6th deck to be kind of anti-control, because I think the Reno Mage is kind of anti-aggro, and the 6th deck is kind of anti-control to balance it out, and I sort of pick which one to play based on what I'm queuing into. You
should have brought Hunter.
Should have brought Hunter,
man. You would have been a hero on Reddit if you just.
Oh man,
everyone's just hating on Hunter so much. They're just beating it down. There's a place for it. It can surprise.
Last place. That's the place for
this is not on ladder, it's last place for sure. Hands down, no questions asked. Back in the line. See you later. It's done on ladder. There's no way it's doing anything on ladder. But in tournaments, man, I'm telling you, there's a place.
I feel like if my opponent brought Hunter in this lineup, in this format, I would just I would hold at least one of my patches classes until the end, and that way they could kind of never risk queuing up their Hunter to be the dead class.
Well, they see you do that. I don't know.
They figure it out. They mind games me, and then
they mind games you
last game.
Well, they would try to mind games you. All right, the guy that brings Hunter, right? The guy that brings Hunter obviously is someone that's trying to do some sort of pin strategy, is thinking ahead with their Hunter, and has a reason why they brought it. So they're a guy that's going to be trying to think ahead towards these mind games.
Okay.
So if you would have to think ahead knowing that they're going to think ahead because they brought Hunter, and then you would just change it at the last second. As soon as they can get a read that you're holding back the patches class, that's when you queue it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they kind of got to guess right. But there's ways where I could check myself. I might have to save 2 patches classes for the last 2 deck matches. Right? I might have to let's see, if it's going best of 5 and I need to save 2 for the last 2, then I can only play 1 patches in the first 3 games. And then if he reads me as going with that strategy, then he just queues up his Hunter somewhere in the first 3 games, because I'm only 33% to be queuing patches. But how does he know I'm on that strategy? He doesn't, right? So it's riskier than that.
I'd why go through all this trouble? Why not just not bring Hunter,
That sounds smart, yeah.
All right, we got the Rogue from Forsen. He used to say best miracle player, NA, EU, something like that.
That's what he got famous for, right?
Famous, yeah. He had the Cold Light Oracle Sinister Strike Rogue build going on back in the day. The Sinister Miracle.
And he's rank 1 legend on multiple servers at once while streaming.
Oh, yeah, it was 2 at the same time. He was NA and EU with the Rogue back in the day. So very comfortable with the class, going up against Shaman. xixo keeping, real good Shaman cards. Also keeping the Maelstrom Portal. Probably
what do you think about that?
Pirates. I like it. I like it a lot against the Pirates.
Is he just going to coin the Portal? I mean, why would you keep it when you have the Spirit Claws? Doesn't that deal with the little stuff well enough? Or
oh god, do you want a War X 1/1s?
It's that's a way of looking at it.
Yeah, see, exactly. You don't want to spend 3 damage on a 1/1. That's Spirit Claws. If you have board control, you can manipulate yourself into getting spell power eventually. Either Azure Drake, Blood Mage Thaldos, or Rolling Totems, because you'll have board control and you can protect your totems. So then down the line, that Spirit Clause is going to be 3 charges, in my opinion. So I would not do this if I'm keeping the Maelstrom Portal. That's the reason I keep the Maelstrom Portal.
Well, but now he has the Jade Clause, so he's thinking, well, I've got all these fucking charges, I'll start using them. Yogg Saron for Forsen.
Okay.
That's in that deck.
What do you think that's all about? We got to talk about that.
Forsen's a popular streamer. A lot of people like.
There's no way he's just memeing, man.
I think that's at least partially meme based, right? There's no way that's purely serious.
All right. What is the serious intention of the card, though? Let's the 40% serious part of the card.
Okay, the serious intention is Rogue gets into these checkmate situations. We saw it last matchup where where Sjow burned his Edwin Van Cleef, and we were saying, well, how does he ever win this game? And we were both just kind of drawing blanks. It's like, well, it seems like he really just doesn't. Well, the answer to how you win that game is Yogg Saron, right? If things go badly with Rogue, just hang on till turn 10, play Yogg, and pray. Anything can happen. It could kill him from anywhere, even if they're 30 life with an ice block. Just flare triple pyroblast face. I don't know.
It's pretty good against mid shaman, I guess.
Okay, is that a match where you need help as Rogue?
No, I'd say you'd be at a slight advantage. Maybe more of an advantage this way, but potentially even less of an advantage because this doesn't fire off till turn 10, and the game usually ends at like turn 9 or 10.
I haven't seen much Yogg Saron. Okay, one cool thing about Yogg Saron and Rogue is that you have the coins, so you can ramp it out before 10, right? You got the counterfeit coin and the Tomb Pillager coin. So that's actually an important point. Like, you can ramp out 10 drops in Rogue. I've seen that with this off Rogue in the past.
I mean, is our game plan really innervate Yogg, and why not just play Druid at that point?
Well, it's not that your game plan is to innervate out the Yogg, it's just that you have that option. Like, Yogg's weakness in a lot of decks is that you can very easily die before you get to 10 mana, and Rogue gets the 10 mana a little bit faster. Although it also still very easily dies before that point.
Yeah, usually if Rogue's alive at 10 mana, they've usually gadget drawed their entire deck and killed you.
Including drawing the Yogg, if they don't have the stuff to kill you.
Okay. I mean, I'm interested to see how it plays out. Yeah, too bad we don't get like player interviews. Gonna just ask Forsen, what's up with the Yogg Saron. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, he's probably just gonna say for the memes, but there's a secret reason in there.
Yeah. Well, Finders Keepers needs 1 damage to deal with this Tunnel Trog a bit more cleanly.
So, Finders Keepers is supposed to find an overload card, right?
Yeah. How does that work?
Yeah, I think it still has to present the overload cards from Shaman, right? Yep.
Apparently.
A lot of those cards, sometimes you'd think they might just fizzle because most of the discovers only represent cards from your class when they say discover. Like if it were to say discover a card. But
yeah. So AK, I guess, the Jade synergy is just not there in his deck, so he avoids that, and the Jade Claw is a little bit awkward with his Rogue hero power.
A little punished for the going for the Arcane Intellect there, is now Tomb Pillager can't be played. See him kind of look away from the camera there. A little bit sad about that, but I don't think it's really going to hurt him too much in the long run. You can't know what's on the top of your deck anyway.
Oof. 7 damage. That's a pretty disciplined trade, though. The Tunnel Drog threatens to grow. What do you think about it? Is that just right? Clear the board? Yeah, probably, because he's overloaded next turn. He's not in a good spot to get aggressive. Looking at his hand, he wants to take this long, right? He wants to stall out the game, get some card draw off Gadget, and eventually Yogg his way to victory.
He's playing the resource game. He is definitely playing the resource game. Real interesting.
And xixo doesn't know about this Yogg Saron. That's going to be a surprise.
Now, I talk all the time about these macro lines and these things that you can do on ladder to win games, because you expect your opponent to have, XYZ in their deck, and that's supposed to be the expected win conditions. And xixo plays a lot like that. If he knows all 30 cards of your deck, he's going to take the line that works best against all 30 cards. And even if he doesn't know your exact deck list, he'll start seeing the archetype and kind of assume what the cards are. Well, if he goes for an outvalue sort of game plan, and you randomly have a Yogg Saron, suddenly the tables could get really turned and his entire game plan starts to fall apart. So I really like in tournaments throwing in just one of crazy tech cards like that, because these macro lines that are supposedly perfect for the matchup just totally devolve. They just don't work at all when you have that just random 1 extra value card in there. We saw that a lot in some of the previous control meta games, where there was like control or like Zoth Warrior and Cthulhu Warrior going at each other all the time. Back in what metagame was that? That was in Tarzan metagame, right?
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. And this Buccaneer is a pretty big pickup for Forsen if he wants to make a big Van Cleef this turn.
Sure. It did maybe save the coin for the the Yogg. I don't know how to play this kind of crazy Yogg Rogue. Got some. Yeah, so save the coin. Maybe just to go off with a cute little 6/6, just to try and stall a little bit, or is he just gonna go big? Looks like he's going
big. the dagger buff in his Buccaneer, and +2/+2 in his Van Cleef for the coin as well.
Sure. It's got the 8/8, so it gets to kill a totem out with it if the trades go down.
It kind of looked like he wasn't living until the turn 9 Yogs are on. Like, leaving Think from Below and Flame Tongue up is a lot of damage, and Shaman's got more burst behind it, potentially.
Yeah, exactly. If there's even just Jade Lightning, he just loses the game because the Thing from Below gets to persist after that, and that needs to go if Forsen's going to be able to win this game. So I agree with him here, taking that little bit of resources out of the way and investing it into the Edwin.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Barnes pulls. This does seem like a Barnes turn.
Yeah, nothing too great except for maybe Alakir or Rag that could come out. Other than that, you know, you could look at maybe a Thunderbluff coming out here, causing some cute interactions.
Second Flame Tongue.
Sure. Yeah. Is there any way this position for second Flame Tongue to be able to save the Thing from Below? Doesn't look like it, so.
Yeah, I was going to trade the Thing from Below into Edwin with the second Flame Tongue. But maybe he's not going. He is going for Barnes. Is there no Thunderbluff Valiant in this deck based on the sequencing then?
Yeah, Xixo almost never miss sequences, so I would say so. But he could have checked for Alakir first, and he could have checked for Thunderbluff first. So he maybe doesn't run either of those cards, and he didn't check for Rag first. So, you know, based on this sequencing, Forsen can kind of eliminate things that are potentially in Xixo's deck, because you're not going to assume Xixo's bad. Like, he's definitely a really, really good player and won't miss sequence in ways that, you know, he's thinking about. And he's not thinking about those cards because they're not in his deck, is the thing I'm getting. And we see Forsen here kind of bluffing to deal 2 damage.
Yeah, he's the mind games.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there is a Rag in the deck.
So, some missequencing from Xixo last turn then.
He just kind of forgot about Barnes interactions, I guess.
Man, this Flame Tongue's doing work.
Oh,
it's going to do at least 6, probably 8 damage this turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty gross for a 2-drop.
If this Rag comes down, Forsen's going to need a counterfeit coin off the top. Oh, man. He has the spare party buffed. Or bluffed.
Yeah, ruined his bluff.
Yeah.
That's okay, I don't think Xixo cares too much.
Alright, he's going to need Sap.
So, Gadget, Fire Bloom, the Barnes. Fire Bloom.
He was thinking about maybe Fire Bloom and the Spell Power to try and help him survive around Concealer. Or Lightning Storm with Conceal, maybe? I don't know. He was pointing there for a minute. That's no help.
Yeah, this is just over. Ragnaros was too much damage. That was a huge draw for Xixo.
I mean, technically, he's not dead.
Sure.
So he's going to try and hold it out, but we can see that he is dead. Trade, Jade Lightning face, weapon face. Yeah. The Og's-Run not able to come down, and yeah, that's one of the interesting things about 10 drops in Rogue is if you draw the ideal Rogue hand, the game's over by turn 9. Right, as you cycle with Gadget on turn 7 or 8, and then draw pretty much every card in your deck except usually 5 or 6, and then kill them.
Yogg's for those kind of not ideal, but it's for those, oh darn it, I'm behind, I need something good to happen kind of situations, right? Which do come up as Rogue. But like I said, it has that weakness of sometimes you die before you get a chance to play, and that is what happened this game. I think had Xixo not drawn that Ragnaros, we would have gotten to see Yogg come down. It would have been a little bit more exciting.
Yogg could have potentially just turned the game around and decided it there. Looks like we're having a switch of the classes here. We have Xixo on the Rogue up against Forsen on the Shaman. Forsen with Aggro Shaman, typically a huge favorite against Rogue, but we see Xixo with the Buccaneer in his hand. Could be the Silent Storm hybrid aggro rogue that we saw Silent Storm get to. I think he capped out at rank 16 legend. Didn't quite make it to top 10 with it. Was 1 game away when I was spectating him, but it's a cute little build here. It still runs Tomb Pillager and Azure to kind of go long, but yeah.
Yeah, and Forsen does not have an answer to that Buccaneer, so it's gonna start doing work.
Oh, yeah. Buccaneer, amazingly powerful card.
Pew pew.
Questing, so this isn't exactly the same build as the Silent Storm one that had the Buccaneers. Xixo's coming up with his own build, or it's something that I haven't personally seen yet. So it's a new adventure for me.
Yeah, Xixo's a great deck builder, so I'd be interested to see how this goes. Like, he could go Buccaneer Eviscerate this turn. Be pretty strong. He could go Deckhand Eviscerate and not expose the second Buccaneer to a Maelstrom portal.
Yeah, I think you want to hold the Buccaneer for sure until you're daggering again because of that Maelstrom portal threat. God, it would be sweet if it stuck.
Yeah.
But you're not planning on daggering next turn, are you? You're planning on playing Tomb Pillager.
I mean, I'll Buccaneer Dagger pretty often if I need to. Like, if he coined Feral Spirits or something, maybe.
Yeah, but it's not the expected plan next turn, so what you don't want to commit it to the board.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. You definitely don't want to commit it to the board. Even if we're, like, expected that you were going to do it, you could just hold it and play it when you need it.
Yeah.
And man, look at this lead for Xixo. That Buccaneer was just crazy strong.
Oh man, he's even got the Leroy in there. Forsen's got a super aggressive aggro shaman, but just because he wasn't able to get the board early, these Flame Tongues were not able to come out to snowball this position. The Flame Wreath Facelesses were not able to come out to snowball the position. So now he's got all of the cards that work well if you've won the early game, and he lost the early game. So just because of that addition of the Buccaneer to the deck, and it's not looking great for him.
Yeah, Forsen's hand is just a complete disaster for this for this game pan out.
Yeah.
It would be a great hand for like killing a druid, right? The Flaming Faceless is so hard for them to deal with, and the Flame Tongue like is pretty bad with the Flaming Faceless, but good in general against druid.
I mean, this hand's fine if you just have a 1-drop that sticks, right? Like, so you play your 1-drop, they don't do anything. Like, they just do a standard, rogue pass turn 1, which isn't so standard anymore. It is a pretty sick Leroy. Which isn't so standard anymore because of the addition of Buccaneer, but it happens, every so often they miss their 2 Buccaneers and they just pass turn 1, your 1-drop sticks, you play Flame Tongue, put out a lot of pressure, and then you coin Flame Wraith, and then they're screwed. Like, because if they sap, they still take the damage from the Flame Tongue Pirates. But just because of the fact that Xixo had more 1-drop options, all of these snowball cards became dead in Forsen's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that aggro rogue deck, I'd be interested to see what the exact deck list is. If you look at Silent Storm's version that's on his Twitter, he hit pretty high with that deck list, and he was running South Sea Captain and Argus, and it looks like Xixo kind of changed out the South Sea Captains for questing adventurers, but all the rest of the cards I saw were pretty similar to what he was doing with it, which I think is pretty good changes, because questing's sick and South Sea Captain's kind of...
Is it? I thought South Sea Captain looked kind of sick in that deck. Like, the deck kind of needs to stick some of those little pirates to win anyways, and if you're sticking little pirates, the South Sea Captain's really good.
I don't know. I don't know about sticking to the mid game with the pirates. I like the pirates for you win the early game with the pirates, and then Buccaneer has additional value in the mid game in the form of the weapon upgrade, rather than just committing towards winning, the early game and snowballing board control into the mid game. The way Xixo's got it set up is he wins the early game and then makes a giant questing. So he kind of just like skips the mid game portion with his build.
And Forsen just never lucky, draws his patches.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't really the deck where you want to draw patches either. It's better in Shaman where you can combo with Flame Tongue at least. Here and now he's got 2 weapons in hand, which is one more than you really want. He needs a dragon for the Alex draws his champion.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Xixo sees that the patch is not coming out, and he knows the card's in Forsen's hand. Picks up the Acidic Swamp Ooze too.
The 1-drop and the Ooze. How many 1-drops are in the Renal Lock deck?
4 usually. It's Mixtress, Coil, PO, and Soulfire.
So as far as like playable in the early game, there's only 2.
2, yeah, the Coil and the Mixtress.
But honestly, Mixtress it's okay in the early game. The bummer about it is it just dies to your opponent's free weapon, essentially.
Look at that. Forsen plays around the Acidic Swamp Ooze. He easily could have just played Fiery War Axe there on 2. I thought that was kind of the natural play.
Well, what are you going to War Axe?
It looks like he's going to War Axe on 4 with this hand, right? Monkey on 3 and then War Axe Champion on 4.
Yeah, but if Forsen played War Axe, for example, on 2, what is the 2-drop Xixo's going to drop into that? There are just simply aren't any in Renal Lock.
There's Peddler.
Oh, okay, there's Peddler. And then you play the 3/4, and then I guess it sets up Demon Wrath. So there's 1/2 drop in your opponent's entire deck that you'd be setting up the War Axe.
But it's not just for turn 2, it's for turn 3 as well, right? Because you're going to play the Fierce Monkey on turn 3, so then it's also helping against something like Earthen Ring Farseer. It might help set up to kill a brand somehow, all that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah, you're right. These trades are awkward.
So hit him in the face! Yay!
Yeah, the AoE is not the cleanest. I mean, it's real clean. Yeah, the AoE is just Hellfire Trade. You get 2 1/1s after the deal.
Look at that! Forsen's just got the read on that Acidic Swamp Ooze. Doesn't play the Fiery War Axe. That's bizarre.
Xixo full mulligan, so I don't know how he's nailing this.
That's so weird.
He's got him. I would have probably played the War Axe there, especially because your opponent's best turn is Hellfire, right? If they're Hellfiring, they're not playing a Acidic Swamp Ooze. If they're Acidic Swamp Ooze, and they're not taking their best possible play on the turn, which is Hellfire. But somehow he knows.
I mean, there is a stream delay. He's definitely not just cheating and watching the stream or anything like that. That's not a thing.
Yeah, it's impossible to do that with the setup. So somehow he's just got the gut feeling.
Man, those pro player instincts are powerful. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I mean, once you play as many games as Forsen's played, he's been a pro since 2013, basically. You get those feelings all the time, and you listen to some of the people that just only play by stats, and they say, you can never. You should always just play the statistically best line or whatever, and you don't have any relevant information to make those reads, but. You sometimes just know what cards they have based on how long they mouse over it and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, just the tiny little micro reads. Trust your gut.
Oh yeah. Like for some reason you just instinctively pick up what the card is. Like whenever someone draws Reno and they're playing against an aggro deck, they always mouse over it for a certain amount of time, and it's usually the same amount of time. It's probably It's like point something amount of seconds that they just pause, they don't touch any of their cards, they mouse over the Reno, they get excited, they're happy. Like some decimal amount of microseconds they do that, and for some reason, if you have that happen to you, 100,000 times because you play that much Hearthstone, eventually you're able to make those reads. No, I'm serious, dude. I get those feelings too.
I know you're serious because I know you do this kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I actually record it. I sit there and I see people pause and I record it and make notes about it. But I got a notebook full of that garbage.
World champion over here. Okay.
I just find it interesting.
That is interesting. For me, I don't get that kind of sense that much. Like, I don't know. I think I'm reading Twitch chat too often during my opponent's turns.
Yeah. That's why I hate streaming, because you got to interact with Twitch chat. I don't like doing that. I like just trying to figure out what's going on in my opponent's head. That's what I like doing. Which is
it's a different thing. All right, Mountain Giant coming out. Forsen's just literally never lucky in this matchup. This is
But he's honestly getting really close to trying to make it happen there. But this is where the punishment of playing Dragon Warrior comes into play. Dragon Warrior fantastic against the aggro decks because instead of burn, you have things like Twilight Guardians.
Right.
But right now, I think you would prefer burn. So the Twilight Guardians way worse. Dragons in general, board control minions, not great against the control deck, which is just they don't care about your board. They have AoE sweepers. They have just great ways to just win the board automatically. So the thing that really gets them is things that don't interact with the board, like burn damage. And with the dragon variation of warrior, you kind of have to cut those. But if you look at the entire metagame in a vacuum, you look at 6 classes and what people have to bring, if you're targeting the kind of the warrior shaman side of things, Dragon Warrior has a lot more favorable matchups than Pirate Warrior does.
Yeah. So I want to say Xixo 3 over Forsen, but I believe this tournament is double elimination, so we will be seeing more of Forsen in the future in this event. So Forsen boys, stay tuned,
I mean, yeah, he's still got a chance to be able to make it. He got really unfortunate on the draws there, so what are you going to do? But at the same time, the Xixo fanboys out there, that was kind of the expected result for Xixo. This guy has been killing it since it's got to be like 6 months of Xixo dominating everybody, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That guy's a monster. Like he has been absolutely destroying every tournament he's been in. He's definitely a guy to watch. You see him, he's bringing decks that, like that Silent Storm aggro rogue deck. The Pirate Rogue deck was, the Silent Storm made that like 3 days ago, and xixo is just like, yeah, I'm going to make a better version. Like, so he's really up to date on what's going on, and impressive player. But anyway, guys, we are going to start getting the next match ready. The next match is going to be Hafu versus Dog. But while we're getting the next match ready, if you want to support the tournament, support Hearthstone, support Twitch, all of that great fancy dancy stuff, then if you look underneath the broadcast, down at all, you know, the sub notifications and tiles and things like that, you can click a link to go to Amazon, the coin stoppable offer, which, you know, it helps the tournament, but it's also there to help you. You're going to get 25% off of your card packs, which is, it's like Gadgets and Auctioneer. It's the best deals anywhere. So really enjoy that one, and check that out, guys, and get some new Mean Streets of Gadgets and cards and start trying out some of these decks we've been seeing. But we're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be right back. I'm going to hurry up and get Hafu and Dog ready for you guys. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Gang Wars. I am Firebat, and over there is Zalay, and we're your casters here today, and we're going to bring you the game of Dog versus Hafu. What do you think of these players? What do you think of the matchup? How do you think it's going down, Zalay?
Very intelligent players, smart, they think quickly, all that kind of thing. Warrior, Warlock, Shaman, Rogue, Druid, and then the sixth class is Mage versus Priest.
They think so fast, they're already into the game.
Yeah.
We didn't have too much time to break down what's going on with it, but it's Pirate Warrior from Dog. Looks like just straight aggro pirates up against Hafu's Rogue, and that is a tough matchup for Rogue. I'll tell you what.
Extremely tough. Pyro Aggregate Warrior just goes face, and Rogue doesn't have anything that says heal or taunt on it, and that just makes it really difficult to win. For Hafu to win a matchup like this, Edwin Van Cleef is a key one. So Hafu wants to top deck Edwin Van Cleef, go Prep Fan 6/6. That might be a way to win, but that 3/4 cultist is going to stick to the board.
Yeah, and that's going to allow Dog to, you know, continue upgrading the weapon. This is not
clear.
Looking fantastic. Yeah, it's a clear though.
Yeah, so she's going down to 21 with the Prep Fan SI. Just make that 3/3. Got board presence. That's good. There's not going to be an upgrade coming out next turn because there's no pirate to go with the cultist for 3 mana.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, the ooze it looked like. Yeah, interesting little tech card there. Help out in some years potentially, and yeah, the weapon is pretty powerful against aggro decks. A lot of the time, the weapon pretty bad for Rogue against like control decks. Doesn't get too much value, but against aggro decks, really important.
All right. Thalanos would have been such a good draw. I could go Thalanos, Thalanos Coin Fan, and just deal with the board. But as is, how do you win it? Like if you could stick a minion and Cold Blood it, that can be a way to win. But there's no way to really do that. Like Sap Cold Blood, there's still a minion there to trade your SI.
Yeah, maybe find like a questing or something and get it out of range of dying to things and clock them fast enough. But yeah, it's a tough call to be able to outclock this 30 life when you're already sitting at 19 and going lower.
So maybe Fan of Knives into a pirate for your patches. Hafu hasn't used your patches yet, right?
That is correct. Yeah, I think that's got to be the line. I mean, you're definitely playing Fan here and just reacting to whatever you draw.
Yeah, you could coin dagger at the worst case scenario, and it is really bad.
You don't really want to sap a 1-drop. I mean, I guess you could, and try and save Fan for the spell power, and hope that their best play is just replay the 1-drop. But I would have preferred the Fan, but she does play around the cultist this way.
Okay, there's all the pirates, yeah. But there is the deckhand, so the cultist gets an upgrade off anyways. Just deckhand cultist is pretty strong for Dog here.
Yeah, but that is why Hafu stopped the ooze instead of the 1-drop pirate, just because, you know, they're both 3/2s, but that way she could play around the cultist from Dog potentially, and she's just making a read that there's a cultist there, and not rewarded by her pretty heads-up play. He's pretty deep.
Look, we already saw this play this game. Fan coin SI, clearing again. Oh, it's going Edwin. Just bigger.
Oh, yeah. You're not winning if you're clearing it and taking 3 damage. You're already down to 11, and you're just gonna die. But Yeah, I wonder how Hafu was able to pick up that read of the second cultist there. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, that's cool. We've seen it a lot today. Just people making reads.
Yeah, people making sick reads. I didn't see any signals that told me about that cultist yet, and she just figured it out. That's crazy.
Well.
All right, backstab aside, trade still dead on board.
Yeah, she's dead. You know, funny thing about that matchup though, there was a bet that went on kind of recently between RDU and Stancifka. And RDU bet that he could win 7 out of 10 games with the warrior against the rogue. And the loser had to stream for an hour with a box on their head. And Stancifka was able to take it. RDU did draw patches.
With the rogue.
With the rogue. RDU drew patches, I think it was 7 out of the 10 games or whatever. But yeah, and Stancifka was able to, I think, pretty handily beat him. I think it was like 5-10 or something. I don't know, but yeah.
As I recall, Sifka's list was a little bit like strong in that matchup.
He definitely cheated the bet. I don't know. If I was RDU, I would have called some. Yeah, I would have called some red flags on that one
but
because
Sifka actually laddered with that list to high ladder. Like that actually was like his list, is my understanding. But it was like unusual and better in that matchup than you would expect from most rogue lists.
Yeah, he's rocking double counterfeit coin, double violet teacher, no cold bloods, no conceals sort of thing. Is like, how do you beat anything that's not pirates?
So
I don't have to. I have a box.
So Hafu holds the weapon attack for 1 there, which gives insight into her hand. That tells Dog that Hafu doesn't have any more weapons in hand. And also, he knows she doesn't have any dragons in hand, so he's really narrowed down the range of cards in her hand quite a bit. The Curator's pretty awkward, having seen both monkeys already. That means it won't be drawing a beast, but also Septra.
Spectator bug is ruining the ability for us to discover here, but the production guy's on point with trying to bring it out. So no fault to the production guy on this one, but sometimes the spectator client bugs a little bit, so we don't get to see the discover.
So what's going to be the rest of the turn? Assuming the discover bricks, do you hero power face, or do you just wrath? No, you wrath Alex Strauss's champion, because it doesn't advertise a swipe, and you're swiping a 4-drop very often, or a 3-drop very often, right? Frothing Monkey, those are the things that come out this turn.
Yep. Yeah.
Plays right into swipe.
Makes sense.
There's no way around it for Hafu. And now she hits with the weapon, right? Because now she's drawn a weapon, and Dog he can't really read that top decked card as being a weapon because it's getting to the point where it's late enough in the game that maybe just start swinging for 1 anyways. He has a soft read on that Fiery War Axe being the Fiery War Axe.
Seems good to me.
Moonglade Portal can help the Druid get out of range of Draconic Crusher being a 9/9.
Mm-hmm. And swipe going off just so that you can play Moonglade Portal on curve, basically, under less pressure.
Right. Alex Champion, Smork for 4, play a War Axe. Yeah, I like it.
The War Axe. And there's not really any Druid decks running Ooze, but one of the strategies for this format, because you only have to win 3 games out of the 5, and you know your opponent will bring 3 patches classes, you could have probably put weapon removal in every class and tried to pin those 3 weapon classes down, but...
This was a big turn cycle for Hafu. Dog rolling a 3 health minion off Portal, quite unlucky, just dying to Hafu's War Axe, and Hafu picking up a dragon for Twilight Guardian. That can be played in the same turn as Twilight Guardian. That was like perfect kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Hafu had a bit of a rough start, but things are starting to pan out in her favor. She's got Curator coming down next turn. She's got 3 minions and played a 0 plus a weapon. She's starting to look favored. The early game was so good for Dog. Like when that swipe came down on turn 4, clearing a Fierce Monkey and 2 1/1s. I really thought Dog was favored there.
Mm-hmm. I thought this entire time that Dog was going to be Malicos Druid, and I didn't see all these Jade cards, and now all the Jade cards are finally starting to pop out, and his Jade minions are small.
I think Curator's going to have to wait. 9/9s are big.
Oh yeah, for sure jam the 9/9. If they don't have mulch, they just die, and they usually only run 1 mulch because there's so much aggro in the metagame, and especially when you know your opponent's bringing the aggro decks because there's no ban, you're usually going to want to run 2 Feral Rage, which only gives you enough room for 1 mulch, so it's pretty tough to deal with these 9/9s.
And mulch is really just a one-of kind of card, like if Sap is ever a one-of, then mulch is always a one-of because it's just such a weak card, right? Like the drawback of giving them a minion can be quite relevant.
I don't know, man. Sap's a real good card.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mulch is a real good card.
Good card.
Mulch is a real good card, man.
It's much worse than Sap, right? They do sort of a similar thing, and it's much worse.
Sort of similar, but the minions you want to sap are high-value minions, right?
Yes.
Like you want to sap like Karen Bloodhoof and Sylvanas. Well, if you mulch it, then they're likely to get a low-value thing in return, so it allows you to play for a value game. Whereas sap, you can only play with a tempo game because if you just sap something, you discard a card to gain tempo, but you don't actually gain any value. Mulch, if their minion is smaller, so you sap Karen and then they get random 3-drop, they lost 3 points of value in that exchange. So you spent a card for 3 points of value rather than just the tempo. So it kind of goes both ways, whereas sap only goes with a one-dimensional game plan of tempo. So I think Mulch is a better card than sap. And if Rogue had Mulch, Rogue could actually play a value game.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. I kind of think about those cards a little bit differently than other people do.
So, Jade Druid just getting smashed by Dragon Warrior again. We've seen that before in this match, in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of Jade Druid. I think I was a big supporter in the early days of Jade Druid. Back at Seat Story Cup, I brought Jade Druid. I thought Jade Druid was really prime. I thought it was one of the best decks in that metagame. But the way the metagame's kind of shifted, not a fan of Jade Druid any longer. But back in that metagame, Orange won Seat Story Cup piloting the Jade Druid, so it was putting up numbers. But as of late, we have not seen Jade Druid win a game this tournament.
So I want to ask, in what way did it shift against Jade Druid?
In what way did it shift against Jade Druid? Well,
let's talk about the game. We have mulligans to talk about. So,
I mean, the metagame shifts get real complicated and take forever to explain.
Yeah, and we got mulligans, which are really interesting to talk about. So, Dog's going to go Tunnel Trog on 1, Totem Golem on 2, but then the Feral Spirit on 3 is overloaded, so that's not a thing. Hafu's mulligan is much more complicated. She has to worry about the risk of 1 drop into Flame Tongue and that kind of thing. So, like, keeping Tunnel Trog into coin Feral Spirit is great against Arena Lock, but on the coin against a Shaman, it's risky. But it's
depends
strong
what
enough.
she puts him on.
So like here, she doesn't have. She would be in trouble if there were 1 drop into Flame Tongue, but that's pretty specific. You don't keep Flame Tongue against Shaman.
Well, Buccaneer into Weapon as well.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, and she's gonna coin Totem Golem here to contest. This is a perfect draw for the situation. A lot of the early game Shaman stuff just kind of decides the game because whoever starts snowballing first is usually gonna win. So sometimes you get some weird interactions where what are the odds and the best play based on how many cards your opponent kept. Not really the case here since both players kind of just shipped most of their cards and.
Dude, both players have sick hands, like really sick. You trade the Tunnel Trog here because it has the potential to grow, and indeed it would grow from the second Totem Golem. Like Tunnel Trog into Totem Golem is absurd. And on the flip side, coin Totem Golem against the Tunnel Trog is awesome. Follow up Spirit Claws. It's just like perfects everywhere, every turn. Maybe I shouldn't say perfects because now there's Pirates, and that really ups the power level potential.
The Pirates make everything way more complicated in the early game because what used to be correct, is not 100% correct anymore. Like the coin Totem Golem start isn't always the best when you're facing down Pirates. Sometimes you gotta, instead of coin Totem Golem, like equip Weapon and start punching things, and then like take a little bit slower approach to things.
So Tunnel Trog Bolt, just full clear here. You have a 2/3 Tunnel Trog and a 1/1 Feral Spirit overloaded for 1, going into a Feral Spirit turn with your Tunnel Trog. That's beautiful.
Yep, your opponent's only on 3 mana, so should be getting some juicy trades. Ooh,
but can you play it? Yeah, you could, but it feels really bad. Like you would be Totem instead of Deckhand here because there's that Spirit Clause up. You don't want
the advantage of the weak turn of the Bolt is that you get to play Flame Wreath on the following turn. And it seems most likely to be an aggro mirror. None of the cards have really indicated that it could be, or that it's strictly aggro yet, because we haven't seen any Pirates from Hafu. But you gotta imagine when they have this many good early game cards, it's more likely to be aggro.
I would have liked to see the Totem come out before the Bolt. That way, if you don't roll Wrath of Air Totem, it looks a little bit like maybe you were trying to Spirit Clause or something.
Yeah, could be fair. Try and
just a sequencing thing. It's just like a sequencing thing, right? there's no reason to bolt then totem. You can just totem then bolt.
Lava Burst is going to make nice work of that, and this is where Dog needs to play the second Flame Wreath Faceless, but he doesn't have it, so Hafu's going to maintain board position for now. Jade Lightning, not too bad, but there's the second Flame Wreath! Oh man, the Caster Curse, I called it and it appeared.
Yeah.
Hafu's left just to try and contest it.
Flame Wreath Faceless is so good in this matchup, right? Because they just have to deal 7, there's no hexes anywhere. Oh, Dog draws the patches. By far the worst draw in his deck there.
With one Lava Burst gone, he could try and Feral Spirits to try and just protect this 7/7 and set up the Jade Lightning to clear the Flame Wreath Faceless. But it's a little risky into the potential removal plays from Hafu to remove the 7/7.
I like this Jade Lightning because it allows you to push 7 face damage, and that's a lot of value.
That's a lot of value.
That's what I call that. That's value.
Depends on the quality of your opponent's hand. The quality of your hand is very limited. You have Patches, a Pirate, and a Feral Spirits. So this leads to a position where Dog could maybe get outvalued, and Hafu could make a comeback before he connects enough burn. But if Hafu doesn't have high value in her hand, then it's super good for Dog, obviously. But a low value hand here turns into high value because 2 burn spells turns into killing a Flame Wreath Faceless and keeping yours alive. So I'm not sure I totally agree with you. I think 7 damage is really juicy, but I think there's definitely some argument to other lines of play in that situation.
Tauntom's not so sick if you trade him.
Oh, you have to trade.
Yeah,
your Taunt Totem's dead. You can't put that much faith in it.
Of course, I agree.
He's playing the Ezra Drake build, so he is playing the aggro hybrid version. Probably see most of top 100 is playing as the aggro hybrid shaman, at least on the NA server from what I've seen.
This Flame Tongue draw though.
Oh
man. You wish the Buccaneer were on the far left, right? You want your 1 health minions next to each other so they can trade into the Feral Spirits.
Yeah.
Like ideally, if the Buccaneer were on the
positioning. But you couldn't really do too much about it. You could have potentially put the Buccaneer on the far left to get the patches in the middle more, but then the Taunt Totem kind of stops the trade in the Feral Spirits. So...
Man, that Wrath of Air Totem is pretty good, although once you use the weapon, the Buccaneers can hit for 3.
Well, taking
face damage.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like Hafu's thinking here is, I'm easily winning the value game, all I have to do is not get burned out by some lava bursts, so let's just not take any damage.
Oh man, the classic battle, production guy versus spectator mode.
It's an eternal one.
It happens every tournament, man, you can't stop it.
Yeah. We love you, production guy. And there's the lava burst.
Now it's burn. Surprise, surprise. He's still going to need a little bit more to make it through. But, Dog set him up in a position where he can do it.
Yeah, playing that Thalanos out so that he can kill it off, draw a card towards that second lava burst to win the game. Or towards just like multiple lightning bolts kind of thing.
Yep. So, Hafu needs to try and set up lethal the best she can. Rolling that totem there makes it so she can't Jade Lightning face and summon a 2/2.
Yeah.
But with Jade Lightning summon face set up lethal, it would be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on board. And the Dog would be at 13. So it'd cause a lot more cards to be lethal. Double Lightning, double Lava Burst, double Doomhammer. So.
And look at this Flame Tongue Charger synergy just blocked by Stoneclaw Totem.
Well, in this position as Dog, there's not that many things that totally kill him, and the board is completely full. If he's able to draw a weapon, does he get he can get lethal. So.
Is Dog thinking about passing without toteming to avoid giving Hafu board space?
Exactly, yeah. You don't want to get the 1/1 there. I think that totem from Hafu is really punishing. So if Dog can pick up any weapon, any weapon, then he can win the game. So
I think the point here is if Dog rolls a 1/1, it might give Hafu crucial board space, and rolling an 0/2 might not give Hafu, it might not influence her clock at all, right? She probably has a 2-turn lethal regardless.
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
I would not have rolled a totem there. I think it was risky. If he hits the 1/1, it hurts him. If he hits any other totem, it doesn't help him. Hafu's setting up lethal for the next turn. Maybe not technically regardless, right?
Ah, the feral spirits. That changes things. Now dogs gain 2 life totem roll last turn. Looks a little smarter.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm on board now. I think Dog made the right play. That's why he was sitting there thinking about that totem for so long. 75% of the time he gains 2 life, and 25% of the time he gives Hafu a higher chance to kill him. And the 2 life is pretty relevant when he's found the feral spirits. But to be honest, thanks to Flame Tongue, it's not going to be tanking too much damage because the Flame Tongue just slides everything over.
Yeah, I haven't done the math, but it looks like Hafu's going to win this turn. Oh, it rolls another taunt totem.
Master of Taunts.
So the Flame Tongue should go next to the Taunt Totem and the Horse Rider, and the Horse Rider into the Stone Claw. And you don't have mana for the deckhand with that. I think you got to play everything to just try to live one more turn. He's got sort of a read on Hafu's hand, right? No? Okay.
Waiting for the weapon. Well, he thinks there's 1 burn spell, right? And he can put that on Jade Lightning. He can put that on Lightning Bolt. I think he was dead to Lava Burst at one point or another. Or no, he wasn't. So yeah, he could just do the Lava Burst. But should definitely be playing around that.
So you could trade the 0 attack totems into this Feral Spirit, and then you have lethal.
You got let's see, you got 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is lethal with just a few slides there along the Flame Tongue.
Yeah, so I would have liked to see the Flame Tongue Horse Rider come out from Dog last turn to make this lethal. Maybe
the Horse Rider doesn't stop any damage.
It stops that Stone Claw from getting an attack in.
But then the 2 power slides over. The Stone Claw has 0 damage.
No, but it's attacking for 2 right now.
But then the Tunnel Trog would attack for 3.
I'm saying right now the Stone Claw is going to attack for 2 into that 2/3, and the Wrath of Air into the 2/3.
Wrath of Air into 2/3, the 1/3 into 2/3, the Healing Totem into Taunt Totem to go face with the rest of the stage. You don't need the Stone Claw for lethal, but this was not
damage with it. Yeah,
I mean, but you can trade with the right side of the totems too. The Stone Claw actually didn't factor into the trades if you do it the other way. But the Miss Lethal is going to allow.
Oh my god!
Lava Burst off the top, so. But yeah, but based on the amount of trades required to kill, alright, it's not important. But the Argent Horse Rider trade was didn't remove any damage.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean. That was pretty clutch for Dog there. I thought he piloted that game really, really well, and picked the right times to hold on to things. And you can look back at that totem when I was like, no way does he totem here. It's too risky. And Dog, took his time, kind of roped out on that turn almost, and then ended up playing that totem and rolled an 0-2. That won him the game. Right there.
Yeah. Man, so it was like Hafu recognized early on that she needed to play around these kind of double Lava Burst lethals and avoided face tanking damage at a key spot. So she understood like the big picture of what she needs to do to win. But I think it looked like she was just unfamiliar with Flame Tongue math kind of thing.
The technical Flame Tongue trades, because a minion that trades off Flame Tongue and then slides over, if it's an 0-2, you're losing 0 damage. So she could have got through both of those Feral Spirits only at the expense of 1 damage, as long as the Flame Tongue's still buffing 2 minions at the end. Because she could trade Totem, a 1-attack minion, and then another Totem, and then that is all the trades she needs to get through it, and she's only lost a 1/1, and the Flame Tongue's still buffing another minion.
So it's a Reno Lock Mirror, and Hafu's hand is actually quite bad for this mirror. Like, you don't want the Reno early on. The thing you do want is that turn 4 Mountain Giant, or as a substitute, Twilight Drake's second best. That's the big deal. And, I guess Kazakus, you probably want... I don't know how often you want to save that for Brandon in this matchup. Do you know?
I am a terrible Reno Lock player. Okay. It is probably the best deck in the game, and I really need to practice it more. I tried to hit up Amnesiac for some practice sessions because he's been just grinding only Reno Lock. And I said, yo, what are you doing? And he said, preparing for this tournament, want to help? And then I was roped into that for 6 hours. So did not end up getting the necessary Reno Lock practice to cast this match, but you've been a Reno Lock player for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played that much of the Brand Kazakus Reno Lock mirrors.
Okay. I know it's a lot about tempo, and I know the Kazakus Potion can a lot of the time give you huge tempo swings with effects such as deal 6 damage to all your opponent's minions, and then summon 3 of your own minions and just totally flip a board and whatnot.
Yeah, one of the coolest plays you can make is the turn 4 Mountain Giant, turn 5 Kazakis for a 1-mana potion, revive your Mountain Giant.
Yeah. I had that happen to me before a few times. That's a bummer. 1-mana 8/8s are really good.
So, as you're saying, it's a tempo matchup, which makes that Doomsayer in Dog's Hand super good. It's tough for Reno Lock to clear it. Like Siphon Soul and Blast Crystal Potion are just not cards you want to be using on a 2-drop, but sometimes you have to? Question mark? Please, hopefully not.
Yeah, you don't want to Blast Crystal Potion that. It's so expensive. The amount of mana you lose is absolutely ridiculous. The ideal scenario for you here is you have Dirty Rat when they play Doomsayer, and you just slam down a Dirty Rat and pull out some important piece from their hand. So this Doomsayer from Dog is actually extremely risky. He really wants it to go off so he can have the tempo. He's got strong plays for the upcoming turns. But if your opponent has Dirty Rat in this situation, then...
But it very often does go off in this matchup because there's just so few good answers. Like Silence is kind of out of the metagame for Reno Lock lists. And the Dirty Rat thing you were talking about, very important. Dirty Rat's a good answer to it. But the sooner you play the Doomsayer, the less time they have to draw the Dirty Rat and have that answer. So I really like the play from Dog.
Sure. It's just scary with Leroy, Kazakis, Sylvanas in your hands. So.
Yeah.
Because if your opponent's going to Dirty Rat, it's going to be when you play Doomsayer. So you want to try and reduce the amount of good cards in your hand for that. But
5/5 Demon, deal 5 damage. Pretty good Kazakis Potion. Polymorph is also a good mode in this matchup. A lot of times you'll see one big minion in play, and so the random Polymorph just nails it.
He's going really hard on the tempo there, Dog. As soon as the Doomsayer went off, it's all tempo for him. He's taking the 5-mana Kazakis Potion, which, if you talk among pros, a lot of them will say in any sort of mid-range matchup, the 5-mana one is the most tempo. And you can see right there, it's like a Firelands portal for 5 mana that's better. So he could even launch it right now and just really snowball this board hard.
Yeah, that looks like the play.
Yeah, I would love to see him do that. He's got PO and Soulfire.
He's got 14 burst in hand, right? Leroy, PO, Soulfire.
Yeah, so a lot of people, you get in these control mirrors, and you'll be thinking, it's all about value. I just got to outlast my opponent. I need to get crazy value of the 10-mana Kazakis Potion, and that's a common mistake that people will make. And we see Dog also holding back a lowly Squire player on Mind Control Tech in this situation. So... you can see here he's getting super rewarded by his knowledge of the matchup and going for the 5-mana potion.
Yeah, holding back the Lowly Squire plays around not only MC Tech but also cards like Abyssal Enforcer and Hellfire. So it plays around just a lot of things to hold on to that.
Sure.
I guess Abyssal Enforcer isn't really a play here. You just die to that 5/5 plus stuff pretty often. So anyways, I wanted to... Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Abyssal Enforcer picked up 14, 19, 1-off lethal.
One-off lethal. But I wanted to comment again on the value of holding a card in your hand. So you look at a 1-drop, and you look at this matchup, and you see all these other giant cards, and you're like, why is holding a 1-drop ever even relevant? Why not just get it on the field and hope it does something? Well, Dirty Rat's a card. And so the value of that minion in your hand to stop them from Dirty Ratting your combo pieces is actually super huge. I'll see all the time people on ladder in Reno Lock mirrors just, peddling and playing their random 1-drop thinking it's useless, hoping it maybe gets 1 damage in, and then Dirty Rat will come down later on in the game, pull out their Leroy, and they'll lose. Well, if you hold on to those 1-drops, hold on to some garbage cards that aren't influencing the board very much, then they influence your hand to help protect you against Dirty Rat. It's something to think about for sure.
That's a cool point you just made there. Also, I want to talk about smorking for value. That's one of my favorite phrases recently.
Oh, man.
Dog just smorked, and he got value out of it, right? Because he's ahead on tempo because of that Doomsayer a couple turns ago, he's got these minions that are just hitting Hafu in the face for 5 every turn for free. There's just no drawback to it, right? It's like he fireballed face almost, and it didn't cost him a card or any mana, just because he's ahead on board. So being ahead on tempo sort of translates to value because, you get those attacks in that free stuff.
Sure, and one of the most beautiful things the value can get is makes your opponent have to Reno in really awkward spots because you got a lot more burst when you have minions on the board that also punch him in the face. So if they have to Reno earlier, then they get less value out of it. Reno healing for 15 is worse than Reno healing for 28. So you can really put him in weird situations.
This is a cool play from Hafu. Sylvanas Sun Fury, kind of exploiting the fact that I was talking about Silence is not really popular in the metagame right now in Reno Locks.
Yeah.
Boom, look at that Sylvanas just killing 2 and stealing a 3rd minion. It was like 4 minions for 1, right? It killed 3 and spawned 1.
Yeah, Dog had the ability to go for lethal there if he wanted it, you know, using the lowly squire to try and pull the steal, but doesn't want to take the 50-50 for lethal, wants to play the control game, and
he's got an extremely strong position. He wants to play for a consistent win. So this looks like a tap Reno turn for Hafu.
I kind of would have liked him to go for the 50-50 on the lowly squire first, though, and if he loses it, then play the Abyssal Enforcer, and if he wins it, kill your opponent. You lose out on a 1-2, but if it works out, you win the game.
I like what you're saying there. That sounds right.
But yeah, he really likes lowly squire. I mean, it's a cute card. It's got a little sword and stuff.
Hafu's maybe doing a little bit of math. Can be greedy with Twisting Nether here? How often do you die? Not very often, honestly. Like, there's quite a few cards left in Dog's decks. There's a good chance he doesn't have the Leroy. If he doesn't have the Leroy, there's just no way to have lethal. And if he does have the Leroy, he still very often doesn't have lethal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can make reads on his playstyle and try and play around it. But she's going to fire off the Twisting here, and that's going to be game, It's a weird position, right? You look at the two sides of this position, and there's one where your opponent's been aggressively using resources for tempo. So because of that, you could maybe outvalue them easier, so you don't need as much Reno value to be able to outvalue them and win this game in sort of, you know, the fatigue stalemate thing that it can kind of get to. Or you can look at it as, I guess you don't have enough yet because they haven't wasted enough resources on tempo and you need to make the greedy play. Or you could think it's so unlikely that it ever happens, might as well risk it and push further ahead. It's kind of a weird spot.
All right, so Dog takes it 3-1 over Hafu. Man, there's just that game with the Miss Lethal with the Flame Tongue. It's so brutal. Like the top deck Lava Burst, there's actual justice in Hearthstone. It's beautiful to see, but it's also painful at the same time, right? Like, I've really mixed emotions on that one.
I loved it. I would watch it again. 10 out of 10. That was amazing. I think that the thing that makes it most amazing for me is the totem Dog made the turn before.
Yeah.
That made Hafu, like, that totem gained him 2 life, which made it that much harder for Hafu to lethal him with actual, like, you know, cards. But then at the same time, it also, even though she did have lethal, if he had 2 less life, I bet you she would have found that lethal. And that's what makes it hilarious to me. So, yeah, it complicated pretty cool. Things. Oh, yeah, it complicated everything, that 2 extra life. And the complication of 2 extra life allowed Dog to win a game. So, that's definitely a pretty sweet one to see. But we're going to have more great games coming up pretty soon. We got Purple versus Amnesiac. 2 ex-teammates of mine, 2 ex-teammates of yours. Yep. You know, none of us on the same team anymore, but we still like to root for each other. So I helped Purple out a little bit with preparation. I know he's practicing a lot with Scintillol. I don't know if anyone really knows Scintillol, but Scintillol, crazy pirate warrior god. Like,
that's what I was saying. We saw his pirate warrior in this tournament somewhere, right? I think. Oh yeah. Did Dog play it with the ooze?
He doesn't usually run ooze. He's got like 1 fairy dragon and a king Mukla in there, but he hit number 1 legend with like 85% win rate. I don't know. He's changing the list all the time, but I saw him coaching Purple the other day. Purple's at 3,500 legend, and he played Pirate Warrior up to top 100 in like 3 hours with Sinto coaching. Like, the guy, Purple's been practicing with the right people to be prepared for this. And Amnesiac previously at top 10 this season with Reno Lock, so it's going to be interesting to see these players clash it out. They're 2 of my favorite players to watch, so it's a real treat. Everybody, you guys better stay tuned for this one. This one's one for the books. But while we're going to a quick break, while we get these guys' cams set up and all of that stuff, because you got to have their beautiful faces involved. We're going to have, if you want, you could save 25% on your card packs. I don't know why you wouldn't want that. It's really good. There's a link down below the stream. You can click on that, save a bunch of money. It's like getting free packs. It's like getting even more legendaries than you already got. And you can build some of these decks that you see people playing, and you could also hit rank 1 legend. It's great. So why don't you do that while we cut through the break and get these players ready to go.
Oh. Beautiful faces.
Hey guys, welcome back to Gang Wars. I'm Firebad. This is Delay. You've probably heard this already. We are here casting the tournament. We have Amnesiac up against Purple. Crazy format. They bring 6 decks. They play 5 decks once. First 1 to 3 wins. Cannot play a deck twice at all during the match. Who do you think's coming out on top?
Well, 5 of their classes are the same, and Amnesiac has that Druid, whereas Purple has Priest. That was definitely a tough decision point when I was building my lineup. When I think about Priest, I think about Dragon Priest. I think about a deck that's generally pretty powerful. But then when I think about the specific matchups it has in the format, I really actually hate the deck. I don't like it at all against Rogue or Reno Locked. I think those are both quite unfavorable, and I think everyone's going to have those. Against Warrior, I think it's slightly behind to significantly behind, depending on how the Warrior is built. Against Pirate Warrior, you do okay maybe, but like Pirate Midrange Warrior, you're pretty behind. Dragon Warrior, you're pretty behind. So that's 3 classes, and then like Shaman, if they have just 1 drop into Flame Tongue, you're probably going to lose. You do win the Shaman matchup over 50% of the time. That's like one argument for Priest. And then so it's just like a bunch of bad matchups and like 1 or 2 slightly favorable. So the Priest is really, I don't like the class in this format. But then again, Druid also kind of loses to a lot of things.
Yeah, Druid gets on the back foot a lot of the time. I personally favor the Priest over the Druid. I favor Reno Priest. You know, you look at Trump made a pretty significant run with Reno Priest, win streaking and, you know, clawing his way up there to the he was at like top 20 at one point. I think he's fallen down in the mid 60s now or something like that. But, you know, he was killing it with Reno Priest all of a sudden out of nowhere. Some sort of dragon control Reno Priest, which seem to be doing quite well. And one of the matchups that a lot of people don't have too much familiarity with is the Reno Mage versus Dragon Priest / Reno Priest, because Reno Mage, pretty new deck, and Dragon Priest kind of fizzled out, not really too much of a main meta deck anymore. But Dragon Priest and Reno Priest both just dunk on the Reno Mage. So that's a surprising, super good matchup that a lot of people not too familiar with.
All right, cool. So we see Purple here is actually bringing Freeze Mage, and Amnesiac has Aggro Shaman. We saw the Lava Burst is an indicator of Aggro Shaman, and Purple, like, I think Novice Engineer, Loot Hoarder, like, it's just what else would it be, right? And also, knowing Purple, he does love some Freeze Mage. Mm-hmm. So Freeze Mage, good against Rogue, good against Reno Lock. It's got some good matchups in this format.
Yeah, it's good against Rogue and Reno Lock and all
Priest.
Of that good stuff. Yeah, Priest, you know, if they have it.
It's not good against Druid, but you're not expecting Druid, right? So, as some people will bring it some won't, I guess.
Oh, it's definitely something you'd probably expect half the field to bring, because everyone's been like, that's what, you know, ladder represents. And previous tournaments, if you look at those samples, you know, people don't know what to bring for their 4th or 5th deck. They throw in Druid a lot of the time.
I think it's just a high pressure start for Amnesiac here. I gotta like his spot here. He's gonna coin out that Flame Wreath Faceless next turn. Just the power 1-drops backed by a weapon doesn't really get too much better than that.
Now, unless Purple gets a Doomsayer like right now, then this is pretty toast.
Yikes!
Oh man! Oh, it coin 7/7 is just gonna be too tough to deal with, and this is kind of why Freeze Mage started falling out. Is the decks are too fast a lot of the time for Freeze Mage.
Yeah, Buccaneer plus a weapon is 4/3 worth of stats on turn 1. It's just a lot of aggression, really tough to survive.
Yeah. And Flame Wreath Faceless has never been too easy for Freeze Mage to deal with, and especially when they got a Buccaneer in front of it as well. And now it's buffing the Tunnel Trog. It's not going to be an easy one.
Right. So if he had Ice Lance, or so if he had Doomsayer, he could Ice Lance the Flame Wreath Faceless and pray that it somehow goes off. But as is, Ice Lance gain 7 spell. It's a powerful spell for 1 mana, but he's going to need a lot of them.
Yeah, the problem doesn't go away. That's the issue here. It's gonna be there next turn.
So Flame Tongue pushes a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're doing, right? That's the game plan.
Yeah, just kill that guy. You don't always get Flame Tongue damage because a lot of times your board is frozen in future turns. Like Frost Nova Doomsayer could come out next turn is one thing Amnesiac's thinking, and he's just not going to be able to deal with it. So you might as well push as much damage as he can.
Yeah. That's not a Frost Nova.
It's not a Doomsayer either.
You gotta take I think in Purple's position, you gotta take the winning line here, which is Novice into Frost Nova. I don't think Fireball is good enough to get the job done. He's gonna disagree though. He's gonna stall out with another barrier. Okay, I can get behind this. It's not that big of a board. Give yourself 1 more turn. Sure.
Next turn, you'll start freezing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's real close though. If freezing for the rest of the game is good enough after taking this much damage.
Well, he does have outs. He could just he could novice into Nova Doomsayer. Because the novice gets him the extra card, so he can Nova Doom in one turn. If his next 3 cards are Nova Doom, he could get a Doomsayer off.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying if Amnesiac gets no board damage except from this board damage for the rest of the game, I still think it's going to be very difficult for Purple to win this game. Because it's just the amount of
burn and kill him.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the decision points he had there. Is like, is this enough healing with the barrier here? Is this enough, stall that I can actually even win? And it's real close, I think.
Amnesiac, he's thinking that Blizzard is Purple's next turn. The Totem Golem kind of pushes 1 face damage. The Thalamus just cycles towards stuff while pushing another 2 with the Spirit Claws.
See, like from 13, even if the board does no damage, can you win?
It's pretty unlikely.
Yeah. So I think I would have liked a Novice. He would have lost. He would have been Novice Conceive, but... Oh, Blizzard 1 card off. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, he had the option to Firewall Ping the 7/7, but he was just taking too much damage.
Oh, yeah. You never win if you Fireball Ping the 7/7.
I think you die on board, right?
Yeah, you still die on board.
All right, well, rough times for Purple. I mean, this is kind of what happens these days. If Aggro Shaman has that opener of Tunnel Trog Buccaneer plus Weapon in the first 2 turns, it's...
the 2.77, you pretty much win against any deck with that opening. It's really hard to beat.
Interesting. He protects his life total here and uses the weapon.
Of course, yeah. The only way Purple wins is some sort of weird chain of things that burn him out.
I was thinking I'd kind of like to save the weapon and I'd take the 1 damage. Or was there some way to...
I don't know how Purple kills him, but...
It just seems like the weapon is relevant for finishing Purple off in some scenarios.
You got Lightning?
Yeah. The second block plus... I don't know. No, you got the Lava Burst. Whatever, it'll work out.
Both barriers have been played.
Yeah. Yeah, that game is just, it's just not much to say. Purple dies, can't do anything with those draws.
Yeah, not a fun one to watch, not a fun one to play. You sit on either side of that matchup, or, well, not necessarily the matchup, but either side of that game in particular, how it panned out, and that's one of the ones you just kind of throw away. Sometimes Aggro Shaman draws the nuts, sometimes they have Buccaneer plus Weapon into 7/7, and you lose, and you queue up again.
I do think Aggro Shaman's favored in that matchup, despite not having any healing to interact with... You don't have healing to interact with Freeze Mage's game plan, but what you do have is a fast clock, right? You have this really powerful early minion pressure backed up by a lot of weapon pressure, which, the Freeze Mage is like Frost Novaing and Blizzarding to deal with your board, but the weapons are still pushing damage. You still have that burn damage to back it up as well. Doomhammer in particular.
Yeah, if you talk to any Freeze Mage player, except maybe Laughing, they don't feel comfortable in that matchup at all. They're going to say it's Shaman favored all day, every day. So... It's a rough one for sure. Not what Purple wanted to queue. It looks like definitely want to hit the Rogue or the Warlock. Or maybe the Warrior's a little better than the Shaman, but if it's pure Pirates, it's kind of a bummer. But if it's Dragon Warrior, you're kind of actually not too unhappy about that matchup.
Yeah, I think Freeze Mage probably does okay against Dragon Warrior. I think Purple was probably hoping to hit the Reno Lock queue off the bat, right? You think about Amnesiac, he's playing Reno Lock all the time. Maybe just leads with his most confident deck.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's what I would have assumed Amnesiac to lead with, but Amnesiac's such a good player that you kind of have to probably one over him. So he thinks that you think that he's going to lead with Reno Lock, so he thinks you're going to queue Mage, and then he just snap queues the Face Shaman and gets you.
Leveled thinking, man. It's interesting. Buccaneer into War Axe.
He did it again.
Pretty good.
Purple's got some counterplay, though. He's got the ability to Jade Claws if he wants it.
Yeah, Jade Claws into Buccaneer.
I kind of like just a Buccaneer into trade the patches into the 1/2 and just get a nice little Maelstrom portal off the next turn. The most common thing to happen is your opponent's going to weapon down your Buccaneer with either an Exhaust Mate or War Axe, and then you just play Maelstrom and clean everything up. Then you don't have to worry about the weird overload.
If you Buccaneer and put the patches into the 1/2, it broadcasts that you have Maelstrom Portal really loud and clear, right? So does Amnesiac have ways to play around it to try and exploit you?
Honestly, I think that's just the correct play, even if you didn't have Maelstrom Portal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just because like you need some way to deal with the 1/2, and you don't want to just have that his 1/2 or his 3/2 value trade into your 1/2. So I don't know. I like putting the damage on it.
So what about saving the War Axe charge here and just value trading with Buccaneer? Do you think that makes sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Lines up well against Jade Claws. It lines up badly against something like Spirit Claws or Maelstrom Portal. But like if Maelstrom Portal goes off on one card, are you even upset?
No, that's huge for you. That's one of the best cards in the matchup. So if they're taking out a 3/1 with it and that's it, that they're spending their entire turn developing a 1-drop that you can kill and redevelop. So you'd be able to kill their 1-drop and then play, Dread Corsair and then Bloodsail Raider and still have a weapon available for future upgrades, which is important when you run 4 upgrade features in the deck. So I would have done it a little differently, but it's panning out okay for him.
And drawing that second War Axe makes Amnesiac's line look better. Now he's glad that he used the weapon charge a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Purple staring down a lot of damage. He does have a lot more value in hand if he can survive to that point in the game, but it's...
Yeah, I mean, he cleared the board fully here, which isn't too bad.
Yeah, deckhand, coin, flame tongue. No, it's not.
No, it is Maelstrom Portal, man.
Yeah.
You get the Maelstrom Portal, you run the weapon in, and then... Or you play the deckhand and then run the weapon in. Don't do it the other way and try and save 2 life, because you'll end up losing the game.
Oh, coin
yeah,
first.
Set up the Maelstrom Portal, okay.
Alright. He's looking for a bigger Maelstrom Portal.
The upside to this play is you take less damage in the immediate. The upside, alright, that's the upside, whoops. The upside of this play is you take less damage in the immediate. The downside is your opponent's actually got really clean ways to kill this taunt. You potentially lose to, Core Crown Elite and stuff like that, but...
And boom, 5 to the head.
Yeah, I think
he doesn't play deckhand. Plays around the Maelstrom Portal by not playing deckhand there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Purple's clearly saying he's setting up the Maelstrom Portal here. He's going to have to take that 5 damage anyway. I think... that's so risky. Yeah, he got super punished for his line of play there.
5 damage is a lot. You get 13 instead of 18 here is like... I still think he's favored to win. Well, that was a good draw.
Yeah, that's huge. Now Amnesiac gets
now
to pick another value trace. Yeah. The biggest downside of the Feral Spirits play is you're throwing away 2 taunts to very efficient onboard trades. Like, sure, one of them is a 5/3, but it's still like not even that inefficient for your opponent. Whereas later on, when your opponent gets down to 1 card, that Feral Spirit is oftentimes tanking Arcanite Reaper or Heroic Strike and gaining a lot of value. So usually in this matchup, you want to try and avoid using it if you can. And he did have other plays available to him, so he could have cleared the board and then played the Feral Spirits, and that's when they become really threatening.
He's looking for Mage Hero power to ping off that 3/1. Uh-oh. That's a disaster. It looks like he's just dead.
Rogue can clear the 3/1, but I mean, yeah.
It doesn't stop damage.
Yeah.
He's just dead. That's game. Oh, he can deckhand. That stops damage with the Rogue.
Yeah.
So he can dagger up and deckhand the 3/1. You can kill the captain instead.
Yeah. And he's alive at 1.
Yeah, he's technically not dead. He could draw another Feral Spirit if if Amnesiac breaks on the draw super hard and he draws a Feral Spirits next turn. Maybe Purple's in it.
Maybe. Highly unlikely, but it's something you could play to.
No, he's not going for the deckhand. He's just dead.
This is going to allow him to be dead on board.
Well, from hand.
From hand, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a better play, honestly, because how often do you win if they have the Heroic Strike already? Like, you just don't, right? So you want to set yourself up in a position where if they don't have the Heroic Strike, which means they just have some random minion in your hand, you actually fight back on the board and can put yourself in a position to win the game. Whereas if you get set down to 1 life, you're never killing them before they find 1 burn spell. So I like the risk there. You got to put it on the table and see what happens.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of tricky plays where you're more likely to die this turn because you didn't play deckhand to save yourself some life. But even though you're more likely to die this turn, that's not what Hearthstone's about. It's about how likely are you to win the game in the long run, and that's what Purple is going for.
Yep, and
So what do you think pick order wise here? You want to try and guess at what either player's thinking?
Oh man, this is going to be embarrassing because
I mean, it's all
I'm not
just
getting
guessing.
it right.
Yeah, I know, but you're actually really good at mind gaming in these kind of spots. Like, you're pretty good at reading people's minds. Like, I'm not saying you're going to get it right, but I'm saying you have a better chance than most people here, right? 25%.
Well, they're probably going to pick before I finish thinking. Yep, damn it.
Yeah.
As soon as I start thinking about it, they get into the game, but holy smokes.
So Rogue versus Druid.
Druid
These are
came
kind
out
of pet decks for both players, right? Like Purple on Rogue and Amnesiac on Druid. These are their favorite classes, I would say.
Not so much anymore. Purple's lost the love of the Rogue.
Okay.
Says it's a silly curve deck now.
Yeah, but like historically, you know, like a year ago they loved these decks.
Yeah, a year ago they loved these decks. Amnesiac still loves the Druid. I was telling him, like practicing with him for this tournament, we were talking about the metagame, talking about decks with each other, you know, making spreadsheets and whatnot, and for some reason, no matter how much I tried to disprove Druid, he wanted to bring Druid.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't care about the logic or the facts. He says everyone else that plays Druid on ladder is doing it wrong. Druid is good. I'm gonna prove it. So, you know, more power to him.
Let's see if that confidence pays off. Wild Growth on 2, that's a good start. That's where you want to be.
The confident Druid player always has Wild Growth on 2. That's the secret. You gotta go in with that stone cold confidence, and the deck will deliver.
Yeah, hanging on to those Moonfires. Taking this chip damage is meaningful, but he's thinking maybe he draws a swipe, or the Moonfires get better with a gadget. There's a lot of things that could happen. Or maybe he draws like some kind of spell damage like Thalnos or Azure Drake and uses the Moonfire to pick off a 4 health minion. That would be a big deal.
He's got fantastic gadgets in hand, and he's not even the rogue player.
So what do you think here? Do you coin a bear, or do you cycle Wrath and hero power down the other 1/1, or is there some other play?
Well, you want to set yourself up in the best position to deal with Tomb Pillager, because that's the expected line of play from your opponent.
Right.
So I prefer coin bear, but I could also see getting greedy, since you do have a lot of great reactionary tools in your hand currently with the Moonfires and the Roots and whatnot. But
yeah, coin bear
Pillager comes down. It's real scary.
Coin bear would have worked out not as well against Purple's particular hand, but it works better against Purple's range, right? Purple's hand is kind of unique and unexpected.
So, no 4-drop from Purple, so, you know, if your opponent does nothing, then you also doing nothing works out fantastically. And
wow.
Gadget Sand, holy smokes. Yeah.
That was so perfect for Amnesiac. Purple fully breaking his turn 4, and Amnesiac picking up probably the best card in his deck, considering the context of his hand, with 4 0-mana cards and a 1-mana alt spells.
Yeah, Purple bricks turn 5 as well. A little bit unfortunate for him there. You know, sometimes you play Rogue and this happens. You gotta have a lot of cheap spells to cycle. Cheap spells, not great minions to develop.
No.
So, the awkward part about the gadget is there's nothing really to go off on, and with that...
You could just wait on it, just make another bear.
Yeah, you got the Malagos pickup. Now you really gotta wait, huh?
Yeah, those are going to be good with the Malagos. Next turn, he could have loosed the Goose this turn, but there wasn't a reason to. It's just weak to a second sap, right? He could have coined Innervated Goose, domed him for 12 with Moonfires if he wanted to go really nuts, but there's just no reason. Just wait on it.
Loosed the Goose.
Yeah, Malagoose, right?
I never even heard that one before. That's kind of cute.
Yeah, I love that one. I use it all the time.
Loosed the Goose. Alright, is there a way to set up lethal here? 8, 9 damage goes in, and then 21 next turn? No, 19 next turn. So, he is almost a 2-turn lethal. He's
yeah,
you're looking away from the 2-turn.
Yeah, you're looking at charge, hero power, 9 to the face, Rogue down to 21, and the next turn you have 8 plus 3 mana in hand is 11, which is enough for Malagos, Living Roots, 2 Moonfires, and no hero power.
Well, in your phrase, I think I would rather loose the Goose. Feral Rage off the top becomes the lethal out, whereas this way sets up for no out the top lethals and doesn't put a Malagos on the field.
Well, if you lose the Goose, you lose the option to use Moonfires and such on minions. Is that relevant? Are you gonna play the Goose and not shoot those things off?
No, I was gonna just shoot everything off. I don't know. I don't think. Really, you think it's? I mean, I guess it's possible for Rogue to clear everything, but odds are they're not clearing everything and developing a threat. But I think maybe they get to clear everything and play Edwin.
Yeah, I like this option. This saves the option to shoot spells at minions.
It's so safe. This is gonna be
Say
one.
that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I guess it's
Pretty good.
I think it's more my bias on the decision is weighed by the fact that one sap's been played, and if Amnesiac would have went with my line, he would have thrown away basically one game. So good on him, taking the safe route.
Yeah, and here's the second sap. That would have been really good against the goose.
Yeah, with exactly 2 mana hung.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I think you gotta loose the goose and take care of business here.
So, coin goose, double moonfire, hang on to the rest of it for the gadget.
Yeah. If you're not killing him with the burn, then it seems better in my mind to not chuck it at his face.
Yeah.
Especially after using a bunch of it clearing, you know. But
He's thinking stuff through.
I mean, if he hero powers face and doesn't die, he sets up lethal.
Yeah, let's not do that. So, math-wise, you've seen both eviscerates and neither cold blood. So
Your opponent
there's
has no spells in their hand because
Waits for no one.
they hung 2 mana with gadget.
oh, there's
but,
the sap.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just trying to argue for play devil's advocate to get for the hero power
Right.
baseline. They have all minions in hand.
No, this is just too good. This is just always the play.
Yeah.
He's thinking about like what his lethal outs are for the next turn off Nourish or something. I don't know.
Yeah, just doing calculations.
So 8 mana. That sucks. You really want 9, so you like do a little. I don't know. How do you play this turn? You can just gadget conceal, poke for 1.
You know that's a Malagos, right?
Oh, we scared about that?
It's intimidating. That's for sure.
Yeah. 9 mana, Nourish swipe. Okay, so you're thinking you want to sap that thing, and then
So
I guess
Probably-
Ash Drake.
Tomb Pillager.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
choose
you want to be able to cycle through your deck a little bit more efficiently than you have been. No Cold Blood's been used. You're looking at 14 damage with the Leroy combo.
Oh, Drake cycles through your deck. Draws a card.
Tomb Pillager cycles through your deck, but slower. Like, it needs to die first. Whereas Drake cycles through immediately, so you get the extra more powerful gadget turn. But Purple wants to put a threat out there so that Amnesiac can't just slam down Malagos again. Because if he slams down Malagos into the face of Gadget, he's going to get burned. But Amnesiac's got the punish here with the Innervate Living Roots. And you see Purple rolling his eyes at that.
Yeah. Amnesiac's just got it this game.
Yeah.
Man, this is a brutal series.
Well, you got the Protector.
Double Tomb
still.
Pillager, Conceal.
I was just going to play a tree.
No, you double Tomb Pillager, Conceal, and if Amnesiac has just nothing, like no swipe, no taunt, no anything, and you draw the other Cold Blood, it's lethal.
Or Leroy, yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Actually, could you Azure Drake Buccaneer instead of double Tomb Pillager? That way you get an extra card draw towards the lethal. No, you can just Azure Drake next turn. Yeah. I like double Tomb
But if
Pillager.
you Azure Drake next turn, you can't hit Leroy.
So both saps are used, and Amnesiac knows that, so the Ancient of War is good enough. I guess it doesn't set up lethal or anything. Like, this game's technically not over.
Technical.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out ways for Purple to be in this.
Well, I mean, the Volcanic Lumber comes down really inexpensively next turn if double Tomb Pillager trades in there.
Oh yeah, he can Nourish first, and if he misses on swipe, he can still Innervate out the war. Good adaptation to having top deck that Innervate.
No swipe, but basically gaining 10 life because there's no saps available for Purple remaining in the deck.
Yeah, it's gaining 10 life in a removally sort of way too. It's not just a healing touch, you know? It's killing those minions. Alright, struggling to find plays here. Let's start with Azure Drake and a lot of believing for no.
So
I don't know. There's just no eviscerates to find. There's no saps to find. At 510 is a problem.
Oh man. 3
Like,
minions dying brings the volcanic lumber down to 6, which is 1 too many if you want to kind of cleanly play it. But actually, you get the coins, so you can still get it out there.
Does he have patches? No, he used it, right? I think.
I think he used it. Yeah.
Yeah. Backstab for 4 is just not quite enough. Cold Blood for 4 just not quite enough.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by the second Ash Drake. I thought he was gonna like backstab, or sorry, I thought he was gonna Cold Blood and Dagger for 10 damage, but I don't know. This is one of those spots where you need to find some really obscure way to win the game, and Purple's really good at that, but I don't think you can possibly be good enough.
I don't know. I would have been happier if the lumber came down this turn.
Okay. What was your Lumberer line?
You just trade both the things in, coin lumber.
Okay.
And you get to play Ezra Drake too.
This Nourish very often finds a swipe.
Because the lumber protects the trade from the 412 into something. So if he doesn't have a clean trade, then you get to push more damage on the next turn.
There's 2 swipes left, right? And he's drawn most of his deck.
Yeah, 2 swipes left, and gotta be running out of cards now.
Oh, we bricked. We might have a
9
game.
cards left. He's got the ability to gain a bunch of life here.
Yeah.
So if he had went with the lumber that turn instead of the second Azure Drake, then the 5/4 would be dead, and there would be a 7/8 in play.
Time waits for no one.
But the 5/4 is going to die anyway, right? Because
You wouldn't have the Azure Drake like Buccaneer in play, right?
You have one Azure Drake, not the second Azure Drake though.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have.
Alright, so you gain 8, and I would cycle Thalanos rather than Wild Growth, because it's board presence, and you don't need the spell damage. Alright, so how do we do this? You could Dagger the Thalanos, play Lumberer, and go all face.
We could kill Malagos. That's something
Why?
to think about.
I'm on the Believe plan.
Hmm.
You don't have a lot of resources to grind him out here. Okay, so if you trade 2 into Malagos, you can like.
You have a
questing
volcanic
coin
lumberer, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got. Okay, I guess you don't know he has that second Ancient War. Yeah, okay. And you know he's drawing to those swipes pretty soon.
It's pretty cute to play. I think this is definitely the play, yeah.
Yeah, I like this a lot. You know what? You're right.
I think the lumber should hit the table last turn though, but
Better late than never.
better late than never, yeah. T-Jack's just smiling at the lumber. Not a card you typically play around from your rogue opponent,
the
but
mulch!
he rips the mulch off the top.
Ancient War.
Holy smokes.
This game got way closer than expected.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Druid has the nuts and Rogue has a bad hand. It's still pretty close.
that's weird. Yeah. Druid had a lot of draws to hit swipe and fully close out the game. Like Amnesiac did brick for a while after having the nuts. Oh, tournament attendee is not what he's looking for.
I think he's playing around like Mulch Deathwing here.
I like this. This story is a lot better than Ancient War.
Yeah. There's no way for him to die, so
The questing growing was like, you know, one of the ways things goes wrong.
yeah. Plays around that. Plays around any sort of, Black Knight off Mulch or something crazy.
Alright, play everything, go face.
Yeah, I think that's
We're out of options here, Purple.
that's the remaining line. You could think about saving things for questing or something, or
So many.
but you have to imagine the highest win rate line is just Cold Blood Face.
Oh, baby. Patience.
Yeah. Cold Blood Face, I guess he's saying, is not enough to do it. He's hoping Amnesiac Bricks has all, spells in his hand, and then he's able to get the other questing built up. That's
Okay.
his 1% out that he's trying to play towards.
Okay. These games are so funny to watch.
The struggle, man. The struggle.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like so much thinking to try and figure out how do I ever win this game? Because when you do win this game that 1% of the time, you're just a god, right? It's so glorious. It's all worth it. Like, it looks silly as a spectator just watching it, not thinking about the odds. You're like, why doesn't he concede? It's like, well, it's like technically there's a way I win this. There's a world.
You hit it eventually. Sometimes you get there, and the difference between like good pro and the best pro in the world is only like 2-3%.
Yeah, and it comes from winning games like this once in a while, right? Like, that's part of it.
That is part of that percent for sure. But I don't think it's happening this time around.
No.
This is a tough one.
Because we can see Amnesiac's hand, and it's good enough.
I think as soon as the Ancient of War comes down, that shuts everything out.
Yeah. Well, I thought that the first time, but just played stuff. Alright, we finally see a swipe. Amnesiac thinking everything through. Look at all these swipes we got at the bottom of our deck.
And he is ferociously playing around that mulch card. I love it. That's what he's doing. He's just making sure Deathwing doesn't get him. He's got the 5/10 to stop it and set up a Doomsayer behind it or whatnot.
Yeah, you're saying Amnesiac is looking at that tournament attendee in Purple's hand and thinking to himself, "That's a Deathwing. How do I beat this Deathwing?"
Exactly.
It could also be a Yogg-Saron, so you got a little
Yogg-Saron. He's playing around Deathwing, Yogg-Saron.
And you play around Yogg-Saron by killing him, right? Like, because if you don't kill him, they have just time to Yogg for more and potentially Skirmish you harder.
Well, I mean, the Yogg, if it was a Yogg, I think it would have came down by now. But,
that's true. That's true.
You just want to have a taunt left over at the end, I guess.
I give up.
It's just Purple's done there. No way to not die.
Dang. 3-0 Amnesiac. Brutal. That's 2 3-0s in a row.
Yeah. He didn't even play the Reno lock.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of part of the thing in this format. You kind of you need to get all of your good decks in, so you kind of are incentivized to play them a little bit more in the earlier games, right? I mean, I guess from Purple's perspective, it doesn't matter too much that you didn't play the Reno lock. Because, like, he was going to have to go 5 games at the end there anyways.
I mean, just from Amnesiac's side, he did not play the Reno lock. And, when I was talking to him, he said that's the only deck he's been practicing at all this season. So, he's showing his range as a player. Just even though he says he hasn't been too touched up on the other classes, still just performing. And, 3-0 sweep. Very impressive. So what's the next match we got coming up? We got, moving on to the round 2 matches. We saw earlier SuperJJ fall to sjow with the reverse sweep. So sjow is going to be taking on xixo, who got the 3-0 victory against Forsen. And that's going to be coming up right after this. And I just want to give another shout out real quick before we cut to the break. Amazon has this sweet deal, the Coin Stoppable deal is what they're calling it, where you get 25% more packs. So if you want to learn how to save 25%, and you're going to want to click in the link in the description, read some stuff, save some money. Can't beat it.
Seems good.
Yeah. So anyway, we are going to get the players ready, get the cameras all set up so you can see them and whatnot, and we'll be getting to the next match right after this. Don't go anywhere. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Gang Wars. I'm Firebat, this is Zalay, and we have the round 2 matches ready to go. We're playing the crazy new format. Amaz calls it the skirmish format. You bring 6 decks. You only have to play 5. You queue them in any order you want, but you can only play them once to give you the maximum amount of new deck experience.
And, I really like this format a lot. It's pretty cool. Like pick order matters, unlike Conquest, and there's still some mind games. But like you said, the maximum amount of diversity, you get to see almost everything. And as a player in the tournament, I can say that like trying to build 6 decks less than a month into this new Mean Streets of Gadgetzan format, trying to build 6 decks that I was like actually willing to queue up in a tournament setting, playing for money in front of a bunch of viewers, is pretty challenging.
Yeah, not for a pro,
Not for a pro. I don't know, man. I think those 6 decks get a little bit iffy. Like you really don't want to play them.
All right. Well, we got Xixo's probably 6th choice here with the Priest up against the Reno lock from Cho, which was probably his first choice. So you can kind of expect how that one's going to go down. Priest, typically not the greatest matchup up against Reno Warlock, but a lot of Priest players, such as Zadalot, have been kind of throwing in some wacky things into their Dragon Priest that give them a bit of an edge in this particular matchup. You've seen some Mind Blasts and Prophet Valens and stuff floating around in there, just as a little bit of a finishing little push, or even Inner Fire, just as without any sort of like Divine Spirit, just because the healthier minions can sometimes get really, really high with the new Talon Priest and whatnot.
And even without that, we saw Xixo just picked up the Draconid Operative, that new card. Really gives Dragon Priest a much more realistic chance of winning this matchup than it used to have before Mean Streets Gadgeton. You can pick up some key burst cards that Sjow may not be able to play around, pick up a Leroy or something.
Yep. Super good cards you can often find. Not Priest cards. It's like really sweet.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Maybe steal Twisting Nether. It's hard to win from behind in that spot. Let's see, Jiraxis once in a while, although kind of doubt Sjow would be playing Jiraxis.
A cute little one is Dirty Rat, and then they can't combo you. If you can try to pull their combo out, because a lot of Reno locks run Dirty Rat. So
the Twilight Drake does not trade into either of Xixo's minions.
Yes, it's super awkward. So, no doubt Xixo did this on purpose, distributing the Power Word shields like this to try and make the most common turn 4 play from Sjow, which is either Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant, as awkward as possible. And if it was Mountain Giant, he just has Death, so it works out for him.
Yeah, Sjow played around the Shadow of Death. He could have played the stronger Mountain Giant, but he chose to play around the potential Shadow of Death in Xixo's hand. And you can see him getting rewarded for that. Now he could tap Giant, or he could Faceless Shambler. Do you see any other plays that you like? Maybe some kind of removal play. I mean, Faceless Shambler is pretty strong on a 4/9.
Doomsayer Shadow Bolt, maybe. Oh, yeah.
The Shambler.
Yeah, the Shambler.
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, it moused with the Doomsayer. I thought he picked that one up. But yeah, I like the Shambler. I was very curious about why a Doomsayer was selected. This
probably
makes
just
more
a
sense.
misclick. It's just the Hearthstone 8, Hearthstone accuracy right there. We're not Counter-Strike players, you know.
I mean, you guys don't train like Counter-Strike players? Am I the only one practicing APM and mouse precision?
I had a guy lava burst my 1/1 that was next to a 5/5 the other day. That was interesting.
Gotta get it in the training regimen, man. It's
yeah.
super beneficial.
You need to hit the right target. That's important.
Gotta grind that out.
So, Holy Nova draws a lot of cards here. 5, 6, 7 while killing the 4/9. So you could bump the 4/9 3 times, then Holy Nova to draw 3 cards. Go up to 9 cards in hand.
That looks like what he's
cute.
doing.
Yeah,
It's not much better than that I can see, so.
I like it. Heck yeah. Look at all those numbers on the screen. That's usually a good thing.
The more numbers, the better. That's just math.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So what's the turn here? We got a lot of powerful plays available. Emperor, Sylvanas, Mountain Giant plus something.
Yeah, you can expect your first big minion that you play, and by big I mean like over 5 attack, to get Shadow Word Deathed. So if it's going to get Shadow Word Deathed, you might as well get some immediate value off of it, and Emperor allows you to do that.
Yeah, this looks better than Sylvanas because Xixo has the option to suicide his board. So Sylvanas doesn't get too much value off the Death Rattle necessarily.
You wish to live forever.
Just get that Emperor discount going. And indeed, does get Shadow Word Death. Xixo kind of playing to his outs, just hope Sjow's hand is terrible. It is not. Sjow will never lose this game.
Sjow's got the Reno. He needs an AoE though. You know, you could Kazakis and whiff on the AoE, and that could really cost him. But other than that, if he doesn't whiff on the AoE, he's probably winning this game, yeah.
I guess, let's see.
Many
You
possibilities.
could Mountain Giant and Faceless it, having seen a Shadow Word Death.
That is probably the line I would take.
He died a 9 damage from Dragon Priest on turn 7 when they have no operative card in hand. That seems perfectly safe.
Yeah, I think Mountain Giant Faceless, and one of the greatest parts about this play One, you know, you get 2 8/8s. That's the obvious part. That's fantastic. You're on 7 mana. That's ridiculous. Fantastic. Yeah. But the second great part is when you get the Kazakus Revive later on in the game, your percent chance to get Mountain Giant has gone up a lot. And the downside of missing the combo, I don't find too relevant. I think you're going to win this on board control rather than on the combo most of the time.
Right, that makes some sense. So let's see. The Kazakus at this point, he's lost a Twilight Drake, which would come back as a 4/1, and a Faceless Shambler that comes back as a 1/1. So
and 2 Mountain Giants.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. Those don't look like they're dying.
Well, if they're not dying, you win the game. But
that sounds good. Yeah.
You wish to live
like that.
forever.
Ooh.
Demon Wrath.
The 3/9 to try and deny the giant trades, pushing a lot of pressure.
Ooh, Brand Kazakus. Probably not to play this turn, but it's a thing to have available to you. I like Siphon Soul, Shadow Bolt, and probably just you'd have to do some math on how many trades you need to do to be safe. So turn 8, you think, oh, he actually does have a card from Operative. He has the Brand from Operative in Xixo's hand. So Sho can be thinking about playing around like Leroy Burst potential.
Yep.
So Bran, Blackwing Corruptor is a turn 8, and Leroy is also another thing. So Sho probably wants to play around 6 bursts from hand. Okay. So if he Siphon Souls, he's up to 12. He Shadow Bolts, and there's 6 attack in play, so he needs to trade with 1 Mountain Giant, and I would trade it into the Northshire Cleric to prevent draws.
I want a Reno.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I mean,
sometimes they have some crazy stuff in their deck, and they get you with Felon Mind Blast or something unexpected.
Sure.
And why not or double Mind Blast, because you can't Felon at this point, but why not just play around that kind of garbage? Here's
the Brand Blackwing Corruptor. He gets to clear both giants.
Okay. Yeah, but it's totally fine, because now you just Brand Kazakus, you get 2 10s, and one of them clears the board and revives, and you win. So I like getting the Reno out there because it allows you to Brand Kazakus the following turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're worrying about dying the next turn with the Siphon Soul play, and then you can't Brand Kazakus, and then you potentially never find time to get the Brand Kazakus down. And if you never get that down, that's how you lose.
I don't think I was gonna run out of time. Like, I was gonna Reno the following turn, and like my giants are doing way more damage when I don't Demon Wrath them, and so it kind of like really commits Xixo into dealing with those giants. But I think both plays win the game very consistently.
You're always afraid when they've taken one of your cards.
It's going for 5 for tempo.
And you never know what kind of crazy stuff is in Dragon Priest nowadays.
Probably deal 5 is the best of those 3 modes.
Yeah. Looks like he's taken 5.
10 now.
So a 10 for the first initial swing, and then a 5 to keep the momentum going.
Sure. So he didn't get the revive mode there, did he? Transform and he did. Oh, that's so it transforms first and then summons 3 minions. That's a pretty sicko 10. He can even get the Peddler off here if he doesn't need the Shadow Bolt. The Shadow Bolt's really appealing though. Yeah, you got.
You want a Shadow Bolt because the Peddler also hurts your revive.
Yeah, this is just right. You'll let 5/4 protect your Brand on board.
Not much Xixo can do about that.
Oh, he's got Entomb in his Dragon Priest. That's interesting.
Yeah, super high costed card. The Entomb's going to help you out in the Reno Mage matchup a lot.
Okay.
Where you can actually outvalue them and sort of take them to fatigue, because unlike Reno Lock, Reno Mage is really bad at actually killing you.
Yeah.
So you have plenty of time at getting like Brand double value and just looping Draconid Operatives forever. And
is this Nozdormu for value? Oh,
it's gonna take Joma to try and not die.
Yeah. Okay. He is behind on board. I was kind of just assuming he was ahead on board because he's Dragon Priest, but that's just not the case here. Like, the downside to Chillmaw is pretty real in Dragon Priest. Like, you want it to be aiming your opponent's board, but a lot of times in Dragon Priest, Chillmaw ends up aiming your own board because you're ahead.
Yeah, the summon doesn't. I mean, the transform all minions doesn't get that much value here, so you kind of wait until Xixo has a bigger board.
Stuff. Sure. Ooh, patches. That card's OP.
It's probably the best choice here.
Yeah. The other two aren't too stellar.
It's kind of funny.
You ever take the young Dragonhawk, believe in the power of a overwhelming dream?
I mean, you do force them to have to deal with it. He ends up going with the Goldshire Footman.
I have no time.
Okay.
Try and make it awkward to deal with this Sylvanas.
I could see that. It is better this turn.
Sure.
He's making
that
he's making that
fire
revive a little bit worse by playing the Footman, right?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's that inner fire I was talking about. A lot of well, not a lot, very few, but some Dragon Priests have been teching in inner fire to help kind of cheese out wins randomly. So if you're playing on ladder and you're coming up against a Dragon Priest and they randomly put all of the health on one minion, look out.
Okay. That's a good tip to know about. Is there anything you can steal with Draconid Operative that combos with Inner Fire? I guess it's good with Kazakus, if you ever get to that point in the game.
Well, Kazakus, it's not available for being stolen yet, or anymore.
Yeah, that's gone in this particular game.
Mm-hmm. It's just good with like Bran plus
Power Shields.
And
you
get the 6 health added onto one minion.
Sure. Yeah, Entombing Sylvanas seems good. Sjow furrows his brow at that, like, okay. Not what I wanted to see, but I can deal with this.
Yeah.
Another Spite Historian without Brand combo. Oh, gets the Operative. That'll be nice. Think. Inner Fire just gets some value trades. Yeah, it was just okay as a card here.
He's too afraid of like potential burst damage from Sjow. He's playing around like Leroy Power Overwhelming Soulfire and getting super low value out of the Inner Fire. But one thing to note though is he is kind of snowballing the board back in his favor, and if he loses the board, Dragon Priest has a really hard time recovering it. So that's probably why he's fighting so aggressively for it.
I like Hellfire Doomsayer here. I guess you don't have to the Doomsayer.
If you revive a Doomsayer,
oh yeah, that's a bummer.
you lose the game. So,
okay, so you really want to not do that, huh?
Yep. You should never play Doomsayer in this matchup because you're always going to want revive off the Kazakus potion. Okay. So even in the early stages, like some players will be keeping Doomsayer against Priest because you think it slows them down enough, but
I do.
You win the matchup most of the time with the late game plan anyway. So just going for the macro line instead of just going for that early game win is usually better.
You're not worried about just getting run over if you don't have an early Doomsayer?
Nah, you got Shadow Flame. They don't kill you before twisting. Like, they're better cards.
I think of Enforcer. Oh, he goes PO for burst. Enforcer is like a powerful board swing, but I guess he has Dragonfire Potion.
The problem with Enforcer is it's too scary to be able to try and consistently win on board when your opponent has 2 Kazakus potions, right?
Okay. I mean, the problem with PO is he just doesn't have enough stuff. There's issues both ways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's not in a good spot. There's no easy answer to that. It's rough. It's gonna be a little bit of
okay. MC Tech. Playing out the ooze. Okay. Yeah, MC Tech can get value against Dragon Priest. That's a thing.
Mm-hmm. He just wants to make sure there's at least one minion in play so he can threaten the 10 damage burst potential with the Leroy Soulfire. xixo knows that there's no like Leroy Power Soulfire because he was dead to it last turn and it didn't happen, so he's starting to get a read on Show's hand, but Show's still been playing super aggressively, so xixo will probably continue to respect Leroy Burn. Because he started respecting it, and then Show's been playing super aggressively ever since, and xixo's kind of continuing to respect it.
Yeah. So is this Twisting Nether?
Twisting Nether, 2 minions, no way.
I mean, he's got another AoE thing with the potion, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so Siphon Soul sets up to Abyssal Enforcer next turn. And if there's too much reload, he has Kazakus Potion or Twisting Nether. Oh, he's going for the Doomsayer. That makes his potion... He seems like upset having played it. Like, if you watch Show's face as he played it, he seemed kind of mad at himself as he played it.
I think this is one of the ways that he can actually lose this matchup, like from this position. He's so far ahead right now that as long as he didn't do that, you gotta imagine he was gonna win.
It looks like Twisting the Other is not getting a whole lot better than 2 minions, but okay, Kazaka's Potion immediately after the Doomsayer. Will he get punished?
Yeah, we had so many great opportunities to Kazaka's Potion earlier and potentially revive an 8-8. Because Xixo's been playing around AoE super aggressively the entire game. You had to imagine he's going to get
Okay.
Wow. I was unlucky on the revive there.
Well, I mean, he dodged Doomsayer. It could have been worse.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been a lot worse.
But, all things considered, if sjow doesn't run Jiraxxus, he could start finding himself getting squeezed out of this game, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was really hoping to hit big minions off of that, which was fairly likely.
So in this spot, if that Power Overwhelming had been Abyssal Enforcer for xixo, it would work out so much better. Right, he could trade the 1/1s into the 2/4s and play Abyssal Enforcer and have a 6/6 up against a 1/1, and then he could just play like a Worm Rest Agent or something.
I must consider.
True. Definitely true. But he's too afraid. He was too afraid at the time of one, dying because shjow's a aggressive position, and two, the twisting and double Kazaka's Potion and Shadow Flame were still live from the opponent, so you can't imagine your board's ever gonna stick. Oh, Leroy PO.
Got all of the burst. So he's playing Worm Rest Agent, he's healing his own face, he trades... Oh, he's not doing that. It's Ash Drake.
Okay. Ash Drake can test the board a little bit better. You saw that your opponent didn't Leroy Power Overwhelming
there is
you earlier, so you don't need to play around it. Yeah, Jiraxxus is huge. But if he plays it now, he's gonna die.
Man, imagine if he had a Dirty Rat here. He could play it, pull 2 minions, and then MC Tech 2 minions. It'd be so gross. Abyssal Enforcer clears the board and makes him die. He could play Mixtress Abyssal Enforcer, and then he wouldn't die to the Leroy PO. Oh, is he gonna die? He's gonna die. No, he's gonna Sun Fury. He's gonna Sun Fury, right?
He's gonna Sun Fury.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
You might save Sun Fury for after Jiraxxus, but I think he's Sun Fury.
No, he's... he's gonna Sun Fury the Mixtress. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dragonfire Potion does a lot of damage here. Does not do enough, though.
Well, in conjunction with the Chillmaw. Like if you Chillmaw this turn, it could set up for it. But you die to a lot of things.
If you had 1 more mana, you could Azure Drake Dragonfire Potion. It's just not a thing, though. That'd be so sick.
Dragonfire Potion, Worm Rest Agent, heal.
Ew.
It's the only way to live. Siphon's gone. You're dead to like Blast Crystal Potion PO or Blast Crystal Potion Leroy.
Yeah, and Jiraxxus is just gonna do it.
Yeah, a lot of people have been cutting Jiraxxus, but finds its way in here and shows build. It's really good in this matchup, but not too many of the other matchups that you see floating around in the metagame.
I found that it's good against Reno Mage. Reno Mage has a really hard time assembling 15 bursts from hand, and you can try and discover armor potions off of Zakus to really help protect your Jiraxxus some more.
That's for sure. Yeah, the rise of Reno Mage in the metagame, maybe Jiraxxus is a good inclusion. Some of the Reno Mages, though, run a lot more burn than other ones.
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that, like Rage's list.
Yeah, with the Pyro Blast.
It's Mage, but it's Reno.
Yeah, I've been really liking that style of Reno Mage. I don't think you want solely a Pyroblast, but just like the Antonitis finisher rather than, like the Emperor Antonitis finisher rather than the Life Coach version that just runs Medivh as the finisher.
Well, how to beat Jiraxxus?
Probably gonna
Okay. Yeah, Chillmaw seems like a good play this turn, right?
Must consider.
The downside is kind of removed, which is nice, so yeah.
And then you just not play the Twilight Well because it dies when the Chillmaw dies and you expect the Chillmaw to die?
Well, if the Chillmaw sticks, you win. So you would expect that the Chillmaw has to die, otherwise the game's over. So yeah, I would agree with that. Just play the Chillmaw and heal.
Yeah. the Chillma sticks, show taunts up. You don't
Okay.
necessarily win.
Sure.
Anyways, Twisting Nether, hero power, push 3. Good turn, good turn. You get to see the animation go off, so you gotta read that xixo's got a dragon in his hand. Which is a bit of a joke, because we kind of know that, because he's Dragon Priest. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, this was the only way Xixo could play around Leroy PO. He could have tried maybe to not play around Leroy PO this turn and set up lethal with the other dragons, then play Chillma. But
I like the Chillma, like blocking
Yeah.
that Draxus damage potentially. He's thinking about using Leroy into Chillma instead of Twisting Nether. That's actually pretty cool. But this is like sets up such a strong lethal.
yeah, I don't think you can lose when you do this. Xixo may have a Shadow Word Death remaining.
I only remember one being used. Yeah, it was on an Emperor.
Yeah.
Alright, so he plays the Twilight Whelp first while he still has a dragon in hand. No dragon for that one.
And that's gonna be it.
Yeah. Man, this game, it went a while. It often does. Like, Reno Lock versus Dragon
Is
Priest.
someone injured?
The Dragon Priest, like, very consistently loses long games. It's basically what happens, right?
Well, one of the things that went wrong for Show, the reason why it took so long, is he got a pretty low roll on the Kazakus Potion minions
Okay.
respawn. They respawn 2/4s and
4-1.
4/1. Yeah, like if he hits an 8/8 on that, the game just ends on the spot. So you can say that he got a bit unlucky, and that's why it went longer.
Okay. But even at that point, like, we'd already been playing Hearthstone for a while.
Okay,
It's
sure.
not
I mean, it's a control deck versus a mid-range.
mid-range deck, yeah.
Yeah. So they tend to go pretty long, and Dragon Priest usually gets outvalued by Reno Lock, mainly because Twisting Nether is a card. But that's where you can see the difference between Reno Lock and Reno Mage. That hard removal of Twisting Nether and those kind of tools, really, really, really good against Priest, whereas Reno Mage doesn't have access to those tools, and the health total of the Priest minions can actually just get out of range of the Mage removal, and the Priest can kind of overwhelm them. But
So I want to talk about pick order for a bit, because this is the second time we've seen somebody queue up with like a sort of a 6th class in like the first game, right? We've seen Druid in the first game, we've seen Priest in the first game. I want to kind of try and get in Xixo's head and imagine what he's thinking when he queues up Priest in that first game. He's imagining he's going to see Shaman fairly often, and he wants that matchup.
sure, yeah, he's expecting people to kind of just comfort pick first, because the first pick is probably the least relevant out of all of the picks, and most people will probably just be like, Shaman's good against everything, I'll just go Shaman. So then you queue your anti-Shaman deck and hope for it. But if that was the case, then Show either thought Reno Lock's my favorite deck, I'm going to pick my comfort pick first, or he thought maybe Xixo will go Priest because Shaman's the most well-rounded against everything.
Okay, and apart from Shaman, what do you ever want to see with that Priest? Like, what matchup-wise, what are you looking for?
Reno Mage, Shaman, I would say Pirate Warrior, not Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior beats you. So those 3 decks are kind of what you want. Everything else is pretty bad matchup for you as far as, popular metagame decks, which is why Dragon Priest is kind of faded off ladder a lot. It does not have that many great matchups remaining.
Yeah, like at the very start of the month when the set first came out, Aggro Pirate Warrior was everywhere, which helped Dragon Priest, and you didn't see Rogue much at all. And so those are 2 big factors that went against Dragon Priest since then.
Yeah, it's pretty much like 1 in every 50 games you'll play against a Dragon Priest. Reno Priest is way more popular now, actually, if you look at like towards the top 500 of ladder.
Yeah. I did, let's see, I played some Reno Inspire Priest with SuperJJ at Seed Story to top 20 Legend. We had a nice little win streak there.
Yeah, well, the modern Reno Priest, if you will, is not quite Inspire based.
No, it was a meme deck.
Yeah. It's more just it's kind of resembles the Reno Mage, and it's just kind of kill everything, take you to fatigue.
Yeah. That's a good game plan. I love it. But I've been kind of a lot of Jade Druids on ladder lately for that to really feel great.
Really? Jade Druid.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like super popular, but it's like, 10% of your matchups, and that really hurts your win rate.
Nah. 10% though. That's like none.
That's the difference between, if you're going from 60-40 and then like you take out 10% of your wins to losses, now you're 50-50. It's a disaster.
I mean, you don't lose every time.
That's true. It's true. There's a very lopsided estimation that's given there. So, show's looking to curve Coin Tomb Pillager into Tomb Pillager. Setting up to hit that Stone Claw twice.
Yeah, pretty gnarly curve, and xixo's looking to try and apply as much pressure as possible to make it as awkward as possible to play Tomb Pillager.
Yep. And it's working great.
Yeah,
Show just doesn't have options.
Hey, he's still got a Coin Tomb Pillager.
Sure.
He just has to eat so much damage.
And then I guess Flame Tongue Hero Power probably comes out. You trade one Tunnel Trog in, push another 5 damage. No?
Almost all of that was correct, except the part where you trade. That doesn't happen.
Thank you.
Trading. I think the trade's good.
No. You give your opponent a coin, which gives them more options. They only have one other 4-drop in their deck, unless they're running Violet Teacher. Then they have 2 other 4-drops in their deck. So their plays are extremely limited. I don't know.
Well, you push the extra Flame Tongue damage, man.
You get 2 extra
protect your board,
but you lose 2 damage in the.
It's more about protecting your board, honestly, than the Flame Tongue damage.
Maybe you're right. Since if you roll Taunt, you go face 100%. I think it's close.
Okay.
I think you could definitely make an argument to go face. You have Storm to clean up after the fact. You don't have a card to play with Storm though, which makes it a bit awkward. But
it's going into the Flame Tongue, so it's not cleaning up with Storm.
Right? Yeah, okay. Sure.
Alright, so this is an awkward turn. Maybe you Totem Storm and trade your Healing Totem.
Why not just play Barnes and go face? I don't know why we're doing all this trading. We're giving our opponent resources.
Because I want to protect my Flame Tongues from his Tomb Pillagers.
It's going to die eventually, but I like either Drake or Barnes. All face.
Alright, this is all face.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, with the Jade Lightning.
He gets to kill 1 minion either way. And we can either do it for him or let him do it.
Let's let him do it. Let's
go.
Yeah,
exactly. See? Now you're thinking like Shaman.
Alright, Thalanos backstab SI. I don't know, man. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Coin, gadget, backstab, prep fan. I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how Sho wins this game.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he could take another coin off the Tomb Pillager, right? By putting it into Azure Drake. And they can go coin, gadget, coin, and then just really go nuts with backstabs and stuff.
I wonder.
Now he's taking a more sober line of play. It's correct, but it's not gonna win.
Yeah, these Flame Tongues just destroyed him. Typically what you want to mulligan for is Tomb Pillager because it's so great, but if you don't have any removal alongside of it, and your opponent has a really fast start, which is possible for mid-range Shaman, it's not super likely, but it's possible, then you can get really screwed. So now all Xixo has to do is, unless he top decks lethal, roll Storm here, and then go face, and then Jade Lightning the next turn for lethal.
Yep. So do you hex the Tomb Pillager or the SI7 agent? Tomb Pillager denies coin, SI7 denies the 50% chance at a 3-1.
I like just going Totem, saving Hex for Edwin or something. The way your opponent wins is Swashbuckler into heal.
Oh.
So the Hex is still a valuable resource to hold on to.
Okay. Yeah. It's funny how often Swashbuckler into stuff is like literally what you're thinking about against Rogue, right? You're like, well, this guy is dead unless Swashbuckler into Healing Wave, Jinyu Water Speaker.
Mm-hmm.
You start going down the list of silly outs.
Yeah, Shaman's got a decent heal arsenal. 2 really good healing cards.
Yeah.
So many.
It's funny. The longest complaint about Shaman, like at the beginning, was that Shaman has no heal, and developers gave him a bunch of heal. Pretty cool to see.
Good guide developers. All right, so I think one of the big things that happened in this game is just Sjow didn't have a pirate on one, and that's a big deal for contesting the board. Pulling out patches, just having multiple bodies in play to slow down Xixo's Shaman. Because there wasn't that stuff to contest at all, it made it much easier for Xixo to just get Flame Tongues on the board, and Sjow was kind of like unable to deal with it. Usually Rogue is able to fight for board well enough that Flame Tongue's not that good this early in the game. You know what I mean? Like between the backstabs and the preps and the pirates.
Yeah. Usually they're able to kind of remove some of the minions, but he was just unable to remove anything. And even though he had a really good hand of Twin Villager, it didn't line up well against what his opponent's hand was. Xixo's hand was perfect at being able to push a lot of face damage, and that'll burn you when you're just playing 4-drops.
Right, so 1-1, balanced matchup. Looking at picks here, we got Xixo has Warrior, Warlock, Rogue, or Mage remaining, and Sjow has Warrior, Shaman, Mage, or Druid remaining. As Sjow, I'm thinking the Druid is good against the Mage and the Warlock.
Yeah, it's pretty
It's kind of
50-50 against the Warrior. So I would say that Druid is his highest good matchups, but on the other side of things, Xixo's Rogue has the most good matches. So,
so if you expect Xixo to queue Rogue, then you probably want to go Shaman.
Yeah, exactly. But Shaman has the most bad matches for Sjow, which that causes a little bit of a mind games dilemma now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Are the other matchups all potentially bad? Do you remember what Sjow's Shaman is from his last match? I don't.
I believe it's the aggro Shaman.
Okay.
And the Jade aggro Shaman.
Oh, yeah, that sounds right. So Sjow's coming out with that mid-rangey Pirate Warrior. It's still aggro, but it's more mid-rangey than aggro Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, up against the hybrid Dragon Warrior, which is Dragon Warrior with Reapers and upgrades instead of 8-drops. So it kind of just stops the curve at the Draconid Crusher, and instead has a bunch of weapons in it. Xixo and Camlin were kind of the first two players that kind of started playing that deck list and did quite well with it. Brought it to Seat Story Cup, performed there for them, and they also he got top 10 legend, I think. So
yeah, I really like Xixo's hand. The second First Mate's a bummer, but First Mate with upgrade and Alex's champion with Twilight Guardian, it's just really strong stuff. And meanwhile, Sjow does not have a weapon, so he's in really bad shape. Patch is coming out, trading with First Mate.
Happens every so often with Pirate Warrior builds. You got quite a few weapons in the deck. You got N'Zoth's First Mate, you got Upgrade, you got War Axe, so
6.
Yeah, 6 weapons, and if you don't hit one, you probably lose whatever matchup you're playing, unless it's a very favorable matchup. So it causes a little bit of a draw RNG with the deck, and your deck has this failure rate where sometimes you just lose without being able to play the game.
Sure. Finley into Rogue Hero Power can be stronger than expected sometimes, just because the weapon synergy is so strong in the deck. Sometimes that's actually a thing.
Sure.
Give your deckhand charge or whatever.
Yeah, why not? Get some upgrades going and get in there. But yeah, Xixo is just going to snowball this into a victory.
Yep. Not the most competitive game of Hearthstone.
Naga Corsair can try to contest, but yeah, it's going to get value traded and killed off quite easily.
Feels bad.
Yeah, and then each turn Xixo's just going to add a little bit to the board while removing and keeping his minions alive, and this is going to continue until Sjow decides to concede.
So First Mate, Upgrade, Fairy Dragon.
Well, you could play the Dread Corsair.
Yeah, you could. I think I'd rather play the Fairy Dragon. I guess you could say the Fairy Dragon is a dragon in hand. Yeah. I was just thinking the Dread Corsair is is an extra taunt, which kind of gives you the opponent options for trading how they want more.
I was thinking the 5-drop in your deck is Ezra Drake If you draw it, you want to play that. 6 drop in your deck is Crusher. You already have it. You want to play that. So
And you have no dragon.
yeah. So I was thinking kind of that. But yeah, Dread Corsair could eventually come out for free later on. So there's positives and negatives to both.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And xixo decides to go with Fairy Dragon and punch him in the face.
Now this actually gets punished by the South Sea Captain, not clearing the pirate.
This is one of the ways that xixo could set himself up to actually lose this game. Now Show's minion, which originally would have died for free, is it's gonna take something down with it.
Yeah.
And live afterwards.
Yeah, South Sea Captain, surprisingly powerful. I've had scenarios where you can just go like, you have a bad hand, you go turn 2 War Axe, they ooze it, you go turn 3 South Sea Captain, pulling out a 2/2 patches to trade with the ooze.
Not too bad.
Still lose that game, but not as badly.
I think xixo would be in a more advantageous position had he just kept trading and developing every turn.
Yeah, he kind of forgot about the South Sea Captain, or I don't know.
He's still fine.
Yeah, still winning easily. It'll be all right.
He's definitely not hurting too bad here. Show's left with garbage in his hand, and xixo's got a upcoming 9/9, aspiring 9/9.
Look at this awesome upgrade, enabling that deckhand and the Dread Corsair. Note that when you Heroic Strike with a weapon, it doesn't discount the Dread Corsair, because Heroic Strike is like giving your character attack value, not your weapon attack value. And Dread Corsair is checking the weapon attack value. Yeah. There's similar interactions with whatever the 2-mana 2/3 pirate is. It's checking the weapon attack value, not your character attack value.
Your character can only attack once a turn, so even if you don't attack the weapon, can't attack again.
Alright, so we're getting into a really grindy late game position where one player has a 9/9.
Yeah, the other deck just doesn't run a 9/9.
No.
So they're very unlikely to have one.
Let's see. Alright, upgrade this weapon. That's a powerful play and everything. Not as powerful as a 9/9.
Yeah. Maybe he runs Rag. I don't know, it'd be really...
there's no way.
Yeah.
And also, Rag doesn't deal with a 9/9.
I mean, you could trade in a 3/4, hit it with Rag, hope your opponent didn't develop anything and has no burn.
Okay. We're thinking deep. We're looking for the outs. No. Alright. So xixo takes it 2-1.
Yeah, that's kind of typical of how those two decks interact. One deck, the pirate version, runs a lot of burn cards, whereas in place of those burn cards, the other deck, the deck xixo is playing, the dragon version, runs dragons, which some of them have taunt and they're minions. And when you get into a position where an aggro deck is trading against each other because they have roughly the same early game, and in this case pretty much exactly the same early game except for deck hands, then whoever has the higher value drops afterwards is going to win. And one guy's got Mortal Strikes and the other guy's got 3 6s. So you can see the difference there.
Yeah, there's sort of a rock, paper, scissors thing there with like aggro versus mid-range versus control. The aggro has those burn cards to beat the control decks. Like the aggro goes face and then has burn to finish out the game, so they kind of smork for value. It makes it so that your burn cards make their late game value cards just too slow and completely irrelevant and dead cards. But the same burn cards are weak against the mid-range for the reasons you were just describing. Well said.
Yeah, exactly. So the aggro deck goes face with the same early game that the mid-range deck has, and then the control deck clears the board because it's a control deck and they run lots of board clears, and the aggro deck doesn't care, plays burn and kills them. Whereas the mid-range deck develops board with the same early game that the aggro deck has, and then continues to play minions, and the control deck clears the board, and the mid-range deck has no cards and loses. And so that's kind of like the interaction there. So this deck from Show, chock full of burn. Lots of burn cards.
Yeah. Soulfire is a good answer to Totem Golem. Do you think he's going to pick it?
100%.
Let's see. Looking at his curve, he might Dirty Rat now. You really, when you're playing Dirty Rat as Reno Lock against Aggro Shaman, you want to wait to see if they have a Flame Wreath Faceless on turn 4 first, right? You almost never dirty rat before checking for Flame Wreath Faceless on turn 4.
Yeah. Or sometimes you can get a read that they don't have it based on how they overload themselves.
Okay.
But yeah, that guy you want to look out for. If that comes out on dirty rat, you lose the game.
So what does his face attack do? One into Peddler. I like it. Disrespecting his own life total. Disrespecting the Peddler trade. Playing around that Soulfire Discover.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense to me. And xixo just gonna go with the Imp Gang boss here. Take the trade in to try and contest the minion. Lower the value of the Jade Claws.
So Buccaneer Flame Tongue does some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Is that the play? It's awkward
patch.
because... Yeah. Like the patch's Flame Tongue synergy is real nice. But then how do you play the turn? Are you trading into this Imp King boss with your Totem Golem in your face?
Ooh, wrong side. Oh, it doesn't matter. It dies, yeah.
Patches always comes out on the far right. That's something to be aware of.
Yep, regardless of what minion's kind of blocking it. And yeah, I like clearing here, and the reason I like clearing here from Show's perspective is because he has the Flame Wreath Faceless coming down on 4. And there's no answer for that in Reno Lock unless they run Blast Crystal Potion, which is, it was in favor, I would say, like, last week. And the current net decks do not run Blast Crystal Potion. So it's one of those cards that kind of shifts in and out.
Yeah, it's interesting how quickly things change. So Flame Wreath Faceless, and you do have a board clear with it.
Yeah,
Curves into Feral Spirit next turn.
Seems good. So what are you setting up for on the previous turn with the clear play?
Nobody's running Big Game Hunter lately, right? We haven't seen that in a while.
Nope. Just me. No, but I don't think Big Game Hunter's that great. It is pretty fun in the against the Reno mages. All of them are running some form of finisher that has 7 or more attack. Reno Lock, has the Mountain Giant, so in the mirror, you gain a bunch of tempo there. This is definitely a card to consider for your any sort of Reno deck in the current metagame, I'd say. But no, definitely not been seen on ladder lately.
Deckhand's a good pickup because now you can deal with the brand while still pushing 7 to the face. I was going to Feral Spirit, but now I like Jade Claw's Deckhand into the brand. Do you think the brand's not that threatening? You're just going to Feral Spirit and go face anyways? Nah, kill it.
This is interesting.
You're thinking about whether brand has punishes if you leave it alive?
Yeah. Because you can kill
cards like Kazakus, Argus.
I have no time for games.
It's like, yeah. It's fairly unlikely you get punished.
So how much is this? This is 6 plus 9, 15, 2 off lethal. So you just Feral Spirits, face tank the mixtures to protect your Feral Spirits.
Why do you trade so much, man?
Yeah, I guess it's not relevant. Huh.
It doesn't even contest the Feral Spirits.
Yeah, it could contest with like an Argus or a Coil. I guess I think I might have played Thalanos instead of hero powering there, because I want to cycle the Thalanos next turn to try and draw more burn for lethal.
Yeah, I like playing the Thalanos over hero power for sure, but you definitely just go face, and looks like he's holding on the weapon, which indicates maybe a second deckhand.
Oh, the Hellfire draw. That's a big one.
That's a big one for sure.
He trades first to put damage on his Sylvanas, and then Hellfires to steal the Flame Wreath Faceless.
And then dies.
Is he dead?
Oh, you got the heal.
I don't think so.
I didn't
dead.
count the heal, yeah. He's not dead yet.
Skips. Oh. That's 8, 10. 1 off lethal. Wow. Wow, what a close game. If he had tapped, he would have died. Good decision making from xixo there, paying off.
And next turn he can tap and find Reno.
So Show's in an interesting spot. He probably just hero power passes, or maybe hero power Smork for 2. I don't know about playing.
That's your damage.
Yeah.
And there's like Demon Wrath now comes down and clears the Thalnos, and you don't top deck burn. Oh, he's getting the damage in now. Okay. I can get behind this. You lose to Reno either way.
Yeah.
So I think it's totally fine just to throw burn. So I like this play from Show. I think this is good. And then
it does tell him that he needs to tap it. Oh, Coil into Reno. That's the play.
Is Reno or bust?
Any heal, right? Nope, that doesn't do it. That's game for show. 2-2.
Yeah.
No, he can still tap. He can still tap and hit like refreshment vendor.
That'll keep him alive.
Earthen Ring Farseer. But yeah, he's gonna play this engine. It's just correct. Like, you don't know that Sho has that Lava Burst in his hand, and him hitting with the weapon makes you think maybe more weapons. You want to have Ascension in the way. Yeah. Well played. It's the way it should be. 2-2. We're going to a decider. So both players have 2 decks to choose from, and they only have to play 1. This will be the last game of the match. Rogue Mage versus Mage Druid. How's this line up?
Well, if Sho goes with the Druid, he's gambling on getting the Mage, because if you get the Rogue, it's pretty sad for you. We saw that matchup go in favor of the Druid earlier, but oftentimes it's going to go in favor of the Rogue. Sap is a crazy good card against Ancient of War. And then from Xixo's perspective, if he goes Mage, he gets countered by the Druid. But if he goes Rogue...
Gets countered by the Mage.
Countered by the Mage, potentially.
Not really. It's kind of... Did we see Xixo's Rogue? It was the Pirate Aggro Rogue, right? It had Buccaneer in there.
Yeah, which cannot be good against Reno Mage. I don't know. Maybe it's like just fast enough, but it feels like they're going to draw Volcanic Potion or Doomsayer, and you're just screwed.
So Xixo's feeling a little bit 50-50-ish. Like, he's 50% to dislike the matchup, and...
Yeah. So...
How good is that Rogue against the Druid, do you think?
It's got to be good. It is really fast, and Sho is playing the slowest deck in the history of Hearthstone. It's Jade Druid, man. So, I think it gets beat up.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, Xixo's Rogue might be fast enough that it cuts saps, and that might make Sho's Druid have a better chance because of the Ancient War. I still think the Druid's behind, but, like, how behind?
I mean, I think the Druid's dead on turn 6. You need to innervate Ancient War to win.
Well, there's also, like, Wild Growth and stuff. There's ways for Ancient War to come out early. There's Jade Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I think he needs to innervate Ancient War.
Okay.
I think if you're Wild Growthing and stuff...
Yeah, he's dying real quick. It's true.
You're
but
just dead.
The swipe can
board.
buy you a lot of time against that deck, right? Swipe can kill a lot of little pirates.
The swipe doesn't kill Questing Adventure.
Okay.
I think the Rogue smashes the Druid.
Begin.
We do see the Rogue go out for Xixo, which it probably has a decent chance against the Mage. So I think it's probably the expected pick from Xixo, and Sho going with the Mage.
So MC Tech is bad against most rogues, but I wonder if it's ever good against this rogue.
That is interesting.
I still think no. I still think Dagger on 2 happens a lot, and that just really makes MC Tech look bad.
Mm-hmm. I think you want Volcanic Potion. I think you just... I don't even hate mulliganing Mistress of Mixtures, because it's going to die for free, basically, to your opponent's weapon. And... because they're going to go, like, Buccaneer or whatever, and just kind of poke it down, and you get 0 heal out of it in that scenario. Well, you guess you get 2 heal, because it soaks 2 health for being a minion, but...
That's it. I honestly don't like Mixtures of Mixtures in Reno Mage. The way I see it, it's much better in Reno Lock because Reno Lock has Life Tap, which A, does self-damage, so you get value off the Death Rattle effect from Mixtures, and B, has Life Tap, so you can afford the value loss of playing a 2-2 in your deck.
Oh wow, Shadow Step is in this build from Xixo, so it's a lot different than the other Pirate Rogue builds I've seen.
Yeah, Shadow Step has a nice interaction with Leroy. It's okay with deckhand as well.
Hazard Drake for some extra value, I guess. Desperation.
Look who the Mixtures healed, by the way. Is Xixo.
yeah, exactly. I don't think you keep it in the mulligan against any sort of weapon classes. Which, I mean, what are the aggro classes? All of them are weapon classes, so I find the card really underwhelming.
Right, if you're mulliganing against all of the aggro classes, then what are you doing with the card in your deck? I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, when you life tap, it's fine, but against, or in Reno Mage, I also cut it from my build.
Alright, so Refreshment Vendor on 4. Seems just correct here.
Mm-hmm.
This time the heal went the way you wanted, mostly on your face. You honestly don't care about healing the rogue, that doesn't really matter, it's just how much you heal yourself for. Interesting turn, how do you do this? Deckhand SI?
Seems good to me.
This guy's
Okay.
Deck the Captain. It wasn't killed with a removal spell last turn.
Plays around MC Tech.
is around MC Tech. The other play was maybe like some sort of go face with your dagger, re-dagger, and like cold blood.
So
Just
Bruiser
because-
Doomsayer is a play here.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Let's see. You can definitely clear. You probably want to. It's pretty awkward. Like you're looking at like Buccaneer, Cold Blood, and Redagger sort of things. So if you Buccaneer, Cold Blood, the patches, trade it in, put everything into the Doomsayer and Redagger. That's a turn.
So
Do you like something? Is there a Shadow Step play that you like? Maybe.
No.
That's awkward, right?
Yeah.
You could Shadow Step your SI, replay it on the 4/5, trade your patches and face into the 4/5, Cold Blood your captain into the deckhand.
I do not like Shadow Step.
Okay.
I think you got to do this. I think this is like the only line here. It feels bad hanging all of this mana, but at least you put up a 7/3 threat that your opponent has to deal with.
Yeah. And he can. Blizzard's pretty good here. Polymorph Ping, also an option. I mean, the Polymorph stops a lot.
So does the Blizzard.
Yeah, stops all of it. But this sets up to like board clear next turn, whereas the Blizzard sets up to not board clear next turn. So he's taking some damage this turn in order to have like take less damage next turn and have better permanent board control starting next turn. And if he plays a Swashbuckler, MC Tech comes active but doesn't care. Cabal Courier, that's pretty exciting.
I can get some burn spells.
Does that discover Mage, Priest, and Warlock still?
Yep, Mage,
Okay.
Priest, and Warlock. So Mage has a lot of burn, so he's hoping
Yeah.
for maybe some Mage cards. And Priest's got Mind Blast at least, and you look at Warlock, not the greatest. They got Power Bombing and Soulfire though.
Oh, that was not a good MC Tech.
Yeah, I think this MC Tech is really ambitious.
Yeah,
I think
also
you just-
cut that card.
Lizard there, try and take as little damage as possible. Sjow being super greedy with the Blizzard has given Xixo 3 additional damage the previous turn, and now he's taking 7 this turn from the board.
Yeah, this is like 3 off lethal. And yeah, so if you don't have lethal, you just do this and Buccaneer, dagger up. Well, you could go for another courier. Shadow Word Horror doesn't look too good here. Yeah, just try again.
Yeah, Courier Cold Blood this turn so you can Leroy Shadow Step next turn. I like that.
Okay, if you dagger up, it buffs the Buccaneer.
Sure, yeah. But I just make sure you Cold Blood this turn, I think. Because you want to be able to Leroy Shadow Step. Unless you're thinking about how do you beat Reno. And I think that's what Xixo's thinking about. He's trying to figure out if there's any way he can set up.
Nah, this doesn't look like a beat Reno kind of game. He's about to lose board pretty soon.
Well, not if he takes all the trades.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to the Cold Blood. But you can trade with the 3/2 but no, then he's got the ping, so you don't beat Reno anyway, so screw trading.
It's already seen MC Tech.
Well, he's gonna take the trade though. Because
Interesting.
Reno ping is still tons of damage, so. But
Alright, is there any out here? You could ping your own Thalmos and hit Ice Block. I don't think he's that desperate that he would ever go for that, though. He's just going to lose to this Leroy Shadow Step.
yeah, he is not expecting this amount of bursts out of Xixo's deck, and yeah, he's playing this in a very comfortable looking position most of the game, and holding back on Blizzard, which was like the best play to clear the board for taking greedier lines throughout the course of the game, and got really punished by it because of the unexpectedness of Xixo's deck. No one is expecting Leroy Shadow Step.
Yeah.
Sometimes that'll get you. That's more power to Xixo bringing weird deck archetypes that are kind of new.
That was cool. I want to talk about weapon destruction against Rogue. Sjow had Acidic Swamp Ooze and Harrison Jones in his deck, which are weapon destruction cards, and Rogue is a class that has weapons. So you'd think they would be good, but really, now that Blade Flurry is nerfed and nobody's playing Deadly Poison, I think those cards are, like, I mulligan Acidic Swamp Ooze against Rogue pretty much every time. I think those cards are kind of bad against Rogue, so when you're thinking about what you're going up against and thinking about how good those cards are, They're really just not that good against Rogue anymore. They're pretty bad.
No. The 3-2 body is the worst part against Rogue, right? Like, you acidic swamp boost the weapon, and then they just, like, SI it and kill it for free, or backstab it and kill it for free, or spell power fan and kill it for free. It's just dead for free. So you actually probably lose value on the exchange. You remove half of a dagger most of the time, and then they get value trades on your card, and it feels sad. Harrison Jones, on the other hand, though, is still really good against Rogue.
Yeah.
You get the draw. The draw's worth it. And the
Pretty slow. Rogue's killing you real quick these days.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't keep it, but I mean, you draw it on 5. You're not sad about it.
You're okay with it, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But xixo's taking that 3-2 over sjow. Sjow's still in the tournament, knocked down to the losers bracket. We will be seeing him later on. But now we got to see who's gonna, man up to be able to play against xixo. Is it going to be Dog, or is it going to be the young savage Amnesiac? And both of these players had really solid performances in their first round, I'd say. We had Dog versus Hafu, who was, had some pretty sick plays to his outs from losing positions and was able to kind of clutch some victories there. We had Amnesiac, who kind of rolled over purple, got the 3-0 there. So both players really showing a lot of skill in round 1 and trying to see who's going to show the most skill in round 2. But we're going to have to go to a quick break while we set up their cameras, get ready to get into the match. This tournament sponsored by Amazon Coins, 25% off all of your card packs. Click in the link below, save some money, best deals anywhere. It's going to be awesome, but we'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back to the Gang Wars tournament. Up next, we have Amnesiac versus Dog. Take it away, Zalay.
I think these guys are both similar in terms of like playstyle and the kinds of decks that they like to play. I both think of them as kind of like Rogue, Druid, Reno Lock, that kind of stuff. Looking at their lineups, they both have Warrior, Warlock, Shaman, Rogue, Druid, and at the end it's Priest versus Mage. You've been seeing a lot of that, like that 6th class, Priest versus Druid versus Mage, that kind of thing is really the decision point in the lineup building. But also you have to decide what kind of warrior you're going to bring. Do you bring aggro Pirate Warrior? Do you bring mid-range Dragon Warrior?
Sure.
Do you bring aggro mid-range Pirate Warrior? Like, there's some options. We haven't seen Control Warrior yet this tournament, but I would bet there's at least one Control Warrior somewhere.
Hiding out there, yeah, just waiting for its time to shine.
Other side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, the split between the warriors. They've been pretty much like exactly 50-50, right? Like half pirates, half dragons. It's kind of funny. But something I'm really curious about is that Dog didn't bring Reno Mage. Dog was one of the first players in this expansion to do well with Reno Mage. He hit #1 legend with Reno Mage. And, you got to say, probably give him at least some credit for popularizing Reno Mage. And it's not there.
Didn't bring it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was like towards the beginning of the month, so maybe he didn't feel that confident in the deck. Maybe he felt like, he hit Legend, he played some games and got #1 because of it, not because it was like a strong deck, and he's just like not with the trend of Reno Mage lately kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's with the trend of Reno Lock. He's got
That's
that
a good
out.
one.
Yeah. And he's, looks like it's the Smork Shaman from Amnesiac.
No Doomsayer or Mortal Coil in Dog's hand for the early turns. Earthring Farseer is a bit weak. Kazakus can help catch up. Probably want to pick a 5 AoE for 4 and gain armor with it.
Yeah, it's either that or the 1-mana ones. The 1-mana ones can be really, really powerful if you have
I
other
like
things that can
Bruiser here.
complement it.
Sorry, this Bruiser's really good for Dog. You can see Amnesiac's going to coin Feral Spirits pretty often right now, and then the turn 3, 4, 5 just coming out. Yeti with a discount.
Man, not too bad. He gets answered quite handily by the Lightning Bolt from Amnesiac, but at least it's something. It's soaking up some boards, soaking up some damage. Yeah, this is gonna be rough for Dog to get a win in. Hey, he's gonna need Reno this game, it looks like, or a really good Kazakus potion, because the damage is just pouring in from Amnesiac's side.
Yeah, Kazakus Potion's going to be the most likely thing. You got to think he's playing Kazakus on turn 4 and picking a 5-mana. And he's the mod he's most interested in is the AoE damage for 4.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. But is it going to be enough? Without Reno or some sort of heal, I don't think it's really going to be enough.
There's the AoE. 4 to all. And with
Draw
it, you
2
probably
cards.
want... Yeah.
That's the best possible one besides armor, maybe.
Is it? I think the 5/5 might be better than draw 2. Because it deals with the thing. So draw 2 cards, draws towards Reno is what we're thinking. I want to mention the 5-mana AoE and Polymorph, they actually awkwardly interact because the AoE goes off second. So if your opponent has a big minion and a bunch of small minions, the Polymorph can hit a small minion and then you AoE it. It's kind of awkward.
It's especially awkward against Rogue when they got a concealed minion out. And you're hoping, you wish you went the other way so you'd clear the minions and then polymorph the big guy that's concealed.
So Amnesiac takes life tap, giving him chances to beat even a Reno hand, which Dog doesn't even have.
And he holds back the Flame Tongue this turn, I think mainly because he got the Charger, so he's not actually losing damage on the sequence going forward because he gets to swing with the weapon this turn, so he makes up the 2 damage lost in the Flame Tongue there, and then makes up the other damage lost with the Charger.
Oh, there's the Reno. He's 1 off lethal Amnesiac, right? Deckhand pulling patches with Flame Tongue is 7, plus the weapon is 9 total damage. 1 off lethal. Reno's coming down. Oh, wow. Baby.
Just in time.
It's not over, but it might be over.
Well, he's going to take a bit of damage on the backswing of the Reno, especially if Amnesiac holds the weapon.
Like, Amnesiac has life tap, which helps you to beat these Reno draws. Yeah, he's going tap Totem Golem, right? Or maybe Buccaneer.
Yeah, he's playing around the Reno quite heavily here. Instead of setting his opponent to 1, he's just going to try and squeeze in a life tap every turn so he can keep up on value with the Reno lock. And
that life tap says to me that he thinks he has a realistic chance of beating a Reno Jackson hand.
Yeah.
Right? If he didn't, he would just kind of push damage. Tapping risked drawing patches. Like, he paid quite a price to go for this line of play.
True.
Life tap is incredibly powerful against Reno Jackson, so I get it. I see it.
He's got a nice board pushed up for dealing damage in the next turn. I like the careful, thought out line here. Like, a lot of times players get in this situation and they just jam all face all the time, and taking the time, thinking through everything, roping. You're aggro shaman, but you still gotta think. Just because you're a silly face deck doesn't mean you gotta play like a silly face deck. You can play refined.
That's totally true. People think just because it's a smart deck, it's easy to play. I've been playing some aggro shaman, and while it's definitely simpler to play than something like a Reno lock, it still has a lot of decision points, a lot of planning ahead, evaluating, can I beat Reno in this spot? I gotta think it really doesn't look good at all for Amnesiac to beat this Reno, but he's not dead.
He's in a better spot than he would have been if he didn't tap.
Right. He is getting rewarded for taking this line of play. But I'm looking at that Demon Wrath in Dog's hand.
Yeah,
and,
that's a doozy.
Thinking that's pretty good. Alright, trading to play around the Demon Wraths. And just generally pretty good. You need to protect the Flame Tongue, right? That's a big part of you winning. If this Flame Tongue sticks around for a few turns, that could get you in it. So, Dog's thinking about Dirty Rat. How likely is there to be a Flame Wreath Faceless in Amnesiac's hand? Well, he would have played it going into the Reno turn instead of doing that life tap play, but only the Spirit Claws was in his hand at that point, right? So the Maelstrom Portal and Tunnel Shrug are new cards that could potentially be Flame Wreath Faceless. And there's a question of how ahead is he here? Like, is he ahead enough that he doesn't ever want to risk the Flame Wreath Faceless by playing Dirty Rat, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's got a very solid chance of winning this game. You can just develop 2 minions, Soulfire, the Flame Tongue. You could go with the Imp Gang boss, but I prefer the Flame Tongue. I mean, the Totem Golem. He goes with the Totem Golem. I think it's fine either way. The Totem Golem removes more damage from the board.
Okay.
But the Flame Tongue gives your opponent more options going forward for, weird tradey stuff.
So how do you deal with this as Amnesiac? Is the Maelstrom Portal much good? You could Flame Tongue between the Patches and Buccaneer. And, it's a clear, but it's not sexy. I kind of like that. You Flame Tongue between the Patches and the Buccaneer. You trade, you Tunnel Trog on the left, you Spirit Claws the 1/1, and your Flame Tongue goes face for 2.
Okay.
You're really not pushing a lot of damage, but you're just hoping to get to a point where Dog somehow doesn't have any answers to your board. Dog does have Crystal Nether. So...
Yeah. You can't really... Oh, this is much nicer. It uses way less resources.
Yeah.
Solid play there by Amnesiac. Is it worth it ever to trade into the 1/1? Play around Demon Wrath, the only real thing, and potentially, you know, PO Shadow Flame. So he does take that trade. The reason why he's trading so much at this point is because since the Reno's been launched, you are not winning with just pure face damage. The only way you win is by protecting your board. So you have to make your board as awkward as possible to remove and maximize your chip damage with your board. And he's trying to do his best to get that done.
Yeah. Amnesiac just doesn't have a hand that says go face. Like the Flame Tongue says trade, Tunnel Trog kind of says trade, Maelstrom Portal says trade. None of these things go face. If his hand were a bunch of lava bursts, he might be playing differently.
Sure.
So Dog's thinking, I could Twisting Nether, but I'd kind of like to be greedy for more. Yeah, Demon Wrath stops damage for the turn.
Yeah, I like it.
Brand contest the board. You don't need to get value off of Brand Kazakus to win this matchup. You got, I mean, you already Kazakus, but you know, Brand plus whatever. You don't need that value to win this matchup. Just a 2/4 is good enough. Threatening the Flame Tongue is makes the Amnesiac's life more difficult. He would like to have a deck hand here. Spirit Claws to give it charge, and it goes next to the Flame Tongue to clean up that Brand, protecting his own Flame Tongue, but doesn't have that.
Maelstrom Portal, hope you get a charger.
Yeah. Stone Tusk Boar, Deckhand. Those are the two chargers.
Yeah.
You could also hit a Taunt, Voidwalker, Goldshire Footman, Shield Bearer. But no, things are just really awkward. Ew.
He's still got a board. He's still keeping it composed.
Yeah.
But he's really hoping on Flame Wreath Faceless, and Dog just has the answer to the Flame Wreath Faceless. He's hoping Dog kind of plays with the fire a little bit too long and gets burned, because Dog could Twisting Nether here, or he could try and hold on to it for more value and just develop something.
Amnesiac's down to 2 cards in hand. If he Dirty Rats out in a Flame Wreath Faceless, he has the option to Siphon Soul it, but the Dirty Rat's just bad on board, so he's probably not going to go for that play.
Is it bad on board, though? The minions that trade into it die, so
Well, you have 5/2 in the face going to it. He's Twisting Nether just kind of because Amnesiac's hand is small, and like, yeah, he's okay.
I don't think you lose if you're Twisting there. You have answers to both Flame Wreath Facelesses.
Yep, I like it.
You could literally deal with Flame Wreath Faceless, Flame Wreath Faceless. Same turn.
Amnesiac has 7 mana. Is he gonna Portal out a 1-drop? At that point in the game? No, Jade Claws, that makes more sense.
3-drop, much better than 1-drop.
Yeah, sick.
Huh, maybe he did.
Giant Blast Crystal Potion. So once you get to 10 mana, the downside on Blast Crystal Potion is irrelevant. It's just a 4 mana Assassinate.
He might have actually, I guess, ripped the Twisting too early, because it looks like Amnesiac's really starting to mount up a board here.
Yeah, that's the power of Life Tap, right? Just keep going.
Yeah. I was really confident that was like a good time to Twisting, and now I'm starting to rethink that.
I thought it was a good Twisting. It's just kind of working out awkwardly. Really awkwardly. Abyssal Enforcer would be a huge pickup here.
Any sort of AoE. He's still got Hellfire in the deck. He's got Shadow Flame in the deck. Abyssal Enforcer, like you said. So he's got 3 outs to try and clear this board. Other than that, is there any safer play besides tapping for outs? He's got the Dirty Rat, which is going to contest the board, and he can Siphon Soul the 6/3.
And Mixtress with it? Or you want to tap?
I don't think you tap. I think you just play the Mixtress.
And look how patient Dog was with this Dirty Rat. That's a common misplay I see on ladder players. They'll jam out the Rat on 2, or at some point that's way too early. If you just save it against the aggro, a lot of times you get to a point where it's pulling nothing for them. You get a 2-mana 2/6 taunt.
Yeah.
Alright, Amnesiac's starting to draw Burn, which is really good considering Dog's already used Reno, but is it good enough?
He's got to be afraid of dying.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. He can't Lava Burst and Flame Wreath Faceless, so he can't safely develop it. I mean, he could trade all the minions in here. Face tank the Mixtress and Mistress and play Flame Wreath.
Believe.
Yeah, just hope it sticks. If your opponent can't beat a 2/1 taunt, then the Giant can't trade.
He's seen a Blast Crystal and a Siphon Soul. The Flaming Faceless is really good to play.
Oh, wow. He's too afraid of death to play it. He's going to hold on to it, try and play it next turn.
I get it. Like, Lava Bursting the 8-5 is very efficient, and it makes your life tap, like, have more opportunities to do things for you. Like, he knows this Flaming Faceless is pretty good, right?
It's going to stick whenever you play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although Sylvanas.
Yeah, well. So yeah, from Dog's perspective, he doesn't have an answer to second Flame Wreath Faceless in his hand, so, or any immediate answers, so I really like the Sylvanas coming down.
You can see Dog's hand ended up really terrible because he kind of used all of his good cards that have like immediate impact on the board, dealing with Amnesiac's threats, and now he's stuck with the slow stuff, the Twilight Drake, the Emperor, the Sylvanas.
I guess if you did play the Sylvanas there, you could just trade everything into it, then play the Flame Wreath Faceless. So maybe it is better to hold it for trying to find Power Overwhelming or Shadow Flame to go alongside it.
So, is trade the place? Do you Flame Wreath Faceless, Lava Burst the Emperor, and push face?
Plays around Hellfire and such. Seems good to me. You're on the tap him out of the game strategy.
Yeah, wow. Just playing for value. Look at that. I'm surprised about trading into that Twilight Drake. It plays around AoE, sure.
Yeah, I fully commit to trying to play around the AoE.
Would he have died if he hadn't done that just now? To the Leroy Faceless, 12 to the...
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah, he just played around that lethal.
I have no time for games.
And helped to protect himself from AoE, but...
Is it enough, though? 9, 10, he needs 7 damage in these 2 cards.
That's going to be a tall order with 6 mana. Is there any...
Yeah.
Dog's out of steam. If he's able to somehow clear this board in an effective manner. Oh, he had Aya in the deck the whole time. Wow. He had a lot of value. That would have, that would have summoned a 4/4 too. He got really close to outvaluing this Reno Lock. That's insane. When your aggro shaman can just go to the value game toe-to-toe with Reno Lock. What a deck.
Yeah, he was... I thought he was in really bad shape going into that Reno.
He's not dead.
He's pretty dead.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the play here?
You gotta trade 7/7s.
Go face for 3 and play a Totem Golem?
Face for 3 and play a Totem Golem.
Okay.
Or he's gonna risk it. He's gonna risk it. He's playing to win. I don't know. It's pretty risky. As risks go, that's about as much as you can do.
So if he trades into the Sylvanas, if he gives up the taunt, he's dead. Oh, dead. Leroy! Leroy, I mean, Shadow Flame would have won at a lot of points for Dog. I don't think he ever drew Hellfire or Abyssal Enforcer either.
But I mean, yeah, Reno on 6, and it's still that close.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think a lot of things went wrong for Dog to be that close, and he still won.
True, but if you got Reno on 6, you usually win.
Yeah, he did. I think my read on the position was right, that Dog was way ahead when he Reno'd on 6, and the game panned out in a favorable manner for Amnesiac, and it still wasn't favorable enough.
Sure. It's really tough to beat Reno on 6 from a Reno deck. They're just designed so well to utilize that extra life that they get that it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's way more doable if you have like a Flame Wreath Faceless that's sticking to the board or something, but Amnesiac's board presence going into that Reno 6 was just a bunch of stuff that died to Demon Wrath.
Yeah.
It's just a few little tiny minions. Like, you need to have a really big board to beat the Reno on 6, and Amnesiac just didn't. All he had was life tap and, Belief, and that only goes so far.
Yeah, you needed Aya like a few turns earlier.
Yeah. It could certainly. There were ways Amnesiac could have won with that pan out, with a slightly better pan out. So 1-0 for Dog with Reno Lock over Agersham. That was really I enjoyed that game. That was pretty interesting.
Ooh, Pirates Mirror. Both players appear to be playing pure Pirates at the moment from the hand pan out. Amnesiac rocking the South Sea Captain. He might be playing the Minion Pirate version. That doesn't run the Mortal Strikes and instead runs Naga Corsairs.
So Dog has the advantage of going first, but Amnesiac has a weapon in N'Zoth's first mate, and Dog does not have any sort of weapon. So I got to give the edge to Amnesiac in this spot. He's keeping the South Sea Captain. I normally would not keep that against the weapon class.
Whoa. He's got a grimy Gadgeteer. But yeah, the South Sea Captain going second is a little awkward because going first you start with board. Going second you do not start with board and have to recover the board. And buff cards are a lot better when you have the board.
Yeah, and also just when you're playing against the weapon class, it's hard to stick any kind of board. So why are you keeping a buff card? Is my thinking.
Life tap for the value game, ping for the best tempo game with clears. What do you take here? This is tough. This is a game-deciding thing. This decides how you're going to play the entire game out.
Right. You take ping unless you know he's some super slow warrior, because a lot of these matchups are about board control. Really, if he had the option to pick any of the 9 hero powers, I think Rogue is the best by a mile. Even though he's got a bunch of weapons in his deck, he just really needs a weapon.
At all times.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the best board control hero power as well, right? It's 2 pings for 2 mana, and it's set up over time and all that.
Double Grimy Gadgeteer.
So first mate coin upgrade would clear this, but it leads into an no play on turn 2.
The Grimy Gadgeteer, if he's able to win the board and stick that, it's absolutely insane because it gets to get repeated buffs. But if he does not have board control, it's not going to get repeated buffs. So I think the purpose of it in the deck, if I was going to try and analyze why would you play Grimy Gadgeteer, it's because it acts as the minion presence that you get in the sort of mid-range decks, as well as also acting as burst damage that you need to win against the control decks, because it buffs one of your chargers up repeatedly, hopefully anyway, and then you get the closer after they board clear you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the main point is, like you said, just that the deck has a lot of weapons and early game board presence, and that deals with the opponent's early game board presence, and cards like Frothing will bait out removal, and so the deck does a good job of putting the opponent in spots where they struggle to clear that 4/3 on turn 4, even though it's a weak body, and if they struggle to clear it, then the buff goes off repeatedly. It's just insane. And Dog picks up a weapon, looks to be in great shape all of a sudden. That was a big turn.
That was huge for him, yeah. Amnesiac has the 2/2 patches available to him if he wants it. But not a lot of really great plays here. Might consider the Zost first mate upgrade and start picking away at some of these minions.
Yeah, so his face would go into that 3/2 Buccaneer.
Yeah.
And his patches would just kill off N'Zoth's first mate. He'd have a 1/1 on board, dying to Dog's weapon. Dog would be pushing 2 face damage with his minions. I mean, Dog's just ahead, and he's going to stay ahead for a while.
Sure.
He's got a low-value hand, like Heroic Strike is not what he wants here. He wants 4-mana minion, ideally, so just follow the curve. But the ping hero power is probably good enough as follow-up that even if he draws kind of poorly, he should be able to just kind of walk over Amnesiac with this lead.
Yeah, well, maybe the hand buffs are good enough for Amnesiac to stabilize. If Amnesiac isn't dead and gets to play every card in his hand, you gotta imagine he's gonna win the board back, so it could happen.
Okay, he goes with Deckhand over upgrade. This clears more stuff and means he takes less repetitive minion damage. I like it. Makes sense.
He's looking at his hand.
He cleared all the pirates. There's no upgrade.
Wow.
Well, this is just so much better than what we were talking about. Failfish casters, good job, Amnesiac.
Yeah, much better play. Now the upgrade can't happen. He gets to play around Bloodsail Cultist on 3. Way better than what we were talking about. And now it's really awkward for Dog. He's got much less damage pushing forward, which is going to give Amnesiac a lot more time to juice the value out of this hand.
Yeah. Do you ever play the Raider here? Just try and set up the Cultist? No, he's playing on curve. Okay. And saves the weapon attack. Puts a damage on his Finley. Interesting. So start getting these hand buffs going before it's too late. If you get that on Finley, it's really good because the way the stats are aligned on Finley from 1/3 up to 3/5. Well, the Gadgeteer is really good too, right? That one's harder to clear.
Yeah.
It looks like it is going to get cleared. Yeah, it's not good. So upgrade and ping to deal with that 4/3 while preserving minions. Dog is just playing for value here because he has so few cards left.
Yeah, he's not
he can trade
face, but
let's go into Raider and trade Finley. Less for value. Better tempo.
I like it. More damage. You're the aggressor. Your opponent's playing something weird. Might as well kill him.
Boom, 6/5. Oh, it dies on board to a 4/3 and a ping, but it makes another 6/5 charger. Oh, this frothing is so good for dog.
Yeah, it's the perfect card. Frothing, heroic strike, clear, preserve the minions, go face. Can't get much better than that.
Yeah. And the thing about dog face tanking 6 here is it's just kind of not relevant that he's taking damage. Like, he could go from 20 down to 15 even, and it just would not matter because Amnesiac's in no position to push face damage when he's behind on board like this. Amnesiac is forced into the control role. He's gonna probably have to Korkron that Frothing Berserker and maybe play a Finley or an Azot's First Mate or something.
Oh, Finley is so weird because
Thinking about
I don't like the
armor.
warrior hero power. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
But before you start armoring up, you really need to get the board under control. So what's the right way to get the board under control? Certainly Korkron into Frothing, and then what?
Beats me, man. That is a puzzle.
Yeah.
That Korkron's just dying for free, but he's holding on to that warrior hero power. Probably gonna try and trade things off with upgrade on the next turn, but oh, the ooze! Saw that tech a little bit earlier from Dog, and it's been paying off every game with him.
Yeah.
And doesn't look like the hand buffs were able to stabilize Amnesiac. Still South Sea Captain in his hands that he kept off the mulligan. A little bit ambitious to keep that in your mulligan going second.
Yeah, I think hand buffs were never meant to stabilize. They're meant to snowball a lead against other like mid-range and control decks, right? It's like you're ahead on board and they can't deal with it well. When you're playing that guy from behind, it's just not going to work out.
They're definitely not tech choices for this matchup. I would say, if anything, they're tech choices for like the Reno Lock matchup or the Reno Mage matchup. So, not really working out in the Pirate Mirror.
Good against Priest.
Good against Priest, sure, yeah.
It's okay against
attack.
Druid.
Sure.
Druid can kill it reasonably well from hand with the Swipe Wrath, living its hero power, but...
But then they're not developing. Usually they
Yeah.
want to be just Innervate Ancient or Warring. So. Yeah, still potentially can stabilize. It's not impossible.
Okay, so what does Dog have to draw?
A lot. Oh, one drops.
One drops.
Shapeshift? It's board control and heal?
You ever take the Hunter Hero power?
Yeah, I was just wondering that. Is he low enough that we could find a way to steady shot to victory? I don't think so. I think Shapeshift's like kind of better. Ooh, that's lethal.
Yeah.
GG. So 2-0 in favor of Dog at the moment.
Not looking good for the young Savage.
Dog just needs to win one more to close it out. Young Savage needs the reverse sweep. He's got to win with 3 games in a row.
3 games in a row. It's doable. It's definitely doable.
Yeah, Dog's got a Priest Druid lineup. That's a little iffy.
So, the crazy thing in this kind of format is if you go with a strategy that targets something, which we saw some weird warrior decks in Amnesia, or not weird warrior deck, we saw some weird cards in Amnesiac's warrior deck that indicated that he may be targeting some of the control decks with his warrior. Well, now the control decks are still left and he can't play the warrior anymore. So when you hit the wrong matchup in this format, it is super, super punishing.
Right. Amnesiac does have the Druid to target control decks, and I think Rogue to an extent, and even Warlock is...
Yeah. I would. Yeah, the Warlock's not great against the Druid, but
No, it's bad. But it's good against like a Priest.
Sure. He's got Priest on lock. Dog's
He's
not
doing-
queuing Priest.
Yeah. Yeah.
If Dog queues Priest, he has 0 favorable matchups. So if you're Amnesiac, you know he's queuing either Druid, Rogue, or Shaman. And you gotta imagine it's most likely going to be Rogue. It has the most favorables, I'd say. But then again, Shaman is Shaman.
I don't know. Shaman, exactly. Well said. This Buccaneer plus weapons, it's like not bad at all. And he got Shaman against Rogue, which is probably where Dog wants to be.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was thinking that Dog would queue Rogue because it's got the most favorables, and Amnesiac's probably best deck against Rogue, since he doesn't really believe in Reno Mage too much, is probably just Rogue, and he's gonna get got.
Do you like this coin J clause on 1 to deal with Buccaneer?
Yeah, I like it a lot. You don't want to give away your Buccaneer for free. You want it to pull some premium removal from your opponent.
There's a previous position where you liked Buccaneer on one and trading patches into their Buccaneer.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a different matchup.
We had the Maelstrom portal to punish at that time, and it was also a different matchup.
Yeah.
This matchup's more about sticking minions rather than gaining small incremental tempo advantages. Because they're not going to follow up this with minions, they're going to follow up with dagger. So you don't have to worry about them punishing you while you're overloaded by developing more, because they just don't run 2-drops in their deck, so there's nothing they can develop.
So 3/3 is a good size to be on board because of the 2-attack J column, but a bad size to be in general against Shaman because they have many ways to deal 3, such as Lightning Bolt.
Well, the great part about it is a lot of times you can really mess up their turn. Unfortunately for Amnesiac, Dog's got the best 2-drop in the deck. There's only 2 2-drops in the deck that are kind of like standalone cards that you can play on a board. Like you can't play, like Flame Drop costs 2, but you're not playing a Flame Tongue here in Lightning Bolting.
No, you are not. And Tomb Pillager on 4 for Amnesiac. Amnesiac's kind of like got the right cards to win an unfavorable matchup. He's got Sap for that Flaming Faceless. He's been curving like, removal plus dude. You got the Tomb Pillager on 4. He's got the Edwin Van Cleef. He doesn't have the big Edwin Van Cleef.
6/6 and Sap a Flame Wraith is usually good enough. Or 4/4, I guess.
Yeah, if it were 6/6, I would agree.
Yeah.
If he picks up the backstab, right? There's like one of those left.
Sure. I mean, you're gonna have to do it regardless. But if you pick up a prep, now you're chilling.
Yeah. That 1 backstab, 2 preps. I think he's got at least 1 coin in his list, maybe 2. So Dog's looking at this. He could Flame Tongue trade. He could double trade Hero Power. He's got to kill the Tomb Pillager, right? Is there any line where he doesn't? No, you got to kill it.
I think Flame Tongue trade up is probably the best play. The other option is, well, I guess we're going off phase.
Whoa.
Interesting. So now, the benefit of this is Tomb Pillager kills the Flame Tongue, sure. You're holding back a coin from your opponent, which could make their turn awkward. It denies the 6/6 Van Cleef here. And,
so this baits Amnesiac into sapping. Like, Sap Van Cleef is the autopilot play here. And then there's no sap for the Flame Wraith Faceless.
Okay. It's gonna happen. That's pretty interesting. You do still push 2 damage with the Flame Tongue, and if the Totem Golem lives because the Tomb Pillager is trading into the Flame Tongue, you essentially push 5 damage with the Flame Tongue.
The thing is, the Flame Wraith Faceless is kind of not that good when it's like being developed onto a board that already has 10 attack value.
Yeah. It's I did not see that one coming from Dog. His hand doesn't have a lot of burn, so it doesn't really support that line.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Curious.
What is the face?
Yeah, I think he's already played 1 clause, right? I guess this signals he doesn't run Doomhammer in his deck.
Okay, so maybe he's got Aya.
Yeah, we've seen Aya from him, so we know he's got Aya. So he's not running a Doomhammer build. I don't think you want to take 7. I'm pretty happy double trading this.
I want to take 7. Am I a bad person? I kind of am, because there's Gadget and spells in hand.
The full tempo line.
Wow.
Yeah, you get a coin with it, right? So it's not that big of a deal. You save a 4/4 for 2 draws. I'm trying to take the coin. Now you saved 1 attack for 3 draws. Amnesiac just fully valuing the tempo, fully valuing the stats. Maybe the 5 damage is worth it because he's afraid of the potential thing from below. We've seen that floating around in some Shaman decks, but it's not very common as of right now. Especially in the,
I think he's just thinking, like, if the Tomb Pillager sticks around, he wins anyways, so just take the extra damage.
Sure.
Like, you gotta kill these things. You're not winning the race.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have to kill the things, you might as well have a little extra damage done, whatever.
So, Feral Spirits into Thalnos, Maelstrom Portal.
Alright.
I think you gotta get lucky to win this game from Dog's position. He's on the back foot by a mile. He's playing an aggro deck, and his opponent has, a lot of mana worth of creatures in play. Depending on how you evaluate it,
I'm gonna call it 9, just in case. It's
Sure.
easier to say it's 9.
Yeah. The Hazard Drake understated because of the draw and whatnot, but essentially 9 mana. But he thinks he can grind it back. If his opponent doesn't have any draw, you know, Rogue is known to fizzle. So
Sure.
definitely a solid line to take as well.
So make it SI, I think.
Yeah, your
I really
options
like
are-
holding. Like the thing about playing the gadget is you have this Toon Villager.
Yeah, I don't like
Okay.
this. He is discarded, or like he could have played a 3/3 and daggered instead, which is about the same amount of stats. You know, if you evaluate the dagger as one attack stat, then it would be a 4/3 in stats instead of a 4/4 in stats. And it's the best minion in your deck.
Right. He's just gambling the dog can't kill it. And as it turns out, he's right. Dog can't kill it. This is just one of those reads we've been seeing this tournament, right? Like, people having a read on it. They just know.
They just
Like,
know.
That lava burst is the last one. I mean, it's true. Like, if you lava burst there, it means you don't have Jade Lightning or anything, right? So
That's true.
the only other removal would be like a second lava burst.
Mm-hmm.
So he does kind of have a real read there. It's not just guessing.
He's not messing around. Yeah. Gamble not really
Leroy's-
rewarded though, not
Yeah.
even with spell.
That's very awkward.
But slightly rewarded because now he can play his entire hand. He can
Yeah,
Leroy
Leroy.
SI.
You can't dagger with it, which really hurts. You want to be able to dagger SI down a Feral Spirit, but he pushed one last turn, assuming you'd be able to dagger this turn. Which is normally a good assumption. In this case, okay. Holding on to that Leroy, sure. Nope, Jade Lightning picked up.
This guy's toast.
We can continue this value game plan. Gadget not drawing any cards. Clippy Cloppy. Personal favorite of mine. So, Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, Clippy Cloppy into the Gadget. Hope for the best.
Yeah, it's either that or instead of Totem Golem, you could go super ambitious and hit spell higher.
I like
Yeah.
that. Just feeling it.
But I think honestly, the amount of stats you're putting on the table, you got enough value to potentially win this. Dog might have been right on that Lava Burst play. He figured he could outvalue this Rogue deck. Rogue doesn't have a lot of value. It's an aggro deck too at heart. And
It's one off lethal, right? 9 plus 6, 15. Wow. So close. So, do you push all face and just pass and try to kill him next turn? He's using the sap, which would be an answer to some kind of taunt, but you've already seen a Feral Spirits and Think from Blows. Honestly, kind of unpopular in the Shaman list these days.
Yeah.
Okay, he goes for this play also sets up lethal, but with way more board control. So that makes some sense, right?
Yep. Yeah, that has to be the best play on the turn.
So, do you need to roll a taunt totem?
No, you can use
No, you
Jade
don't.
Lightning. But
But you
yeah,
did.
it's nice. It's a nice
Yeah.
little feature to add to the turn. I like it a lot. But the tide is turning here. Amnesiac out of steam. The aggro shaman regained the board. We've been seeing these aggro shamans able to just pump so much board control, so much just. It's almost a control deck. It's crazy.
That's lethal, probably.
Probably. Okay.
Not in a real sense, but you know, in the meme sense, there's probably some out that would be lethal there. I don't know what. Can you think of anything? It has to like go face and clear the taunt. Actually, that's really hard to do with shaman cards.
I mean, yeah.
Can't think of anything. Damn. 3/6 is pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's pretty good to ignore.
Okay.
Real easy to do
One off
that.
lethal.
Yeah. It takes care of the 1/1 so the taunt totem can't be answered easily, so that it actually provides 3 healing instead of 2. I like that.
Oh, gadget coin. So backstab would be lethal. Are there any of those left? Prep into something would be lethal.
It's 1 backstab. Dalnos is a blank.
Oh my god. Can he survive?
He's alive at 1 currently. Spell power is lethal from dog. Or
Alright,
any
so-
damage in damage shaman.
So it's a 33% roll for lethal plus top decks.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow. That's clutch, man. Dog has been clutching out
Dang.
some games today. He's on
Yeah.
fire. We saw it in his first series too. It seemed like he was in a losing position. He seemed to have no hope, and this guy knows his deck list. He knows how to switch gears from the face plan into the value plan and play all angles of the game. Really impressive.
Yeah, identifying the situations where when he needs to play to slow it down, when he needs to smork it out, identifying what is the winning line of play from this bad position and just getting there. 3-0 sweep over Amnesiac. That was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah.
That was not an easy last game to win.
Yeah, so his record, going forward, he's like 6-1. That's pretty impressive. And he gets to play again after this, right? That's what we got coming up next.
Yeah, I believe this will be. I think this is the upcoming match should be the last match that we're streaming today.
Yeah, and the winner of this is going to move on to the finals. So a quick look at the brackets. We will see exactly what's going on here. We will have Xixo versus Dog.
Yeah,
not Amnesiac. But
so I want to say nobody's eliminated this tournament. It's double elimination, so we still will potentially be seeing all of the players who lost, such as Forsen and Hafu and Purple and JJ in the future. So Xixo versus Amnesiac up next. That's Xixo versus Dog. That's a pretty hype matchup.
Pretty hype matchup for sure. You look at the players there. You got Xixo, who is, honestly, he's expected to be there. If he's not there, then I think Xixo made a mistake, and he doesn't usually make mistakes. So oftentimes you're going to find Xixo in that position. So excited to see him continuing to do well in the new Mean Streets metagame. So the classic old school Xixo champion that's been reigning terror on the competitive scene for months now, up against Dog, who has been, he went towards streaming a little bit more, kind of like how Forsen did for a while, and is coming back to competitive a little bit more. We saw him at Seat Story Cup competing. He did all right there. I think he made it out of the group stage 1, but fell down in group stage 2. So he's at least, going to Europe to compete, which a lot of the NA streamers don't like doing, because they lose out on a lot of potential streaming time by doing that. So good on Dog staying relevant and competing. We saw him get like #1 legend earlier on in the month. So he's a player that took a break from competitive, came back and decided to continue grinding it out. He was able to smash Hafu and then was able to smash Amnesiac, who has been a super dominant performer all throughout this year. So,
yeah, Dog's really been stealing those comeback wins in this tournament. It's pretty cool to watch. I think Dog is, like you said, he's more of a streamer than a competitor these days. But despite that, he is a really talented competitor when he is working in that way.
Yeah. I'd have to say, honestly, like, by far today, the best tactical play has had to have been Dog. So I'm going to have to say advantage Dog going into the last match of the day, even though I honestly think Xixo's got to be, one of the, if not best player in, Hearthstone at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say advantage Xixo. I think he's arguably the best player in the world right now, and certainly contending for that title.
All right, well, we're going to have to just go to a quick break, get Xixo into the cams call, and we're going to have to see. Hey, guys, welcome back to Gang Wars. I'm Firebat. This is Zalay. We're your casters. This is the final match of the day. It's not the finals, but it is the winner's bracket finals. So the winner of this moves on to await the other champion in another game, and the loser gets knocked down to the bracket of shame and continues on at a later date. So really exciting match we got for you guys. We have Xixo versus Dog. Xixo, the old school champion of the past, crushing everybody for the last 6 months. Beautiful cardstone player, just makes magic happen with the cards. Up against Dog, the streamer, who has turned his back on just streaming and has gone to the dark side of competitive Hearthstone, joining all of us salty dogs here. Yeah, so looking at their classes, pretty much the same thing, just at the end of it, they both have Priest, and then it's Druid versus Mage. First game is going to be Shaman up against Rogue. Typically Shaman's favorite, assuming they're aggro. Although, Rogue actually has an excellent hand. This is one of those Rogue hands that can win an unfavorable matchup because of Edwin Van Cleef there. He can potentially turn to coin backstab Van Cleef. So he might go turn 1 deckhand. There's a few ways to play this. Okay, he passes on 1. He could pass on 1, dagger on 2, and then turn 3 would be the deckhand backstab coin Van Cleef. Do you like that? Yep. That's what I'm looking at. The deckhand does the same thing on 1 as it does on 3, right? You get to charge it still and remove something. Now, what about this Jade Claws? You could have played Flame Tongue and kind of pushed more damage. I guess the Jade Claws does buff the Buccaneer. Yeah, okay. It's probably just right. Oh my, this Edwin. Rogue is so disgusting when they draw Edwin in their opening hand. Like it's a whole different deck. It is a much stronger beast.
Yeah, so that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 3-mana 8/8. 3-mana 8/8s are pretty good. I could see why that would swing a matchup.
You don't see Coin SI come down. You expect to play from your opponent is Coin Tomb Pillager or Edwin. So what's the best thing to put you in a good position against that? And the dog says it's Totem Bowl.
Positioning's a little surprising. Oh, I guess the 1/1's going to die to the dagger no matter what, so yeah, it's just correct positioning. Okay, sure.
Here it comes.
You can even Shadow Step with it. Is this a 12/12 Edwin? Oh my god.
This is the aggro rogue deck from Xixo, by the way. We've seen only Miracle Rogue cards, but this is the aggro rogue build, so there's going to be damage drawn after this for sure. Holy smokes.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a thing. Wait, you can clear the Totem Golem.
Well, he's just...
Oh, you could hit him in the face, sure.
Yeah. You want to set it up so that you can... It doesn't actually change the clock now, does it? Because the Edwin still has to connect twice for you to win. Or does it? Can you make it so it only has to connect once? That's the trick.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, so then I kind of like trading more.
Yeah, I mean, this will work.
We got a 12/12. This'll do.
Yeah. You gotta clear one. You don't want to give too much Flame Tongue value.
Sure.
Clears the smaller one. Weapon draw, quite unfortunate for Dog. He's probably not playing any hexes in that list, so Edwin just really good.
Yeah. This rogue deck from Xixo, by the way, if it is able to win this game, which, you know, I don't want to call it too early, but looks like it might be able to get there. That's going to be 3-0 on the rogue.
Yeah.
That's
with something new, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, takes a risk on a new deck. Pure profit.
Xixo, great deck builder. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah.
Does his homework.
Back in the day, ATLC 1, Xixo took a risk when he was on our team on the Secret Paladin. Before that was refined. Holy smokes, his Secret Paladin. Iteration number 1 was not ideal. Definitely not ideal.
Too many secrets. Had like 10.
Yeah, 10 was not the optimal number. But you know, you got to take risks to get rewarded, and Xixo's a really good player because he does that. You know, he's not just going to play, you know, what you think the best decks are, the tested best decks for the last week or so. He's going to play the new hot sauce, and he's going to bring it. Even if other people disagree with him, and sometimes it works out and he finishes first place, and other times, you know, it doesn't work out. But if you never try it, you're never going to finish first place.
Yeah, so Xixo here, maybe something like Buccaneer, SI7 agent. He's staring down 5 damage, so he would die to 7 from hand.
So there's Overload, right? Overload for 1 because of Jade Claws. So the maximum burst from Dog's hand is Lava Burst plus a Lightning Bolt for 8. So if you can play around that while setting up some way to beat Feral Spirits, then you win. So that is, I think, the key way. Is there any way Xixo can do that? So there's 5, 6, 7 on the board. So he needs to kill the 2/2 and be able to kill Feral Spirits.
If he kills the 2/2 and leaves the other 2 up, he could potentially die to Lava Burst Lightning Bolt, having not seen Dog's hand, right?
So only 5 on the other side, so he would get 1 after the fact. So if you just play Buccaneer and SI the 2/2 and then go face with everything,
you're good.
You win. Yeah. Unless you have Feral Spirits plus Lightning Bolt, and you trade the 3/4 into the 1/1.
Yeah, no, he's gonna die.
And then after that, you somehow need to, I guess you top deck another Feral Spirits. But yeah, Dog does not have back-to-back Feral Spirits and a Lightning Bolt, so he is not able to stop the wrath of the 12/12.
Yeah, 12/12 on turn 3. That was pretty strong.
Not the Taunt Totem.
Okay, that's nice. And lethal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't kill your opponent, you gotta kill somebody, right? Like.
That's rogue, man. Sometimes you can make that Edwin happen, and That's pretty cool when your deck has the ability to just auto win like that. It can turn bad matchups into good matchups, and it makes it really strong in blind pick formats because you don't know what your opponent's going to pick, and if you happen to get unlucky and they get a counter pick, sometimes you get lucky.
Edwin.
Yeah, so it makes sense to try and lead with it.
Yeah, it's just like kind of like 20% auto win with having Edwin in your deck kind of thing, which is an extremely large number.
The most interesting thing of these sort of queues and how they've been breaking down is almost no one has been queuing Shaman first, because I think it's another one of those decks that has those auto win percents like Rogue does, and I guess there's two auto win decks, right? There's Rogue and Shaman, and the Shaman beats the Rogue, so no one's been queuing Shaman or Rogue first, and they've sort of been dancing around with like some of the suboptimal classes. And then since they've been doing that the whole time, they've adjusted now in the later rounds in how they've been queuing the decks.
So xixo has a Reno Mage here, but it's sort of like a freeze Reno Mage. It looks like it should line up well against Reno Lock, right? Like burn damage from hand is a powerful thing to have against Reno Lock.
Yeah, as soon as you start seeing Ice Lance and Archmage for that matter, it's the burn version, and the burn version is sick against Reno Lock. You can really pack a punch, get them in weird situations.
When I first saw xixo's opening hand, I thought it was Freeze Mage, but then I saw that Mixtress and the brand, and I was like, yeah, Reno.
Yeah, I've been really loving this sort of, style of Reno Mage. One of the downsides is you do kind of get smashed in the mirror, because they run pure value and you're trying to kill them, and you're not going to kill them. That doesn't happen. So in the Reno Mage mirror, when they have Ice Block plus Reno, you get the guaranteed super value out of Reno. So you have to get through 60 points of health. But Reno Warlock, they don't have Ice Block. So that means you can actually threaten to kill them, and the threaten to kill them forces Reno to only get 15 points of heal rather than 29 points of heal, which is huge for any sort of burnout kind of deck, because you get to preserve that much more of your firepower for after they Reno.
Okay, I like that. And tap Ooze, dog just playing for pressure. xixo used a fireball defensively there. He figures that the time he buys from killing a 4/7 is going to buy him more than 6 damage worth from the fireball.
Yeah, the fireball is not actually part of the killing them combo. The main killing them combo is generating a lot of fireballs off of Antonidas, usually like 5 or 6, and then Alexing them, and then they have to Reno, and then you just launch all 6 fireballs at them over a couple turns.
Okay. So that's a big long setup. This is not a quick game we're looking for.
Oh no, it's a Reno versus Reno game. It's gonna take some time. But yeah, it's a cute little macro line. You can get them.
So this Doomsayer, this Imp Gang boss on dog's side of the board, will make the Resurrect mode on a potential Kazakus potion weaker.
Yeah, the Resurrect mode is the best mode for establishing pressure, but he really needs to establish tempo first, so that's why he goes for it. If he can get the fireball's out of the way, so if he can get this to stick and he can get the Shambler down on this Abyssal Enforcer, it's going to be absolutely huge for being able to really pressure this mage.
Look at that, Dog's Hellfire can attack for 6 next turn. And Kazakus, freeze the enemy. Yeah, I imagine he took 1 to get the freeze, no? Oh, he did not. He took 3 damage.
He's taken 1 confused. To get the Antonidas value. So
okay.
You don't run enough 1-mana spells to make 6 fireballs, but you can brand Kazakus to get 2 additional 1-mana spells. If you get this matchup, then you can make 6 fireballs.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a long setup. But I mean, it works.
The deal 3 mode seems good. I don't know. With Antonidas.
Oh yeah, punch him in the face. He's got
he doesn't like it.
Taking the freeze right now, and he's trying to stick the brand, I guess. Interesting.
The brand doesn't actually do anything when it sticks, but it might just inconvenience Dog a lot. Like, Dog doesn't know that. He might go way out of his way to kill it with like a Blast Crystal Potion or a Twisting Nether. Probably not.
I think he's just going to probably let it ride.
Yeah. But that's kind of what xixo is thinking, right? Is This
Good.
brand
Wow.
does get Blast Crystal Potion.
It pays off for Xixo taking the gamble there.
Nine mana. He could ping his Acolyte and have 4 mana to work with. Kind of don't want to Frost Nova this board.
I like maybe just a nice little Blizzard here and
What to do?
drop an Acolyte of Pain.
What to do?
Set up for that
Okay.
clean Flame Strike.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
To me.
Yeah.
The Blizzard play is cool.
Wow. Yeah, and so Dog's going to be thinking about Flame Strike for sure, and whatever play you can do here to try and position the best around Flame Strike, which not many great ones. Not many great ones, that's for
Oh,
sure.
Farseer helps a lot, right?
Sure, yeah, I like Farseer here.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
Maybe coin it out.
No.
Gonna hold on to that coin. Doesn't care about Flame Strike that much.
Well, Flame Strike ping, push 4 chip damage. Seems like a good turn.
Yeah.
You ever ping your own Acolyte instead? Yeah, that's probably better. You ping your Acolyte, Flame Strike, trade the Acolyte into the Refreshment Vendor.
To do.
Push 3 chip damage instead of 4.
I like
Use your-
pushing the 4. How is your opponent
Yeah.
answering this Acolyte cleanly?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Hellfire Mortal Coil just doesn't deal with Xixo, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That health buff's surprisingly efficient. Surprisingly relevant.
The crazy tempo of the health buff. I don't think anybody except Xixo was making that play with the health buff.
Yeah.
Especially with the whole Antonidas game plan and taking 1 spells off Kazakis instead of the 5 or the 10.
That's actually
insane.
it's like a common trend you see amongst the greatest players is they'll have these long-term game plans, but then they'll find the spots where they deviate from the long-term game plan and instead play for the tempo, the strong play right now that's awkward for the opponent to deal with right now. Right? Like a lot of players are aware of these long-term game plans. It takes a really great player to identify the time to deviate from it. Another instance of this would be like with Malagos Druid, using your Moonfire for tempo, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the Acolyte is answered with only getting 1 draw, so a little bit punished for the way he played that one out, but the timely Emperor there from Dog, he was pretty close to dead with that Frostbolt pickup from Xixo.
He's still looking pretty close to dead. This Emperor coming down on Xixo's side is so strong. Emperor, Frostbolt, Ice Lance.
Going to the huge tempo play.
Yeah, this Kazakis is sick.
And he doesn't even
this
need
Antonidas is sick.
that much damage. We've seen the Refreshment Vendor, so that's 4 heal out of the way. Do we see Mistress? I think Mistress and Mixtures traded with Mistress and Mixtures early on in this game, right? So
Yeah.
that's out of the way. So there's really only Earthen Ring and Siphon Soul left for the healing for Dog, which is
There's
doesn't
also
need-
Kazakis. His Grand
Okay.
Kazakis can get a bunch of armor.
Oh, sure.
But he's
yeah,
got to
I
deal
al-
with the Emperor first.
I always forget about the Brand Kazakis.
Yeah, it's a new one, right?
Yeah, the armor gain. So he may still need to make a lot of fireballs. He has the ability to make a few right now. You know, you're looking at it, you can make 4. But 4 fireballs may not be enough.
So many fireballs.
And you get a 5th one from the Roaring Torch in your deck, and you get another 3 from the Forgotten Torch. So you're looking at 31 potential out of Xixo currently if he only goes for 4 fireballs. And he's got a Firelands portal, so that's 36 potential. Dog
Okay.
can still out armor that.
Just twisting Nether on an Emperor feels bad.
Well, I think you're gonna read that he does not have great ways to answer a single target at the moment.
Yeah. So
Which-
you might play an Archmage Antonidas, which was the play anyways.
Yeah. Oh, that does 3 damage too. I didn't even add that in my calculation. He's got a lot of it. He's got 39 total after making all of these fireballs. It's gonna be interesting if he decides to make the Frost Nova Fireball or not. I
So-
personally enjoy it.
Does this set up lethal? Yeah,
Well,
I like Frost.
It takes a few turns, but
No,
yeah.
no. Well, it's really important that it's not lethal instantly because Dog kind of needs to use his whole turn to deal with the Antonidas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting
So-
Dog to Reno so early is absolutely nuts. The pressure that one mana potion put on, you know, I can't stress it enough.
There's two ways to do this. There's Sylvanas PO or Sylvanas Shadow Flame. If you Sylvanas PO, you could squeeze in the Farseer, but then you're not getting Farseer value with your brand. So Sylvanas PO steals a healthier Antonidas.
I mean, if it pulls a Fireball, your opponent has a lot less burn.
Yeah.
You're removing, you know, 6 burn from their deck, and their deck already pretty low on the burn. And if he, yeah, xixo looks like he has a big hand here because he's got 4 Fireballs in it, but he really only has 2 other cards, so he doesn't have a lot of options with what he can do. He can just kill dogs, things forever, so he doesn't have proactive things in his hand, you know?
Yeah. So he has the... You could Fireball Ping Face, sets up the double Fireball lethal, and then the rest of your turn...
Yeah.
You could just kill Antonidas and not set up lethal, bluff it. Okay. He's just committing. He's just like, I'm gonna kill you through heals that are not Reno.
And you're looking at Brand Kazakis into double 1s for
yeah, gains 8 armor.
Game.
Yeah, it's gain armor on both of them. That's gain 4 armor. This is, I don't know. He has to gain 4 armor again off another 1 mana potion to survive the fireballs that he knows exist. So he bricked this time. He's dead, right?
He's dead, he bricked. Man. If he would have got it though, he would have gained 2 fireballs and you know, set up a pop anyway.
Yeah, would have been cool.
Unable to get there though. So if he had got it, he would have been at 15. xixo's got 13, and a Forgotten Torch in the deck that he would have had to find.
Just concedes. He knows. It's just not a secret that xixo has those fireballs off of Antonidas for lethal.
Yeah, Rage HS played a very similar version of Reno Mage with the Ice Lance and whatnot. Got top 10 Legend for a little while there, but not too many people have caught on to that version. Most people still play in the Life Coach version that is more of the kind of take you to fatigue, heal out, and use Medivh the Guardian. So I personally, though, I'm in love with the Antonidas win condition. I just love fireballs, and making 6 of them just feels awesome. And Kazakis 1 mana potions into Emperor discount into 6 or 7 fireballs is so nutty and cool.
Yeah, it is. That is awesome. It's one of those decks that the more it sees play, the worse it's going to get as people learn how to deal with it and what to expect from it and how to play around it and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, speaking of that exact thing, you know, just the deck getting worse the more people know how to play it. Rage, you know, tanked from top 10 to like 800 recently, so it's already happening.
Yeah, it happens real quick. As soon as the deck list gets out, kind of thing.
But man, when they didn't expect that Ice Lance coming out, as soon as they saw Loot Hoarder, it was pretty good. You got a lot of burst in there.
So Dog does not coin the Swashbuckler. It's just a terrible play. It plays into something like Coin Maelstrom Portal. It's just not getting enough value out of the coin. The coins, you want something much more impactful than just getting a 1/1 in play a turn sooner.
Yeah, he's looking to try and make Edwin or something happen there, but xixo is not playing Face Shaman. We've seen that previously he is playing the mid-range variant of Shaman. He's setting up to remove the Buccaneer instead of going for the Coin Jade Claws. Because Coin Jade Claws, he doesn't have any follow-up. This way, he gets to cleanly develop a Totem Golem against a 1/1. So
He
yeah.
kind of has follow-up with Coin Jade Claws. You could Coin Jade Claws the Buccaneer into swinging into the Patches plus developing Spirit Claws on 2.
Yeah. I mean, you develop a 1/1 that way and a 2/2 weapon. I think a 3/4 is stronger on the board.
Yep, that is true.
3/4 is going to get answered here quite efficiently. Ooh.
Bloodlust and Rogue's pretty bad. They do a bad job of sucking. It's like a horrible Cold Blood, right, for Rogue. It's funny how Cold Blood fits Rogue and Bloodlust fits Shaman.
Depends if you run Conceal.
Okay. I think even with like Lightning Storm, you know, it's a thing.
You Conceal 2 4/4s, and they are dead.
Yeah. A lot of times they die without the Bloodlust in that scenario.
Good. Let's kill them more.
Okay.
It's not a bad one to get, is all I'm saying, you know?
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of worse ones. Synergies with Leroy and Counterfeit Coin.
Old Leroy Bloodlust Coin into Cold Blood.
The one you really want is Wind Fury. Now that one plays really
Oh.
well if you're Roy and your Cold Bloods.
Yeah, that is a crazy card in Rogue.
It's a good example of a bad card, Wind Fury, becoming good in the right circumstance with the Rogues.
Rogue would play Wind Fury.
Oh yes, they would
doubt.
win a lot
Yeah.
because they played Faceless Manipulator, which is a really bad Wind Fury.
Yeah, 5 mana Wind Fury.
It can't be prepped.
Yeah. And imagine all the silly Leroy prep Wind Fury deaths that would happen. Oh, that'd be tilting.
Yeah, this is a good Jade Lightning turn.
Oh yeah. The amount of Jade Lightnings that have killed Azure Drakes in Hearthstone to date has got to be in the millions. It happens too often. I feel bad for the Azure Drakes.
I want to see that stat. How many millions of Azure Drakes have died to Jade Lightning so far?
It's up there, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've killed a lot of Azure Drakes and Jade Lightnings myself. I'm contributing to the cause.
The cause.
Well, he could gadget this turn. Seems better than passing. Not great. You gonna coin Cold Blood prep something?
Seems to be the line. Ooh, backstab.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah. Hopefully he finds conceal for his sake.
Interesting. He values killing the Wrath of Air Totem because if he conceals the gadget, then he's trying to cut off the Lightning Storm Maelstrom Portal outs.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna hold on to the damage, it looks like, which makes sense when your opponent is at 15. If he's able to just find an Eviscerate, he's got enough gas to close this game out, which I think really incentivizes the gadget play here. A lot of times against mid-range Shaman, you can hold gadget for more value, get a guaranteed cycle that's cleaner instead of having to, coin nothing basically and prep nothing, like risking things and using sap on a really crummy target for sap. It's heavily influenced by the fact that Xixo is at 15 life and you have Leroy Coldblood in hand.
Yep. 10, 12. So close. Needs a conceal or something. Doesn't take too much. So if you Thalnos SI dagger his face...
Well, you could just clear everything except the Flame Tongue, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find ways to set up lethal.
He's going for the coin here instead of daggering the 4-1. Interesting.
Well, the coin combos with Leroy and Bloodlust. I don't think that's what he's going for. Yeah, the Tomb Pillager, it does seem like Thalnos SI Dagger seemed a little better.
You get a cycle to Thalnos. Board position is a 1-1 stronger, but this way you get a coin in your hand, which makes top decks like Gadgetzan better.
See, this is just one of the things that annoys me a little bit about Hearthstone. Aya spawns the minion right next to her, right? But Patches spawns on the far right. I guess it's because
Patches comes from your deck. It shoots out of a cannon. It's a totally different thing.
You know what? You're right. Sure.
Now, if the Aya minion said spawn from your deck and shot out of the cannon,
yeah,
then it'd come from the right side. Yeah, but it spawns from the Aya.
Okay, yeah. It all makes sense. I apologize. So what's the play here?
Well, the 3/3 stuck. You can just Bloodlust in the face, set up some lethal.
Heck yeah. Bloodlust him for 3.
And the great thing about this play, too, you set him dead to Eviscerate. So whenever you find that card, you just got him.
Yep, like that a lot. It's got Thalnos, Fan and Knives. Ooh, so how much is this? 10, 12, not even, yeah.
Even with Taunt Totem, he gets destroyed by the Thalnos Fan to remove the Taunt Totem and then coin Leroy.
So Xixo is trying to set up lethal while being very defensive with the thing from below.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. He's got Rag Lightning Bolt next turn, so Xixo has set up lethal, and Dog needs to find a way to close it, and doesn't have it right now.
He can draw it off this Fan of Knives. He's thinking about whether he plays Questing first. He could Fan of Knives into like more card draw, like Gadget, and then coin prep Eviscerate.
Phantom Knives could also hit Sap for lethal if you don't play the Thalnos or the Questing.
Okay.
He's just going for lethal this turn rather than trying to do a stabilization play.
I like it. Uh-oh.
Could have also went some sort of Leroy fan play. No, that just throws away your win.
Okay, so if he questing coin, Edwin, conceal, that could eat a rag shot. Does that ever save his life? 12, 18, 23.
21.
No, he's dead.
Oh, with the weapon, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he's just dead to the lightning bolt. He could have went potentially, Leroy the taunt there and Fan of Knives away the whelps. And that makes his only out on the immediate the eviscerate, but it gives you 2 draws for it. He has 1 eviscerate, 1 sap left.
The Brotherhood shall come.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slightly higher odds if you live, but you also have the risk of dying.
And the line you were playing misses the sap lethal, right? Or...
It misses the sap lethal, but you get 2 draws at the other lethal. I don't know.
Wow.
The mid-range Shaman showing its dominance. xixo showing his dominance. A 3-0 victory over Dog. Wow. He won a lot of unfavorable matchups in that situation, too. He was able to win the Rogue against Aggro Shaman and mid-range Shaman against Rogue, both of which I'd say are, unfavorable from xixo's side. So pretty sweet, able to just handle himself in unfavorable matchups and figure out win conditions and take care of business.
Yeah, well done by xixo. He was kind of predicted to be the winner from the start of the bracket, I think, by both of us to an extent.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting him to win this dominantly. There were a lot of 3-0 and 3-1s so far. Like this tournament has not been as close as I would have expected. It's been a lot of blowouts.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of just randomness more than any particular effect based on the format.
I think it's more just the current state of Hearthstone in general. If you look at Hearthstone right now, there are so many cards that are great when you draw them. And if one player draws that card and the other player does not, like we saw earlier, in a pirate deck, if you draw a pirate plus the weapon, you're in a great spot. If you don't, you're in an absolutely horrible spot. So if one player draws no weapons and the other player draws weapons, one player's in a horrible spot, one person's in a great spot. The polarization of that causes just automatic snowball wins. And that's like that with Reno decks as well, because there's so many cards that are so much better than other cards. When one player has the insane card and the other player does not, then you don't really get to see a game. You just get to see one player get rolled over.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So congrats to xixo. He'll be playing against the winner of tomorrow's for the winner bracket final, but Dog's not eliminated. Everyone who lost today is still in it. They'll be playing later in the tournament. Tune in tomorrow. I'll be playing against Eloise for my first match. You can see the entire right side of the bracket for tomorrow.
How do you feel like you're going to do? After seeing the performances today, seeing the matchups break down, do you think you have what it takes to earn your place to challenge Lord xixo?
I have pretty good chances, yeah. I like my chances.
Right,
I think
1 to 10.
1 to 10?
0 to 10. Sorry, I gotta make sure.
I'll say 7. 7.
7.
Yeah.
That's pretty cocky for Hearthstone. 70% is.
I wasn't giving percentages. I'm just putting numbers on things.
I mean, 7 out of 10, 70%. That's how it cops out. That's just math.
No. 7 out of 10 confidence.
7 out of 10 confidence. Well, confidence.
Yeah, not 70% win.
All right. So, you say 7 out of 10, then you act like 5 out of 10. So, I don't know. You're probably screwed. Anyway, that is a great day of Hearthstone we just had. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to finish, watching the tournament, see how things pan out, see who gets to challenge xixo, the guy that's been killing tournaments for like a year, 6 months, something like that. He's just, I can't remember. It's been so long he's been killing tournaments for. And is anyone going to take him down? Is it going to be Strife Crow, Skaka, Zalea, Eloise, Life Coach? I'm looking at you, buddy. Torek, Tice, or Pavel that can really come out and challenge xixo. We'll have to just wait till tomorrow. I wish we could find out today. I really want to see. But we got to wait till tomorrow. Everybody make sure you tune in. It's going to start at the same time tomorrow, which I think is 9:30 a.m. PST. I'll be here. Zalea will be playing. And I'll be casting with somebody, I assume. So that'll be sweet. And make sure you tune into that. Again, this is brought to you by Amazon. Click underneath the stream to save 25% on your packs. It's like having 25% more legendaries. You can't beat that. Best deals anywhere. It's like your own personal little gadgets and auctioneer in real life. Anyway, we hope you guys had a Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have a Happy New Year. But that's all the content we got for you today. Tune in tomorrow.